This masked newbie streamer is stepping into a dungeon solo for the very first time, a scenario that typically spells disaster and a one-way ticket to becoming monster food. Instead, Subaru surprises everyone as he slices through bat monsters with astonishing speed, shattering every dungeon record in the process. His stream quickly goes viral, attracting managers from the most powerful guilds, eager to see what kind of prodigy is speedrunning a dungeon as if it were a mere tutorial. Among them, one girl is particularly captivated, completely losing his composure over this enigmatic masked figure. But the more she watches, the more her worry grows as Subaru heads straight for the boss room. The moment he opens the door, a massive werewolf warrior stands ready to tear him apart. Yet, instead of attacking, it simply begins to sniff him. The werewolf, sensing Subaru's overwhelming strength, is struck with fear and quickly realizes that staying alive is far more appealing than engaging in battle. With a shaky voice, he offers Subaru a free pass. However, Subaru isn't interested in taking the easy way out. He challenges the werewolf instead, insisting that he attack first. The beast lunges forward, delivering a punch strong enough to shatter a stone wall. Subaru effortlessly sidesteps, causing the werewolf to become ensnared. With a single strike, he brings the creature down. As the boss falls, every hidden trial within the dungeon unlocks, granting Subaru access to an array of unique skills. The guild managers are left utterly speechless. Hunter spent years honing his skills for a dungeon like this, assembling entire teams, and still taking far longer to clear it. Yet this same girl is determined to recruit him at any cost, and promptly invites him to a meeting. When Subaru arrives, she's wearing the same mask, but she hardly notices. She presents him with a contract worth a fortune, and as she tries to persuade him to join, his obsession with seeing his face drives his to climb onto the table, bringing his mere inches from him. It's clear she's completely smitten, but who is really hiding behind that mask? Our story begins on the 8th floor of a tower nestled in the snowy expanse known as the Deadlands. The Blue Zone Guild trudges through the snow, led by their guildmaster, Kyojo Itsuki. As he delivers his speech, he suddenly spots a group of people cutting through his guild members. These intruders are none other than the Blue Eyes, accompanied by their formidable leader, Narukami Subaru. Not only is Subaru the top-ranked fighter in the entire country, but he also happens to be the main character of this story. The guildmaster greets him with palpable excitement, explaining that all the various clans have gathered today, eager to join him in the charge. In other words, they're all on the hunt for the free loot this raid promises. In response, Subaru pulls out an artifact and hands it over to the blonde man, ready to make his mark. The artifact reveals itself to be a legendary rank item, capable of instantly restoring half of a person's stamina when they push beyond their limits. Its immense value leaves the guildmaster visibly astonished. Our protagonist calmly explains that the item is for his own safety and extends an offer for the guildmaster to rejoin his guild once the raid concludes. He assures him that he can return the item once he's back on board. However, when the guy takes too long to respond, he reassures him that it's fine either way. As they continue their conversation, a sudden thunderous roar echoes through the air, and they immediately recognize it as the Guardian. It's still a bit early for the floor Guardian to appear, sending all the guild members into a state of panic. The Guardian is revealed to be the Venom. As soon as he spots it, our hero activates his lightning power, readying himself for battle. However, it quickly becomes clear that the Guardian is equally prepared, activating its devastating attack. Realizing the danger, Itsuki shouts for everyone to retreat, but our man Subaru is already locked in. Instead of retreating, he draws his sword and charges head-on at the Hydra. With a single powerful slash, he not only deflects its attack, but also inflicts serious damage. The blonde onlooker is understandably stunned, remarking that the hero hasn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, the members of the Blue-Eyed faction cheer for their leader, celebrating the fruits of his rigorous training. Despite this, one of them is more preoccupied with the item he just handed to the other guildmaster. The hero assures her that she will learn more about it soon, revealing that they are about to confront the Guardian directly and break through the cursed 8th floor. As the Blue Eyes Guild advances, the blonde man watches them with a look of disappointment, as if he feels a twinge of pity for their plight. Just then, one of his men approaches, reporting that all their preparations are complete. A smile spreads across his face as he gives the order to set their plan in motion. Meanwhile, the Blue Eyes Guild remains oblivious, their focus solely on defeating the Hydra. Everyone appears to be working together, except for the girl from before, who is relentlessly slicing down the Guardian without any backup. When someone shouts at her, she coolly replies that this is simply how she fights. From the looks of it, the situation seems well in hand. Some guild members are treating it like a game, even placing bets on who can deal the most damage. As they continue to slice through the dragon, a support on the ground narrowly avoids being struck by the falling debris. Undeterred, she shouts for them to keep going, confidently asserting that she can handle herself. With determination, the girl raises a massive barrier, successfully shielding herself from the descending fragments. As she maintains the barrier, the blonde man suddenly appears behind her, a smirk playing on his lips. "Can you defend against my sword?" she taunts. She barely has time to react before the blade slices cleanly through her body. In her final moments, she gasps out the hero's name, her voice barely a whisper. However, when our boy arrives, it's already too late. All he sees is his friend standing there, smiling with a sword in hand. Itsuki notices the confusion in his eyes and urges him, now's not the time to look back. Just then, the Hydra emerges from behind, poised to tear Subaru apart with its massive jaws. In that moment, our protagonist recalls the peculiar message he received from the system, informing him that he had been chosen by the tower. It wasn't just him. Every player had seen this message urging them to ascend. Yet, the reasons behind their climb and the identity of the tower's creator remained a mystery. All they could do was obey the command and strive for the top floor, a place no player had ever reached. Individuals from various dimensions gather to ascend the tower and realize their dreams. For the hero, today began like any other, but it quickly spiraled into chaos. The scene unfolds in a horrific massacre, with Subaru's comrades' lifeless bodies strewn around him, leaving him standing alone in a pool of blood. Breathing heavily, he surveys the aftermath, his heart pounding after defeating the Hydra. Deep down, he berates his comrades for failing to flee as he had commanded. Weary and battered, he sits before the lifeless body of the beast that was once thought to be invincible. They had ultimately succeeded in slaying it, but the price they paid was steep. Suddenly, system alerts flash before him, warning of a poisoning status that hinders his natural recovery. Simultaneously, his fatigue index spirals to a critical level. He wonders what would happen if he actually makes it back alive. Yet, that seems impossible. His body won't survive reaching a fatigue level of 100, and he's still surrounded by the Blue Zone Guild, meaning he can't walk away without a fight. When he asks his friend why he betrayed him, the blonde guy casually steps closer and explains that he has been running toward this very day for 10 years, and Subaru should understand that better than anyone. Bringing his face closer, he reveals a vile smile, declaring that this is the only way he can defeat him. He admits to having deliberately distracted him, using his blue-eyed guild comrades as pawns, knowing they would come to his rescue otherwise. Shouting with suppressed hatred, Itsuki exposes the depths of the psychological torment he has endured, all thanks to the hero's actions. In the end, he chose the world over his friend. With a bitter smile, the man stepped back, pulling out the artifact he had once given him. "No need to return this," he mocked, "since your guild will perish with you." As he walked away, he coldly added, "Don't be sad. You'll still be remembered as a hero in the history books, even if you won't be here to see it." Upon hearing all this, our hero offers a sarcastic smile and retorts that he always speaks his mind, even in his final moments. Aware that survival is unlikely at this stage, Subaru still refuses to surrender. He pulls out his legendary item, leaving the blonde man stunned, turning back in disbelief that the hero has risen once more. In Subaru's hands, the legendary item has the power to conjure a storm capable of sweeping away anyone within a 10-kilometer radius. Without hesitation, our protagonist uses the last 4 remaining charges of his item to save his 4 surviving guild members. Channeling the power of the wind, he forcefully propels them away from the battlefield, shouting for them to escape. The blonde soldier quickly grasps the plan, and, in a panic, orders his men to pursue them relentlessly, determined not to let anyone get away. As the fighters advance to execute their orders, our boy stands before them like an unyielding rock. He activates his lightning ability once more and declares that none of them is allowed to move. With his fatigue level at 95, he knows he can only maintain this for a brief moment, yet it's enough to hold them all at bay. Observing this, Itsuki can't help but comment with a nervous smile that the hero is truly relentless. As fatigue threatens to overwhelm him, Subaru presses forward, weapon in hand. He can't help but wonder what kind of price their guildmaster has promised these soldiers to make them brave enough to confront a monster like him. Standing resolutely before the enemy horde, he declares that no one is allowed to leave the battlefield without his permission. The soldiers quickly grasp the gravity of the situation. This has become a matter of life and death. Gripping their weapons, they charge at him, shouting that they have no choice but to fight with all their strength. However, these lackeys stand no chance against our boy, who dismantles them with ease, exposing their amateurish skills. He knows that these soldiers can't kill his guild members, but Itsuki is a different story. The guy is standing too far away, and our boy is too exhausted to chase after him. With his fatigue level climbing to 97, he realizes he can't stall for much longer. Suddenly, a soldier slashes him across the back, pushing his fatigue to 98. As he turns around, the soldier thrusts his spear right through his chest. The mere thought of killing the legendary Subaru sends a thrill through him for a moment. When our protagonist looks at him and questions whether he truly believes he has succeeded, the atmosphere shifts. In an instant, lightning erupts violently from his body, electrocuting nearby soldiers and sending them soaring through the air like ragdolls. The bodies of his attackers crash to the ground around him, and our hero finally drops to his knees, utterly exhausted. The remaining soldiers retreat in fear, murmuring that he is a true monster who refuses to die even after falling. From a distance, the blonde figure watches with a cold expression, scoffing at the thought that Subaru's era will come to an end so easily. Just then, fatigue surges to 99%, yet the hero still refuses to surrender. He gathers the last of his strength and hurls a spear directly at the guildmaster. Before the man can react, the spear is mere inches from his face. Yet, it seems unlikely that he will meet his end here, as he still possesses the artifact. As Subaru's consciousness begins to fade, he reflects on how pitiful his demise has become. Though he believes he has killed the blonde guy, a pang of regret washes over him for not being alive to witness it. Suddenly, a foul smell assaults his senses, accompanied by strange noises. As he opens his eyes, he discovers he is inside a metal trash bin in a filthy alley. Confused and disoriented, he questions whether he has returned to Earth. Just then, a blue status screen materializes before him, revealing an unfamiliar name, Hosoi Subaru, Level 1. He stares at it in shock and denial. As he struggles to process the reality before him, faint memories of this body begin to surface. He sees glimpses of a life filled with bullying, where the name he bears has become a source of ridicule due to his perceived weakness. Amidst the taunts, a voice echoes in his mind, declaring that Subaru died 20 years ago. Caught in a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief, he wonders if he is trapped in some nightmarish dream. Panic overwhelms him as he leaps from the garbage container, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Nearby, he spots a player kit and quickly activates it to search for the Blue Eyes Guild. The results reveal that Blue Zone is its successor, but it appears the guild is struggling. As he continues reading, his eyes catch a post referring to Itsuki as the Guildmaster. This revelation means that the man is still alive. Overwhelmed by this news, he spirals back into the past, recalling the days when they were friends. One afternoon, while they sat together on a rooftop, the blonde man revealed that he was leaving his guild. The hero was taken aback by his decision, but the man simply assured him that he would come to understand in time. When they crossed paths again, a few years later, he had established his own guild, known as Blue Zone. Now, in the present, the hero discovers that the guild remains trapped on the 9th floor, even after 2 decades, with little to show for their efforts. As he strolls through the streets, engrossed in the news, his attention is abruptly captured by an image of a colossal structure, labeled the Narukami Subaru Memorial Hall. The sight leaves him speechless. As he steps inside, he can hardly believe his eyes. The building is far more luxurious and grand than anything he ever imagined. In the center of the hall, a massive portrait of himself dominates the space. The hero is still trying to comprehend who could have orchestrated such a display in his honor. Just as he holds his head in confusion, he suddenly hears Itsuki's voice echoing from the big screen. The man strides in, clad in a formal suit, a false smile plastered on his face as he proclaims that Subaru and the Blue Ice Guild have been erased from existence. He declares that only Blue Zone stands as the rightful heir to their noble legacy. Fury courses through Subaru, his body trembling with rage. An intense hatred wells up within him for the Guildmaster, who not only took his life, but now dares to exploit his memory. In that moment, the hero steps closer to his reflection, silently declaring his determination to rewrite this false history from the very beginning. With his gaze fixed ahead, he vows not to repeat the same mistakes and swears he will not squander this second chance. Just then, a small boy unexpectedly bumps into him from behind and tumbles to the ground. The hero swiftly helps the child to his feet, checking to see if he is okay. When the boy lifts his face, he freezes in shock. His old mask is now on the child's face. Just then, the boy's parents rush over, anxious to check on their son Minato. Subaru reassures them that it was merely a light collision, but then he notices something that leaves him utterly speechless. The family before him, along with the entire crowd surrounding him, wears masks identical to his old one. Stunned in the silence, he touches his own face and glances around again, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. In that moment, Subaru recalls the blonde man's sarcastic remark about how he would remain an immortal hero in history, even if he died. With a sense of bitterness, the hero comes to a stark realization. This scene is the living embodiment of those words. His gaze shifts to a massive portrait of himself, adorned with his iconic mask, surrounded by candles and flowers arranged like a grand funeral altar. In that moment, Subaru understands that the entire ceremony is a farce, meticulously orchestrated by the guildmaster to usurp the glory of the Blue Eyes Guild and claim it for himself. As he gazes at the pile of flowers, a familiar glow of blue energy catches his eye among the bouquets. Ignoring the warnings of those around him, he pushes through the crowd with determination, reaching the front row. Kneeling before the flower-covered altar, he carefully picks up a distinctive blue flower that radiates a faint energy. He instantly recognizes the origin of the item and is stunned to realize it belongs to his former guild member, Asagiri Shu. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Shu breathes a sigh of relief that another year has passed without incident. The girl beside him chides him for his recklessness, pointing out that they nearly got caught. He questions why he insists on taking such risks every year just to offer flowers. The guy pulls back his hood, quietly sharing his simple hope that one day, Subaru will notice the flowers he offers. The girl, however, questions whether the hero is still alive. After all, they have never seen his body with their own eyes. With the looming threat of Itsuki above them, their hopes of finding him are dim. It has already been 20 long years in hiding, and he still hasn't come to save them. As she speaks, our boy rushes out of the building, gasping for breath while clutching the flower tightly. In that moment, he becomes convinced that his comrade is still alive. The scene shifts to his small, dimly lit room, where he sits on his bed, scrolling through a tablet. He reflects on the poverty of the original owner of this body. Despite his efforts, there's no trace of the Blue Eyes Guild in the search results. Yet the flower before him serves as undeniable proof that Shu is still out there, alive. The hero suspects he is in hiding due to the guildmaster, who would never allow him to live after witnessing what he did. He also starts to wonder if the other three have managed to survive. Regardless, he knows he can't reach out to them directly with the guildmaster lurking nearby. Still weak, any reckless move could jeopardize everything. His top priority now must be to reclaim his lost strength. Drawing from the memories of his current body, the player qualification tutorial is about to commence. If his comrades are still alive, he knows he will encounter them sooner or later. The scene shifts to a vast arena where the test is taking place. A trial supervisor named Hoiga watches the candidates with a stern expression. After defeating only 2 goblins, one candidate has already hit his limit. The supervisor coldly remarks that he barely managed to pass and asks if he wants to advance to the next stage for additional rewards. Deep down, he knows he isn't cut out for this, so he firmly declines, insisting that he's satisfied with just passing. Annoyed by his defiance, the supervisor threatens to fail him and presses the button to conclude the test. Despite his passing, the old man is acutely aware that he won't survive the tutorial. Among all the candidates, only Isaac Reinhardt's son has managed to shine, reaching the 20th stage while the rest have proven to be disappointments. Just then, the old man hears footsteps approaching and glances at his tablet to check the player's name. He finds it intriguing that he shares the same surname as the top-ranked player, remarking that it's quite a burden to bear. Before he can even finish announcing the start of the test against 2 goblins, a violent gust of wind rushes past him. Turning in shock, he wonders if something just flew by. Amidst the splattered blood, Subaru stands with a confident smile, reassuring himself that spending 2 days pushing his body to its limits was the right decision. He has uncovered that this body possesses extraordinary abilities that far exceed his expectations. When the system inquires if he wishes to tackle the next challenge, he promptly agrees, declaring that he has no time to waste. Hugo's jaw drops as goblin heads soar through the air. As he meticulously observes the hero's movements, he realizes that the sword isn't being swung at random. Each strike is deliberate and precise. Instead, he anticipates his opponent's movements 2 or 3 steps ahead. Observing the confident smile on his face, the guy thinks to himself that such skill seems impossible unless he is the very incarnation of the rank 1 player. Our protagonist continues to cut down goblins with cold efficiency and astonishing speed until he finally clears the 49th stage. It is now time for him to confront the boss, and he shows no hesitation. Suddenly, the ground cracks open, and a massive, muscular arm bursts forth, sending stones flying as the boss makes its grand entrance. Even the supervisor panics, desperately trying to dissuade him, calling him foolish and reminding him that he is not the real Subaru. Despite these warnings, our hero stands firm, refusing to back down as he readies himself for battle against the formidable foe. The Goblin King rises in fury, its rage palpable as it senses the devastation wrought across the previous 49 stages. Hyuga shouts for the hero to surrender, convinced that engaging the Goblin King at this level is nothing short of madness. Even Subaru recognizes that, with his current stats, he cannot inflict any meaningful damage on the monster's toughened form. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, he stands his ground and suddenly drops his sword. Witnessing this, the supervisor nearly loses his mind, questioning whether the young man has truly lost his sanity. The monster lunges forward with a devastating attack, but our hero has already sensed something unusual about the arena and is poised to take advantage of it. Suddenly, the boss halts, feeling a sharp needle pierce its leg. The hero kneels on the ground, gripping a set of sharp needles. With a sarcastic smile, he taunts the monster, proposing a contest to see who will fall first. He confidently declares that before the creature can even lay a finger on him, he will transform it into a pincushion. In the blink of an eye, our hero launches the needles with lightning speed, striking the monster's eyes and face with pinpoint accuracy. Enraged, the beast swings its massive axe wildly, but the hero deftly weaves around each attack. As he fights, memories of Reina's lessons on rotational force and throwing power flood his mind, guiding his every move. He recalls how she once scolded him for his improper technique, teaching him that if a thrower understands their center of gravity, even a fountain pen can become a lethal weapon. Applying those lessons flawlessly, Subaru strikes the monster's vital points with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the exact center every time. The giant monster staggers, blood pouring from its neck and its body riddled with needles. Our hero stands confidently, acknowledging that without the training from his comrade, he wouldn't have achieved this victory. Meanwhile, the supervisor watches in disbelief, stunned by the scene before him. The goblin corpses and needles from the earlier stages remain until the trial concludes, and the hero cleverly uses this mechanic to his advantage. It becomes evident that he is not relying solely on swordsmanship. He employs throwing techniques and hidden weapons collected from the arena to strike at weak points. Sweat trickles down Hyuga's face as he calls him a genius, only to quickly reconsider, realizing that even that word falls short. The Goblin King takes its final breaths before its massive body crashes to the ground, marking the end of the battle. Our hero strides forward to retrieve his sword. Standing before the lifeless form of the Goblin King, he feels no personal grudge and delivers the finishing blow. System messages flash across the screen, announcing the boss's defeat and the historic completion of the tutorial program's 50th stage. Subaru wipes the sweat from his brow, grumbling that introducing such a monster in a training stage is downright cruel. After all, it's still just a tutorial. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications floods his screen, announcing level-ups, credits, and achievement points. The tutorial shop opens, accessible only during this phase. Subaru freezes in shock as he realizes he has amassed a staggering 2,425 achievement points. As he browses the store, he notices that standard tools are priced between 5 and 200 points, revealing an overwhelming surplus at his disposal. Subaru's gaze is drawn to an unnamed demon blade, a rare weapon priced at 1,000 points. This blade promises to enhance cutting power by consuming the user's stamina and mental energy. The offer is undeniably tempting, but he quickly recalls that his lightning skill already drains his health. Combining the sword with that skill would turn combat into a perilous gamble. His gaze shifts to the Holy Sword Miranda, priced at 1,400 points. This weapon not only reduces fatigue, but also enables the user to fight for extended periods. The hero understands that what he truly needs at this moment is not sheer destruction, but safety. Caught between the Demon Sword and the Holy Sword, he feels that neither option is truly ideal for him. As he scrolls further down the list, he spots an F-rank skill called Wedge of Greed, also priced at 1,400 points. Its effect suppresses the side effects of skills and tools used by the player. The moment he reads this, a bead of sweat trickles down his face. He has never encountered a skill like this before. Instantly, he realizes its potential. It could neutralize the negative effects of the Demon Sword and perhaps even his own lightning ability. Without a moment's hesitation, he takes the plunge and purchases both the Wedge of Greed skill and the unknown Demon Sword, depleting most of his points in the process. As he summons the Demon Sword to put it to the test, he quickly realizes that the synergy between the weapon and the skill exceeds his expectations. Just as he's immersed in his experimentation, the supervisor interrupts him, commending his selections and the remarkable compatibility of the items. However, he admits that, as an examiner, he cannot fully grasp this decision and asks why Subaru chose that skill, given its inefficiency. Subaru, wearing an annoyed expression, retorts, "Am I really expected to explain every minor detail?" His tongue clearly irritates the supervisor, prompting Subaru to quickly adjust his language and repeat his words more politely. Hyuga lets him go, having just cleared 50 stages. As the hero gazes at the supervisor, memories flood back to when he was a young boy, nervously asking for an autograph. Lacking a proper signature, he had simply written his name. Lost in thought, he barely registers the supervisor's ongoing lecture about respect and etiquette. Despite his lengthy lecture, the hero remains tight-lipped, insisting that all details about the exam must remain confidential. The supervisor lets out a frustrated sigh, accusing him of merely regurgitating shallow nonsense from the internet, and threatens to teach him some manners. Yet, even after all this, he still extends an invitation for the hero to join his nightly way guild. Subaru swiftly and decisively rejects the offer, leaving the guy in shock. He had believed he was doing him a favor. Before the man can respond, Subaru quickly opens the system window and descends to the second floor. The old man watches him go, disappointment etched on his face, pondering whether he might have overestimated the kid after all. Meanwhile, the hero steps onto the second floor, known as the starting grounds. The area buzzes with life and activity, the streets teeming with vendors hawking all sorts of wares. As he takes it all in, he can't shake the realization that this is his second life, and he's determined to make it count. Memories of his fallen comrades gathered around the flickering fire flood his mind, igniting a silent vow to avenge their cruel fates. With this resolve, he strides toward the training building, requesting a private room to test his new skills and equipment. An old employee, barely awake, lazily inquires which floor he came from. Subaru replies succinctly, "I just climbed up." The employee gestures toward the corridor, recommending room 1, which houses a straw dummy and is perfect for his skill level. To his astonishment, the hero requests room 5 instead. The employee stares at him in utter disbelief, cautioning that it would be a waste of money and urging him to choose the first room. Subaru, grateful for the concern, remains resolute and insists on booking room 5 for 30 minutes. Ignoring all the warnings, the hero spends 50 credits for a room and walks away, unfazed. The rooms are categorized by difficulty, so it's no surprise that others cast him curious glances. Finally, he steps into room 5 and unsheathes his demon blade for a test run. In an instant, a massive surge of red energy erupts from the blade, violently draining his health and magic to temporarily enhance his physical abilities. His level 1 Wedge of Greed skill activates instantly, absorbing the sword's violent recoil and restoring a small portion of his health. However, it doesn't completely suppress the effect, and Subaru feels a slight surge of fatigue. He realizes that the skill's first level is still too weak to withstand such power. As the sword relentlessly drains his life force, his combat abilities rise in direct proportion to his diminishing health. He realizes this is his current maximum limit, yet it aligns with his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he spends 10,000 credits to upgrade the Wedge of Greed. The skill advances to level 2, with the next upgrade demanding 20,000 credits. This upgraded version partially succeeds in resisting the sword's recoil, performing significantly better than before. Thrilled by the success of his experiment, our protagonist decides to push its limits. Meanwhile, outside, the old employee is stirred awake by the sound of approaching footsteps. He notices the hero departing and dismisses it as a dream. Suddenly, a memory strikes him. A rookie had booked room 5 just 10 minutes ago. Curiosity piqued, he heads to check on him. But when he opens the door, disbelief washes over him. The room is in complete disarray, utterly destroyed by something that defies explanation. Meanwhile, our protagonist stirs awake in his hotel room, still feeling the stiffness from his training. As he sits in the hotel lobby, he can't shake the thought of what might have been if he had a conventional weapon. Yet, investing in leveling up his skills proved to be the right choice. It enables him to wield the blade with confidence. Glancing at his status window, he realizes that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to lift a magic sword, let alone use one effectively. Fortunately for him, the synergy between the Wedge of Greed and the sword is flawless, and if all goes well, it might even work with lightning. However, his excitement quickly diminishes as he checks his remaining balance, barely over 50 credits. Upgrading the skill further demands 20,000 credits, but at this moment, bro can't even afford a meal. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through his thoughts. As he turns around, he spots a femboy engrossed in a live stream. The streamer animatedly shares tales of his adventures on the second floor and reflects on his early days as a newbie. Suddenly, a donation notification of 1,000 credits pops up on the screen, igniting his excitement even further. In his exuberance, he accidentally spills coffee on himself, yet he maintains his cheerful demeanor, graciously thanking the donor as if nothing happened. Our boy watches in disbelief, questioning whether the man before him is truly insane. As he scrolls through his tablet, he discovers that 1 in every 3 players has taken to live streaming to earn points. The pieces fall into place. What he witnessed was a donation-based stream. Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see an elegantly dressed man in luxurious attire, inquiring if he has also just reached the summit. In that moment, our protagonist feels an unsettling reaction in his body, quickly realizing that the previous owner of this body had a troubled history with the man before him. The man, speaking in a condescending tone, warns him not to ignore him while being addressed. As the hero meets his gaze, an inexplicable fear grips him. Tensing up, he replies, "I've only just arrived on this floor." The man takes a seat and sarcastically comments that he never expected someone so weak to make it through the tutorial. Subaru recognizes him as Isaac, the same person who had cleared 20 stages in the initial exam. According to the memories of the body's owner, Isaac had tormented him daily, even resorting to physical punishment for disobedience. Filled with bitterness, Subaru recalls the weakness of the previous owner for failing to confront the bullying. He finally grasps why he found himself inside a trash can upon waking. Meanwhile, in the present, Isaac beams with pride as he boasts about clearing 20 stages and shattering his father's record. He revels in the admiration of the supervisor and declares that he has earned a B-rank skill as a reward, the highest possible rank in the tutorial. Amidst the chatter, the man casually mentions he'll have a drink to celebrate. Our hero, unfazed, advises him to take it easy and prepares to leave. Just as he stands up, Isaac abruptly commands him to stop and fetch him some coffee. Confused, the hero glances back at him, only to be met with Isaac's irritation as he demands to know why he's staring at him so oddly. Instead of feeling intimidated, the hero rises to his feet and calmly tells the man that he doesn't have time for this. As he turns to leave, the guy suddenly grabs his hand tightly, threatening him and reminding him of the fate that awaits runaway trash. Subaru meets his gaze with a cold expression and warns him to let go for his own good. Instead of letting go, the guy warns him against arrogance, calling him by name in a condescending tone. Subaru quickly realizes that causing a scene in such a crowded place would only work against him. Just then, Isaac speaks up, claiming he was merely playing with him, just like in the old days. He releases Subaru's arm, continuing to mock him, insisting that he must have lost his mind after barely passing the tutorial. As our boy watches in silence, the man steps closer, his disdain palpable. He suggests, with a hint of menace, that he might consider fighting back. He reminds our boy of his father's influence, subtly implying that he has the power to make people vanish without a trace. With an arrogant laugh, Isaac turns to leave, casually warning the hero to tread carefully. Internally, our boy feels a surge of disgust. After all, the man had just called him a friend. We discover that there are 2 primary paths to becoming stronger. The first involves clearing tower trials in a virtual space, where players can gain power and rewards in relative safety. Here, failure only results in losing credits and progress, with no risk of actual death. The second method is hunting in the real world, either outside safe zones or within dungeons. While this approach offers a much faster route to growth, the dangers are very real and can be deadly. In the hunting grounds, death is final and merciless, as monsters show no mercy. This grim reality drives most players to seek refuge in the safety of virtual trials. In a dark and foreboding orc dungeon, the remains of several slain monsters lie scattered, a testament to the peril that awaits. While hunting in the real world promises quicker growth, it comes with grave risks. Our protagonist sits weary and contemplative before the massive corpse of a fallen beast. He understands that safety guarantees slow progress, while embracing danger can lead to swift advancement. He pulls out his tablet to check the news and is taken aback by a live stream. Someone is impersonating him, donning the same mask and greeting over 8,000 followers while announcing a challenge on the 3rd floor. Subaru feels a wave of disgust at the numerous copycats exploiting his name and image. Just then, a new mission pops up on the stream from a user named Narukami Subaru is an idiot, offering a reward of 20,000 credits for clearing the stage. The imposter accepts the offer with exaggerated gratitude and excitement. Absurd yet lucrative missions flood in, each promising enormous rewards, leaving our boy staring at the screen in disbelief. The streamer enthusiastically thanks his supporters, vowing to fulfill their requests. Meanwhile, Subaru bitterly contrasts this easy money-making streamer with his own perilous reality, where he risks his life battling monsters. He glances at his meager balance, barely exceeding 50 credits, and laments the enormous profits the clown is raking in. With a sorrowful sigh, he resolves to return to work, recognizing that fighting is his only path forward. Gripping his blood-stained sword, he steels himself for the battle ahead. Suddenly, a new horde of furious orcs emerges, and he charges toward them, ready to face the challenge. Suddenly, the boss emerges, radiating a terrifying aura. The hero quips that while he may not have poison needles this time, he possesses something even more formidable. Channeling the Wedge of Greed skill, he sacrifices his own health to amplify his power. With a wicked grin, he declares that he won't waste time on mere trash monsters, and with a swift motion, he crushes an orc's head beneath his foot. He launches himself forward with supernatural speed, slicing through the enemy ranks. He leaps over the orc general and delivers a single decisive sword strike that instantly kills the boss. A dungeon completion notification flashes before him as he stands victorious among the remnants of battle. Later, he retrieves his old mask, staring at it thoughtfully, contemplating whether he will wear it again. As he gazes into the mirror, a realization dawns on him. He could attract a massive audience by pretending to be Subaru, because, in truth, he is Subaru. With this newfound inspiration, he resolves to launch his own livestream, embracing his true identity. Meanwhile, in the main building of Azure Sky Entertainment, a female employee watches a live stream, her frustration boiling over. Suddenly, she lets out a scream of shock. Her colleague rushes over, concerned, and asks what's wrong. The employee can only point at the screen in disbelief. It turns out she's furious at some streamers for failing to clear a stage. Her colleague attempts to soothe her, reminding her of the self-censorship system that penalizes foul language. Curiously, he inquires about the identity of the streamer. Still in shock, she replies that the name is Subakichi, prompting him to wonder if this is yet another Subaru ripoff or something entirely new. She notes that the original Subaru's absence has paved the way for imitators to step in and fill the void left by the true legend. Her anger flares as she realizes it's destroying the entire platform. The guy shouts back, insisting she shouldn't say such things. After all, these streamers are their livelihood. Wika remains furious, believing it's disrespectful to the real players striving to climb the tower. In response, the guy challenges her, asking why she isn't climbing the tower herself. With a casual tone, she replies that boredom is the reason, but then she turns the tables, scolding him emotionally and reminding him that he too has given up. He reflects that the only reason she began climbing the tower was to see Subaru in person, but after her death, her motivation vanished. Suddenly, she screams again and points at the screen. Her colleague rushes over, anxious, thinking she has spotted another oddball dressed like Subaru. Frustrated, he complains that she's wasting her time on a zero-view stream from the second floor, calling it an insult to her role as a talent scout. Wika stares at the screen in awe and softly admits that whenever she sees someone wearing that mask, she can't help but feel a sense of hope. Suddenly, a beep interrupts their moment, and the guy loses 1,000 credits for cursing earlier. Meanwhile, our protagonist navigates the starter dungeon on the second floor, remarking that it isn't too challenging. Yet, he can't shake off a bit of pressure, knowing someone is watching his stream. One of his two viewers asks if this is his first time in the dungeon. When the hero confirms it, the viewer warns him not to venture further, reminding him that he's just a rookie. Suddenly, a bat monster materializes right in front of the hero as he focuses on the screen. Without even glancing away, he grabs the monster and tosses it aside, casually asking if there's an issue with having no experience. As he ventures deeper into the dungeon, his viewer count climbs to 3. One viewer praises his swift reaction, while another, named Love Money, cautions him against being greedy and suggests he wait for a team. The hero expresses his gratitude for the advice but politely declines, stating that he prefers to face challenges on his own. This prompts mocking reactions from the viewers, who eagerly anticipate his inevitable downfall. Ignoring their sarcastic comments, which accuse him of exploiting Narukami Subaru's name for views, he shifts his attention to a new monster that has appeared before him. A mud nymph springs from the ground, but our hero skillfully dodges its attack and delivers a fatal blow with his demonic sword. Eager to push his limits, he decides to see just how far he can go. A notification of another monster defeat flashes on the screen, awarding him 2 points, while viewers watch in disbelief at the spectacle they've just witnessed. Suddenly, a swarm of bats and more mud nymphs materializes before him. The hero charges forward like a hurricane, slicing through monsters with his glowing red sword. Viewers are left in awe, struggling to grasp the sheer speed and power on display. As each monster falls, notifications flash across the screen, marking his growing achievement points. In the pitch blackness of the cave, he turns to his followers and explains how honing in on sound alone can help locate enemies and gauge their numbers. Meanwhile, mocking comments persist, accusing him of lying and pretending to possess knowledge despite being a beginner. Subaru touches his mask, contemplating that if they only knew the truth, they might understand what's truly going on in his mind. Yet the doubts keep pouring in. He reminds himself that the points he has collected so far are still insufficient. He is determined to earn as many achievement points as possible before leaving this place. As viewers watch, they can't help but mock him for his lack of research. Suddenly, our protagonist halts and looks up, freezing in shock at the sight before him. The cave ceiling is completely swarming with countless one-eyed bats, all of them opening their glowing red eyes in unison. The audience is convinced that this time, Subaru is surely doomed. At that moment, a mission notification pops up from a viewer, offering a mere 100 credits in exchange for eliminating all the monsters. The others laugh, convinced the guy is just trying to get him killed. However, Subaru surprises everyone by calmly accepting the challenge, genuinely thanking the viewer for the 100 credits. The scene shifts back to the broadcasting company, where Kiyoharu sits seething, slamming his desk in frustration over a player who retired before clearing the 6th floor. He apologizes for interrupting the girl, but she remains completely absorbed in something else. When he inquires about it, she reacts in shock, leading him to believe she's referring to his gambling. However, turns out she's still glued to Subaru's stream, where our boy is going wild against those bats. The viewers flood the comments in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this chaos is unfolding on the 2nd floor at a beginner level. In the heat of battle, our hero remembers the words of his former guild member, Shu. He had once praised him, noting that even when he alters the direction of his sword mid-strike, his breathing and focus remain unwavering. It may seem as though he cuts everything down in a single blow, but in truth, he anticipates the enemy's fluid movements and meticulously plans his actions in advance. The hero recalls responding that he doesn't think about anything in particular, which only deepened the other guy's confusion. Back in the heat of battle, our hero presses on, slicing through the bats with relentless determination. Rather than focusing on individual foes, he shares an insight with the viewers. One-eyed bats always charge head first, and the more there are, the larger the openings they create. Seizing the opportunity presented by their collective rush, he breaks through their defenses all at once. However, the comments quickly turn critical, arguing that his explanation fails to clarify anything. One viewer even mocks him, likening his reasoning to saying that moving your legs forward is all it takes to walk. Just then, one of his earliest supporters chimes in, reminding him to claim the credit reward. The hero suddenly recalls this and begins tapping his tablet in confusion. However, he struggles to figure out how to claim it. Eventually, with the help of one of the viewers guiding him, he completes the task and receives 1 credit. Our protagonist then informs his followers that he will push himself further and starts walking. His balance rises to 150 credits, and his achievement points reach 118. Back at the broadcasting company, Wicca suddenly screams, startling her colleague. She points to the screen in shock and asks if he has ever seen anything like this before. Her colleague tries to calm her down, reminding her that this is just a 2nd floor stream, but Wicca remains convinced that this streamer is the real Subaru. The guy watches her with concern, noticing how she always loses her composure whenever Subaru is mentioned. Wicca becomes so excited that she feels dizzy, even starting to see him with her eyes closed. Her colleague, sensing the odd atmosphere, raises an eyebrow and seriously asks if she's considering recruiting this guy. The two of them continue their heated exchange, but the scene shifts back to our protagonist. He arrives at the end of the dungeon, where a massive gate looms before him. As he steps inside, he is confronted by a colossal wolf-like monster that has been waiting patiently. The creature introduces itself as Wolf Warrior Greg. Viewers comment that the monster is aura farming, revealing that they had failed 8 times before it finally allowed them to pass. Suddenly, a new mission appears. The hero must gain the recognition of the Wolf Warrior to proceed through the gate. Unlike traditional monsters, Wolf Warriors are not out to hunt. They serve as gatekeepers, testing players' strength and determining whether they are worthy of moving forward. As our boy stands there, a new mission notification pops up, offering 3,000 credits for defeating the Wolf Warrior. Subaru's eyes widen in shock, and even his viewers are skeptical about whether the guy will actually pay up. Just then, the massive Wolf Warrior slowly rises to his feet, eyeing our boy with curiosity, as if wondering if he is another customer. As the two stand face to face, the Wolf Warrior gazes intently at the hero and asks if he truly came here alone. With a casual demeanor, our hero replies that it's clear he is by himself. The wolf sniffs the air, intrigued, and remarks that he's an interesting human, carrying the scent of a great warrior. This comment sparks a wave of reactions from viewers, who can't help but note that the warrior just called them disgusting and gross. The hero reflects on the unique ability of wolf warriors, who can detect not just a person's scent, but their very essence. With a commanding presence, the wolf declares Subaru qualified to move forward, announcing the end of the test and granting him passage. Viewers are left stunned by this unexpected turn of events, while the hero himself is bewildered, realizing this outcome never occurred in his previous life. Still, he refuses to pass and states that he didn't come here for the door. The wolf reacts in shock, asking if he means he came for him. Ah Boy calmly confirms this, explaining that someone has commissioned him to kill the wolf. With a savage grin, the wolf bares his sharp teeth and admits that he truly possesses the spirit of a great warrior, just as expected. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Azure Sky Entertainment, department head John Tail types furiously as he inquires about the newly discovered streamer. The nervous employee stammers that the view count is around 20, but Wika interjects coldly, correcting him with a sharp, "It's already surpassed 30. The manager removes his glasses, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you all joking?" he demands, his voice rising. He scolds them sternly, making it clear that he knows all too well about their gambling habits and their tendency to watch streams during work hours. The girl completely disregards his scolding, muttering to herself that the viewer count has reached 30. This only intensifies his frustration, prompting him to snap at the number is irrelevant. The department head interjects, suggesting that instead of wasting time, she should start streaming, as she clearly has the talent. Yet, instead of taking the advice, she continues to announce the viewer count live, aggravating him even more. Back in the dungeon, our hero stands before the fearsome wolf warrior, who growls menacingly, ready to pounce. Gripping his sword tightly, he reminds himself to stop overthinking and concentrate solely on the battle ahead. Just then, the unnamed demon's sword begins to absorb energy. He steadies his breathing, determined to maintain control. The level 2 Wedge of Greed skill suppresses the sword's side effects, enabling him to fight in his usual style, despite it being his first time wielding it in this new body. As the wolf lunges with its razor-sharp claws, he swiftly raises his sword and blocks just in time. Without giving him a moment's respite, the monster unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing him to slide back slightly. Our hero quickly realizes that he cannot match the wolf warrior's sheer physical strength. As the wolf continues its onslaught, it acknowledges Subaru's resilience as a warrior, but confidently asserts that he stands no chance of defeating it. Our boy continues to defend himself and retreat, leaving his viewers on the edge of their seats, convinced he's about to lose. Cornered against a wall, he realizes that sometimes relying on more than just brute strength is essential. Just before he delivers his finishing blow, the wolf smirks and declares that he has been thoroughly entertained. At last, when he makes his move, our hero bursts through the dust and counters, declaring that those words were originally his. He notes that the wolf's attack patterns are so predictable, he could fight it with his eyes closed. With remarkable agility, he dodges the wolf's bites and claws effortlessly, seizing the opportunity to deliver a precise cutting strike across its body. He follows up with a devastating vertical slash that cleaves through the wolf's chest, blood spraying in every direction. As the wolf warrior takes his final breaths, he acknowledges his strength, calling him a great warrior. In that moment, a system notification appears, announcing his victory. His level increases twice, along with boosts to his strength and agility. Additional notifications confirm enhancements to his concentration and mana, and he receives a hefty reward of 500 achievement points all at once. The live stream comments erupt with shock and disbelief as viewers process the news that one person has single-handedly defeated the monster. Taking a deep breath, Subaru finally announces his victory over the beast. The viewer count climbs to 56, and the audience begins to praise the audacity of the individual who dared to issue such an impossible mission. After receiving his credits, the hero vows to use them wisely. Having cleared the dungeon, the massive gate before him begins to open slowly. As he steps outside, he suddenly feels a strange vibration in the air, a sensation that viewers can also sense through the screen. A large interface materializes, displaying an array of trial paths: ice, fire, earth, poison, metal, soul, thunder, and more. The screen fills with these available choices, leaving the audience in stunned silence. One character notes that the maximum number of trials is 16, explaining that the number of choices is directly proportional to a player's talent. However, our protagonist disregards all other options and focuses intently on the Thunder trial. Viewers cheer him on, excitedly pointing out that it suits him perfectly. After all, he's practically cosplaying as Subaru. With his choice confirmed, he steps confidently through the gate. Meanwhile, at the Azure Sky Entertainment Building, Wika leaps out of her seat in sheer joy at Subaru's victory. She eagerly shows her phone to her colleagues, exclaiming that the viewer count has skyrocketed to 60 in record time, and that 13 trial options have now appeared. The department head watches nervously, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. He concedes that defeating the Wolf Warrior, a foe that had never been bested before, is nothing short of remarkable. However, he quickly reminds himself that the streamer is still a beginner on the second floor, and investing in him now would be incredibly risky. Undeterred, the girl stands her ground. In front of her astonished colleagues, she makes a daring bet. She proposes that if the hero fails to master the thunder element, both she and her colleague Kiyoharu will work for a fixed salary for 5 years. If he succeeds, the manager will have no choice but to sign a contract with the streamer. No excuses. Her colleague, taken aback, protests loudly, insisting this has nothing to do with him and that he doesn't even know the guy, all while shoving the girl aside. The department head smiles, turning to her with a teasing glint in his eye. Do you really think he can master thunder? The only one who ever managed that was the original Subaru. The girl laughs, remarking that they'll never know unless they give it a try. With a grin, John agrees to the bet. The scene shifts back to the test arena, where the system announces the beginning of the Thunder trial. As John surveys his surroundings, confusion washes over him. Suddenly, a voice cries out a warning, and someone rushes forward, shoving him out of harm's way just in time. A massive explosion rocks the area, and something heavy crashes to the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. As the dust begins to settle, the hero spots a colossal monster wielding an enormous weapon. The man who saved him shouts incredulous, asking if he truly intends to face certain death. At that moment, a system message flashes before the hero, revealing his mission to defeat a fragment of the Titan race. Subaru kneels on the ground, stunned, grappling with the shocking appearance of such a monster. Viewers share his confusion, questioning why a Titan-class creature has emerged during the lightning test. Nervously, he stares at the beast, quickly recognizing it as a boss-class monster that should only appear in the latter half of the trial. As the Titan readies itself to strike, Subaru can't help but wonder if his earlier encounter with the Wolf Warrior Greg has altered the course of this trial. The Titan swings its colossal club into the ground, unleashing chaos in its wake. Subaru narrowly evades the attack, remembering that despite its immense size, the creature is weaker than the Wolf Warrior. Suddenly, the person who saved him earlier shouts, accusing him of squandering their efforts and demanding that he flee immediately. Determined to bring the battle to a swift conclusion before any further interruptions, Subaru steels himself for the fight ahead. He draws his sword, boosting his stats in anticipation of the monster's next strike. As the Titan finally lunges, he swiftly leaps back, causing the creature to crash into the ground instead. Rather than retreating, our hero propels himself forward, sprinting along the Titan's massive arm with lightning speed. The creature is momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the chaos around it. Suddenly, the hero leaps into the air, landing on the Titan's shoulder. With a swift motion, he drives his sword deep into the beast. The monster lets out a deafening roar of pain, yet the hero remains cold and focused, his irritation growing with the noise. With one final, decisive strike, he silences the creature forever, watching as it collapses lifelessly to the ground. A system message echoes through the air, announcing the defeat of the Titan fragment and confirming that the fourth stage has been cleared. Viewers tuning into the stream are left in shock, struggling to comprehend how he advanced to the fourth stage so swiftly. Notifications flood his screen, revealing that his level has increased, along with significant boosts to his strength, speed, stamina, and mana. Additionally, he receives 4,000 achievement points and 2 rare items, the Titan's Heart and an enigmatic item known as Thunder. Comments flood in, filled with disbelief at the generous rewards and the remarkable feat of clearing stages 1 through 4 in a single sequence after defeating the Wolf Warrior. The man who saved Subaru earlier races back toward him, breathless. Viewers recognize him as Falcon. He appears visibly shaken, struggling to comprehend what he has just witnessed. The hero calmly wipes his sword, subtly suggesting that the answer to his question is clear. He strikes a heroic pose and boldly declares his intent to defeat the Titan, though onlookers can't help but mock his dramatic flair. The scene shifts to a tranquil village, where our hero enters an inn and settles onto the bed to rest. Suddenly, viewers begin clamoring to see the items he has acquired, eagerly anticipating magic artifacts or high-ranking equipment. The hero nods with a smile, admitting his own curiosity. He first reveals the Titan's Heart, a ring that boosts stamina and enhances healing. Pleased with this accessory, he feels satisfied. Next, he presents Thunder, a rare piece of armor that not only increases defense, but also possesses thunder attributes. It even has an active skill that can negate negative status effects once per day. Our boy equips the item without hesitation, and he begins to resemble his former self. Suddenly, a new mission pops up from another viewer, promising 5,000 credits if he can acquire the Thunder ability. Soon after, similar missions flood in from other followers, each offering substantial rewards just to witness him harness that power. Subaru expresses his heartfelt gratitude to everyone and assures them that he will soon demonstrate his lightning power. As he gazes at the screen, he can't help but ponder why so many people are eagerly anticipating the Thunder ability. This leads him to question whether he was more remarkable in his past life than he had ever realized. Just as these thoughts swirl in his mind, a knock on the door jolts him back to reality. He welcomes the visitor inside, and Falcon steps in alongside a striking knight clad in gleaming armor. With a respectful nod, he introduces the knight as Lord Peleus, the commander of the village knights. Lord Peleus then explains that Titan attacks have been on the rise, assuring that the knights remain on full alert at all times. Villagers have been advised to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. This is why they found it unusual to see an outsider here. The Knight Commander expresses his gratitude to the hero on behalf of the villagers, acknowledging that he safeguarded the village in his absence. Our hero responds modestly, insisting he only did what felt natural. As he studies the commander closely, he recognizes him as a brave knight, a steadfast fortress for the village. The man reveals that they have successfully located the Titan leader during their reconnaissance. With determination in his voice, he declares his intention to risk everything and surround the enemy in its own territory. He then bows before Subaru, humbly pleading for assistance in saving the village from this looming threat. Meanwhile, the live stream fills with comments, many attempting to warn the Knight Commander of the impending danger. Our protagonist is already aware that Peleus is destined to die in the next stage. Yet, despite this grim knowledge, he shakes Peleus's hand and agrees to cooperate. As the commander expresses his gratitude, a system notification chimes in, announcing the commencement of the 5th stage, aptly titled Survival. As the Knight Commander guides them away from the village, our boy realizes that the comments on his livestream are pouring in more frequently than ever. This makes it difficult for him to engage with his audience as he used to. Suddenly, Peleus halts the group, raising a hand to signal everyone to stop. He points ahead, drawing their attention to a sleeping Titan. It turns out that the figure before them is their leader, and the commander intends to confront it head-on while the hero strikes from behind. However, Subaru suddenly interrupts, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. His eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the leader is not alone. The ground erupts and multiple titans emerge from all directions. It's a meticulously laid trap. Smiling monsters with eerie expressions close in on the knights, trapping them in a tight ambush. Peleus freezes in shock as chaos erupts around him. A titan seizes one of the knights, and before anyone can intervene, he is gruesomely split in half. Horrified by the sight, the commander bellows for everyone to retreat. One of the knights attempts to return and save his brother, but the captain firmly reiterates his order, reminding them of the families and the village that depend on their survival. He assigns Falcon to lead the withdrawal and ensure their escape. Turning to the hero, Peleus pleads with him to flee as well, urging him to regroup and fight another day. But our hero unsheathes his sword and replies resolutely that he should be the one to leave. The commander, bewildered, asks him to clarify his words. The hero strides toward the Titan army, explaining that he won't be able to move freely with the commander nearby, and that their presence together could lead to both of their deaths. After a moment of hesitation, the commander reluctantly agrees, vowing to gather the soldiers. As he retreats, he shouts his gratitude and pleads with Subaru to stay alive. With his ally gone, our hero charges at the Titan army, declaring himself their opponent. He weaves between their legs at lightning speed, striking with precision and taking down enemies one after another. System notifications flash before him, confirming the defeat of 2 Titans and awarding him 20 achievement points. As he battles on, Subaru acknowledges that even if this is merely a test, he cannot afford to leave anyone behind. As the commander flees, he pauses for a moment, glancing back with a heart heavy with guilt and fear. The hero stands surrounded, and viewers can't help but label the scene as suicidal, questioning why he chose to stay and fight. Yet our protagonist sees it differently. Haunted by the memory of Peleus's fate from the original story, he understands that with his newfound strength, he might just have the power to alter that tragic outcome. With determination, our boy presses on, slicing through the Titans one by one. Each kill rewards him with 10 experience points. While taking them down isn't particularly difficult, he understands that time is running out to harness the power of the Demon Blade. He knows he must locate the boss swiftly. To get a better view, he leaps onto one of the Titans, slicing its head in half with a swift motion. Then, he springs off another Titan, propelling himself forward. Our hero is literally using the Titans as springboards, expertly navigating the battlefield. The viewers are left in awe, drawing comparisons to the legendary Subaru, known for his mastery of aerial combat. As the hero continues on his journey, a notification pops up, revealing that he is recovering stamina and mana thanks to the Wedge of Greed. A wave of relief washes over him. This makes his task a bit easier, though he knows it won't last forever. Just as he presses forward, he spots the same Titan from before, the one that had been feigning sleep. Realizing this creature is the boss, he steels himself and rushes toward it. The Titan boss spots him and readies to strike. As Subaru silently prays for his plan to succeed, he activates his Thunderclap ability, releasing a powerful surge of thunder from his body. The deafening roar and blinding light disorient all the Titans around him. Seizing the moment, the hero lunges forward and drives his sword directly into the leader's head. The blade pierces through the Titan's thick skull, bringing the beast crashing down. A system message chimes in, announcing the defeat of the Titans and the successful completion of the 5th survival stage, an extraordinary achievement. His level rises by 2, along with a boost to his overall attributes. The live stream chat erupts in disbelief. No one has ever defeated the Titan boss before. Our hero gazes upward dramatically, contemplating that if he were a manga protagonist, this would be the perfect moment to deliver the final blow. Unfortunately, reality doesn't grant him that luxury, as his Wedge of Greed skill falters against the sword's debilitating curse. Subaru crashes to the ground, gasping for breath. He realizes that even if he completes this stage, the monsters will continue to swarm until he conquers the actual trial. Ironically, this was the very tactic he once exploited to rack up points, but now, as his strength wanes, the Titans are steadily closing in on him. Just as a Titan looms over him, ready to strike, a devastating bolt of black and golden thunder crashes from the sky, hitting Subaru directly and unleashing a massive explosion. The scene then shifts to a tranquil spot far away. Deep within a forest, a woman sits outside a wooden cabin, engrossed in something on her phone. Shu steps out of the cabin and inquires why she's sitting outside. The girl remarks on the pleasant weather and the refreshing air, noting that moments like these are the last remnants of peace they have left to cherish. He gazes seriously at the horizon and nods in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Time is almost up, he says. We have at most 1 year left. Looking back, he notices that the girl is still engrossed in her phone, and he remarks that she always acts this way when things get serious. Intrigued, he asks what has captured her attention. She turns the screen toward him, revealing an image of a masked man who identifies himself as Narukami Subaru. Shu's eyes widen in shock as he blurts out the name, but Reina coldly interrupts him, clarifying that this is not the Subaru they know. She shows him the live stream, explaining that it's just another streamer using the same name, currently taking the second floor test. As he stares at the screen in disbelief, she asserts that if the hero had truly survived that day, Itsuki would have been dead by now. The white-haired guy, unwilling to entertain her words, dismisses the conversation and walks away, telling her to forget it. She calls out to him, her voice sharp as she asks how long he intends to hide in that boy's shadow. Shu coldly retorts, questioning why she is watching the stream if she truly believes that. The girl replies that she's just killing time. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she stares at the screen. Noticing her reaction, he glances over and freezes in disbelief. Back on the battlefield, a tremendous explosion of golden lightning erupts, shattering the ground and sending the Titans flying in every direction. As the dust begins to settle, our hero stands surrounded by a crackling electrical aura. A system notification materializes, announcing that he has acquired the Thunder skill and inquires whether he wishes to continue the trial or transfer out. Witnessing all of this, the chat erupts in disbelief. The hero himself is taken aback, realizing that this is not where the skill should have been learned. According to the skill description, it's an A+ rank ability that drains both stamina and mana to unleash thunder. As the Titans begin to regroup, our hero silently thanks fate for his survival. Having acquired Thunder, he can now claim the rewards for all the missions he received from his viewers, bringing his total to 20,000 credits. Remembering the importance of gratitude, he readies himself for battle once more. As the remaining Titans roar and charge at him, our hero spends every last credit on upgrading his skills, determined to put on an unforgettable show for his audience. Now that his skill can withstand the violent backlash of his thunder ability, he decides to start by channeling it through his hand. As the titans draw near, he envelops his sword in crackling lightning, ready to unleash chaos like in the old days. In the next moment, Subaru swings his sword down with tremendous force, unleashing a massive rift of red energy and crackling lightning that cleaves through every titan in his path. Despite the sheer power of the attack, it leaves him utterly drained, and he quickly realizes he miscalculated the energy required for such a feat. Suddenly, his body begins to wobble, and his sword sinks into the ground for support. In that moment, a group of armored knights, led by Commander Peleus, rushes toward him. Spotting Subaru's collapse, Commander Peleus shouts in shock as he sprints forward. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Subaru's body gives in, and he starts to lose consciousness. In those final moments, he catches sight of the commander rushing toward him and mutters in surprise, realizing that he actually came. Meanwhile, Wika sits anxiously in her chair, waiting for a response from the hero. Her colleague turns to the department head, questioning whether it's truly such a big deal. The head simply shrugs, remarking that he doesn't understand how women think. Meanwhile, the girl is overwhelmed with a panic attack, convinced that Subaru might not like the email she sent. The others look on in confusion, questioning why she's so worried about what they see as just a business email. In a moment of frustration, she shouts back, confessing that she's a devoted fan of the real Subaru, long before she became her manager, and that's why she can't help but feel this way. She notes that in the past, only the real Subaru possessed the thunder ability, but now his clones have begun to acquire it as well. Her boss smirks, remarking that such a talent isn't something just anyone can obtain, suggesting that this new streamer might be someone truly special. As they converse, Kiyoharu receives a notification on his phone and informs them that the streamer has read their email. The girl's excitement quickly fades when he reveals that their email was left on read. Meanwhile, in a high-tech studio, Hawkeyes, a streamer renowned for his combat analysis, prepares to go live. With his keen insights and extensive knowledge of the streaming world, he has dominated his competitors and established an unassailable position. He reviews clips of various players, including Kurakawa Amon, who recently joined Blue Zone and is rapidly ascending the tower at an astonishing pace. He also highlights the leader of Blue Zone, who has risen to become the greatest player in the world since the hero's death 2 decades ago. Today, however, his analysis centers on the cross-generational legend, Narukami Subaru. He asserts firmly that, regardless of opinions, the thunder skill belongs exclusively to this man. As the stream begins, Hawkeyes enthusiastically greets his followers and announces that he will be covering the hottest player of the moment. He starts reviewing the combat footage, cautioning viewers not to jump to conclusions too quickly. However, what he sees soon leaves him utterly stunned. Sweat trickles down his face as he stares at the screen in disbelief, captivated by the player's unwavering focus. He explains that the hero mastered the thunder skill just moments ago, yet is already wielding it with superhuman prowess. Hawkeyes notes the player's remarkable control, channeling precisely the right amount of energy into his sword without wasting a single drop. He confirms that Subaru's precise control and flawless judgment mean he makes no mistakes during the fight. As he wonders where such a monster could have come from, the analyst realizes that most of his viewers are completely lost. With unwavering confidence, he declares that this boy is destined to become a major name, and he vows to keep a close watch on him. Before concluding his analysis, Hawkeyes recalls his final remark. With a serious expression and eyes gleaming with intensity, he declares that purely in terms of control, this new player might even surpass the original Narukami Subaru at his peak. Meanwhile, in the tower's break room, our protagonist awakens in his bed, gasping for air. System messages flash before him, announcing that the 6th stage is pending, and that his physical fatigue is completely healed. The hero decides to take a brief pause from his quest. While the system permits this due to his cleared stage and complete lack of fatigue, he senses that although his body has recovered, his mind is still weary. He picks up his device and expresses his gratitude to his followers for tuning in. Just then, he notices that his viewer count has surged to 700, leaving him curious about what has drawn so many eyes to his stream. He apologizes and lets them know he'll be taking a day off before streaming again. Once the stream ends, he steps out of the break room and makes his way to the waiting area. As he walks, he glances at his phone and sees an incoming message from WIKA of Azure Sky Entertainment's management department, reminding him to check the email they sent earlier. Subaru stares at the screen, pondering whether this is just another piece of random spam. The name Azure Sky Entertainment feels unfamiliar to him. The scene shifts to a charming outdoor cafe, where Subaru sits sipping his coffee while browsing his phone. As he searches for information about the company, he discovers that it is a massive multi-channel network primarily focused on managing streamers and investing heavily in their success. He can't help but feel surprised at how much the world has evolved, with companies now dedicating themselves entirely to this new frontier. He realizes that Azure Sky is a major player in the entertainment industry. Subaru then begins to read comments discussing Hawkeye's analysis of him. As he scrolls through the chaotic comments section, it dawns on him that the streamer is affiliated with Azure Sky Entertainment. Despite Hawkeye's reputation for being blunt, the hero can't help but acknowledge that he knows his stuff. Outside the cafe, Isaac stands with his phone in hand, seething as he reads an analysis that suggests the new Subaru may outshine the original Narukami Subaru at his peak in terms of control. He mutters in disgust, dismissing the hero as nothing more than a rookie who barely made it to the second floor. Fueled by anger, he curses the streamer and vows that once he clears this stage, he will ensure they regret underestimating him. As he steps into the cafe, his bad mood deepens when he spots our boy sitting at a distance. The sight only fuels his frustration. It seems he can't escape him. With a deliberate stride, Isaac walks past the table and intentionally jostles it, sending hot coffee splattering all over the boy's clothes. The hero swiftly rises from the heat, his gaze landing on the figure standing nearby. Isaac pretends it was an accident, then feigns surprise upon recognizing Subaru, towering over him with a provocative smile. He remarks that their paths seem to cross frequently lately, noting how small the second floor truly is. With a mocking tone, he offers to buy Subaru a new coffee, sarcastically adding that he should be grateful, considering he's always broke. Our boy turns away, ignoring him completely. This infuriates the guy, who calls out, questioning if he's lost his mind. In a fit of rage, Isaac seizes Subaru by the collar, hurling insults and threatening to crush him just like before, determined to wipe that arrogant smirk off his face. Instead of reacting with anger, our protagonist offers a cold apology, asserting that he has no time for such nonsense. He grips Isaac's wrist, forcing it away from his collar with immense strength. Isaac's face contorts in shock and pain, and he can't help but wonder if the boy has always possessed this kind of power. The hero steps back, his demeanor icy, as he tells Isaac to consider it payment for the coffee, thanking him for the treat before walking away. The guy loses control, shouting after him and demanding that he come back. But the hero strides out of the cafe, refusing to look back. Once our boy is gone, the bully mutters in frustration, lamenting that all he wanted was to climb the tower in peace. He curses both Narukami Subaru and Hosoi Subaru, convinced that the two of them have pushed his anger to its breaking point. Meanwhile, our protagonist glances at his tablet and suddenly recalls something he had forgotten. He quickly pulls out his phone to respond to a message. Elsewhere, Wika enjoys a moment of relaxation in her bathtub, playfully splashing a rubber duck, when she receives an unexpected message from the hero, asking to meet in person. The scene then shifts to a dark dungeon, where the lifeless bodies of monsters are strewn across the murky waterways. Our hero steps into the boss room, gripping his sword as it radiates with a brilliant glow, poised for a decisive confrontation. A system message flashes before him, confirming that the Wedge of Greed's skill is effectively resisting the recoil of the demon blade. He realizes he is gradually acclimating to his new body. Suddenly, the flaming dungeon boss materializes, charging straight at him. He knows he must understand his limits to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. As the monster scurries down the wall, he channels his thunder ability into his legs and leaps upward. For a fleeting moment, Subaru catches a glimpse of his former self executing the same move. Just then, the fire lizard unleashes a torrent of flames in his direction. Our boy lunges forward with supernatural speed, slicing through wind and flames as he collides violently with the monster's attack. Harnessing the thunder ability alongside the demon blade, his passive skill falters against the blade's negative effects, causing his fatigue to mount. Yet, despite the pain, he presses on, delivering a decisive, powerful strike that cleaves through the monster, unleashing a massive explosion of energy. The system announces that the dungeon has been cleared. He levels up, feeling the surge as his strength, stamina, and mana all increase. Exiting the dungeon, he steps back into the dark forest, noticing that the stamina drain is less than he anticipated. Checking his fatigue index, which stands at 61, he realizes he can safely push his energy output even further. Anxiety gnaws at him as he glances at the upgrade cost for the Wedge of Greed, an eye-watering 40,000 credits. The doubled price for leveling feels brutal and exorbitant. Taking a deep breath, he walks on, silently wishing for someone to appear and offer him a lucrative job to ease his financial woes. Just then, he senses a presence in front of him, and a voice asks if he's going hunting. He halts and turns to see Isaac stepping out from between the trees, a malicious smile spreading across his face as he approaches with confidence. The bully's voice drips with sarcasm as he remarks that they've known each other for a long time, yet he still manages to surprise him. Our protagonist meets his gaze with cold indifference, labeling Isaac as both persistent and annoying. The bully confesses that he had thought it through, but his anger had boiled over, leaving him unable to hold back any longer. He steps closer, his voice dripping with menace as he suggests they finally settle their score and put an end to it all. Yet, Subaru stands his ground, unflinching and slightly irritated, as if to say this confrontation is nothing more than a waste of his time. The scene shifts to the city at night, where Hawkeye strolls alone before stepping into his favorite cafe. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name. Turning around, he spots John from Ozzer Sky Entertainment seated behind him. They settle into a booth together, and the analyst greets him warmly, noting how long it has been since their last meeting. The manager inquires about Hawkeye's live streaming work, eager to catch up. Hawkeye smiles as he explains that his viewer numbers have remained stable, largely because his audience is consistently the same. The manager, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarks that slow and steady growth is the healthiest and most sustainable approach. Setting his cup aside, Hawkeye leans in, sensing that this isn't just a casual conversation. The manager then reveals the true purpose of the meeting, asking earnestly about the Subaru clone and whether Hawkeye's genuinely meant the high praise he had given. The analyst confidently asserts that the rookie possesses raw talent that surpasses even the original Narukami Subaru at his peak. However, he emphasizes that climbing the tower and reaching those heights is an entirely different challenge. The manager smiles at this keen assessment and reveals his intention to recruit the newcomer into their agency. In response, the analyst chuckles, commending the manager's sharp insight, but notes that the rookie's fame and viewer count are still quite low for their company. John concedes that he's right, but after considering his analysis, he suggests they collaborate to boost his viewer count. Meanwhile, in the forest, our hero confronts the bully. The bully scoffs, calling him an idiot for wandering into a dungeon and insists he should have heeded his advice. He warns the hero not to confuse himself with the legendary Narukami Subaru or entertain dreams of mastering the thunder skill. Isaac's rage swells as he curses that name, gripping his shoulder in a threatening manner. Our boy lets out a sigh, realizing he never anticipated finding himself in an era where everyone was striving to become the real Subaru. Determined, he decides to confront the bully head-on, questioning the true motive behind his hostility. Is it really just about the name? After all, most people seem to have no issue with it. Isaac's fury erupts as he reacts violently, pulling his father into the conversation. The hero is left silently questioning what that has to do with anything. Meanwhile, the bully continues to criticize the real Subaru. In the midst of his taunts, he reveals that his father's name is Reinhardt. The moment Subaru hears this, he realizes the bully is referring to the legendary One-Slash-Swordsman. His memories transport him to a shocking incident that once reverberated throughout the entire tower. At that time, unbelievable news spread like wildfire. Narukami Subaru, an Earthling player who appeared like a comet, had defeated the One-Slash-Swordsman. The battle concluded in a single strike and lasted less than 30 seconds. Our boy vividly recalls Reinhardt's desperate screams, blood-soaked and still fighting, before he collapses into the crater left by Subaru's strike. The scene jolts back to the present. Isaac is now shouting frantically, warning the hero not to take that name lightly. Finally, the hero realizes that Isaac's hatred isn't personal. It stems from deep resentment toward his father's tarnished legacy. He shoots him a sharp, angry glare, scolding him and demanding to know if he understands the suffering Hosoi endured because of this petty grudge. In response, the guy erupts with rage, ordering the hero to be silent. Flames begin to flicker around his body as he readies himself to attack. He unleashes his fiery power, declaring that further discussion is unnecessary and orders our boy to die quickly. As the flames surge, the bully, in a fit of hysteria, admits that his hatred for Narukami Subaru makes him feel sick. He accuses Subaru of turning guild leaders arrogant. With a demonic smile amidst the inferno, Isaac proclaims that those arrogant individuals are now rotting in hell, receiving their just punishment. He unleashes a massive fireball toward the hero, declaring that earning that name marked the end of his luck. A tremendous explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames and smoke. The bully shields his face, feigning regret as he sarcastically laments his inability to control his power, claiming he has killed his friend in such a horrific manner. Glancing at his scorched hand, he coldly resolves that his next target will be the masked streamer. Suddenly, a voice emerges from within the flames, questioning which masked figure Isaac is referring to. He looks ahead in shock, witnessing our hero stepping out of the fire, wearing that same mask. His eyes widen in disbelief as he mutters that it's impossible. Panic grips him as he wonders how the hero could withstand his flames without sustaining a single injury. Without warning, our boy charges forward and delivers a devastating punch to the bully's chest. He then slams him into the ground, eliciting another scream. The bully staggers, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to comprehend how someone he deemed weak could inflict such severe internal damage. Standing over him, Subaru poses a simple yet profound question. Who is truly standing before him? He removes his mask and challenges him to decide who he truly is. The bullied Hosoi Subaru, the masked streamer Narukami Subaru, or the blue-eyed Narukami Subaru himself. The guy, skeptical, refuses to believe it, convinced that he's merely pretending to be the streamer. Regaining his composure, he stands tall and scoffs at the thunder skill, insisting it's nothing remarkable if someone like him can master it. Forming fiery claws, he arrogantly challenges the hero, asking if he truly believes he can win at this level. He boasts that mastering this skill means he has surpassed even the original Narukami Subaru. With a fierce battle cry, Isaac charges forward, unleashing a sweeping fiery attack to demonstrate his superiority. Yet in an instant, the hero moves with lightning speed, slicing off Isaac's arm with a single precise strike of his sword. Shock paralyzes the bully as our boy calmly informs him that his answer was incorrect. Fear grips him as he realizes that the man before him is, in fact, the real Subaru. But the revelation comes too late. Our boy swiftly slashes him in half. Isaac stumbles, blood spraying from his body as he struggles to remain upright. As he tumbles down, the hero calmly adjusts his mask and muses that this is merely payment for borrowing his friend's body. The scene shifts to a quiet cafe, where all eyes are on him, captivated by his masked appearance. Meanwhile, our protagonist reflects on his strategy as a streamer, resolutely deciding to keep his face hidden from his viewers. Moments later, Wika approaches him, her nerves evident as she apologizes for being late. Her cheeks flush a deep red as she introduces herself, explaining that she is the person he contacted. The hero shakes her hand, introducing himself by a streamer name. As she takes a closer look, it dawns on her. This guy looks exactly like the real Subaru. The hero interrupts her thoughts with a loud question, startling her. She recalls her boss's stern warning to make a good first impression and earn the client's trust, and a wave of despair washes over her as she realizes she's already messed up. Then, she casually asks if she was a fan of the old Narukami Subaru. She immediately responds with unfiltered excitement, confessing that she is an incredibly passionate fan. Subaru attempts to calm her down, explaining that he isn't the original. However, the girl insists that she's a fan of his as well. She excitedly rambles on, revealing that she has followed him since his viewer count was at 0. The hero is taken aback by how vividly she recalls every detail, even events he himself has long forgotten. He smiles beneath his mask, reminiscing about how clueless he was at the beginning, and feels a surge of admiration for her unwavering support even then. Wika tightens her fist in excitement, declaring that their meeting was destined. She reveals that this is precisely why she pleaded with the company to assign her as his manager. Regaining her composure, she resolves to act professionally and earn his trust. She pulls out a prepared contract and begins summarizing the key clauses, explaining how they will enhance the value of his brand through advertisements and stream clips. As he reads through the contract, he asks what is expected of him in return. She calmly replies that all he needs to do is continue streaming just as he has been. Subaru is taken aback, pondering whether being a streamer is truly this comfortable. She explains that his ease comes from being the first person to master the lightning skill, earning him the admiration of everyone in the company, from the department head down. When the girl asks if everything is to his liking, he interrupts, curious if the other managers at her company are just as supportive as she is. Wika misinterprets the situation and begins to explain how everyone else is far cooler than he is. Meanwhile, our protagonist wonders if the average skill level of players has risen so much that someone like her has to take on a managerial role. He realizes that he will be facing much stronger opponents from now on and resolves to step up his game. Noticing him deep in thought, Wika starts to worry that he might actually reject the contract. The hero extends his hand for a handshake, expressing that she seems like someone he can trust. Overwhelmed with excitement, the girl nearly tears up as she finally accepts his gesture. Later, Subaru begins a live stream, and the viewer count skyrockets to 700. He quickly notices the unusually high number of viewers and realizes that this sudden surge is thanks to Wika's effective advertising and pre-promotion. Without hesitation, he adopts a serious mindset and presses on. It's finally time for him to face the sixth stage, known as Legend. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, becoming dark, rainy, and oppressive. Meanwhile, several knights gather around the meeting table, where the commander inquires about the hero. They report that he remains unconscious, with some expressing doubts about his trustworthiness given that he is an outsider. Skepticism begins to mount, as one of the men suggests that unless the commander witnessed the event himself, he might have been deceived. He even questions whether the monster they defeated was truly the boss, or just a mere grunt. The commander's fury ignites at these remarks, and he scolds his men for speaking so disrespectfully about their savior. Just then, the tent door swings open, and a knight strides in, the hero following closely behind him. Peleus rushes to Subaru, greeting him with warmth. Subaru expresses his gratitude for the help, noting that he can walk on his own now. However, the other knights observe him with suspicion, murmuring among themselves that he doesn't appear strong. Sensing their gazes, Subaru confronts one of them directly, asking if he truly doubts that he killed the boss. Wika revealed a feature that allowed his voice to be heard only by his viewers. Seizing this opportunity, he began aura farming right in front of them. The strategy paid off, and soon everyone was praising his newfound confidence. Among the knights, a gray-bearded man named Dale stepped forward and extended his hand. The hero shook it, remarking that this was their first meeting. The knight confirms that he was away protecting the village when everything was destroyed. This revelation surprises our protagonist, especially since he had already defeated the leader. Dale explains that long ago, the true titans waged war against the gods and were ultimately sealed away. The monsters he fought earlier were merely fragments of these titans. However, after he killed the boss, one of the ancient titans unleashed its fury upon the village. The stream comments erupt with disbelief as viewers question the very possibility of what they're witnessing. Undeterred, the hero boldly declares their intent to slay the Titan. This declaration sends a wave of concern through Dale and the other knights, as it feels perilously close to a suicide mission. Suddenly, the commander interrupts with a commanding shout, invoking an ancient legend surrounding Millennium Mountain. He explains that a thunder shard lies hidden at the peak, and he believes only the hero can uncover it. Meanwhile, in the village, the ancient titan relentlessly advances, leaving destruction in his wake as he leads his army forward. It turns out that the Titan boss was actually his son, and now he seeks revenge by spilling the blood of every human he can find. From high above, Subaru's golden eye glows as he watches the scene unfold from a distance. As he pulls his horse back, he realizes that the Titan is searching for him. The commander had warned him that it would take 3 days for the Titans to reach this mountain. If he couldn't find the shard in time, he would have to flee. As he rode toward the mountain, the hero came to a realization. Acquiring the shard might be the very essence of this trial, as it was crucial for defeating the Titan. Meanwhile, his viewers expressed skepticism, doubting his ability to succeed on the first attempt. Ignoring their comments, he recalled his own words from the past, "There is no trial that cannot be cleared." The comments quickly flood in, noting that they've heard that line before. Suddenly, several mission requests pop up, offering him thousands of credits if he can take down the Titan. The hero feels a wave of relief wash over him. Despite his slip, he hasn't fully revealed himself. He tightens the reins and presses on, navigating through the heavy rain and treacherous terrain. At last, he arrives at the mountain's base, dismounts, and gazes up at the towering cliffs, certain that the thunder fragment lies hidden within. As he places his hand against the rock wall, memories of his conversation with the commander flood back. The commander had spoken of the lightning fragment as a mere legend, its true nature shrouded in mystery. No one knows if it is a power, an artifact, or perhaps even a person. The hero recalls inquiring about how to obtain it, only to receive a frustratingly vague response. Only the mountain's location and the inherited legend were known. However, one thing was confirmed with certainty. The one who once wielded thunder had completely exterminated the Titans. The scene shifts to Wika's home, where she eagerly calls her boss to share the good news. He laughs joyfully over the phone, noting that she has finally become reliable. The girl pauses, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Her boss continues, mentioning that he met with Hawkeyes and has something important to discuss. But before he can finish, she abruptly ends the call and collapses onto her bed. After a long, exhausting day, she decides to treat herself by tuning in to Subaru's live stream. Now that she has seen him in person, she can hardly contain her excitement. As she watches, our boy repeats his famous catchphrase. The girl freezes in shock, realizing that the real Subaru used to say it all the time, 20 years ago. Meanwhile, back on the mountain, our boy persists in trying to break the rock wall, leaving viewers to wonder if he has truly lost his mind. He continues to strike the stone relentlessly, as if daring the mountain to prove which is tougher. Fragments of rock scatter with each blow, and energy begins to glow around his fist. Suddenly, a massive crack forms, and the rocks split apart. A smile spreads across his face as he realizes he has finally found it. The viewers, puzzled, ask him if he really plans to brute force his way to the shard. Our boy realizes that no one else can experience the thunder's resonance quite like he can. It's as if the thunder shard is beckoning to his innate thunder ability. Before him stands a colossal metal gate adorned with ancient symbols, and he senses that whatever lies beyond it holds the key to that power. Viewers might ponder the gate's immense size and how it could possibly be opened without a key. But our boy has made up his mind. He will shatter it with his thunder ability. He activates the Wedge of Greed skill at level 3, bracing himself against the recoil as he gathers thunder in his fist. Black and golden energy swirls around his hand, a testament to the immense power calling to him. With all his focus channeled into this moment, he unleashes a swift, devastating punch toward the gate. A massive golden explosion erupts, filling the area with a thunderous boom that echoes through the air. The giant doors swung open, unveiling a long, shadowy corridor. As our protagonist stepped inside, a system notification chimed, announcing that he had entered the pathway of thunder. Just then, the door slammed shut behind him, and another notification appeared, stating that he couldn't leave until he cleared the stage. Meanwhile, the knights convened around the table, deep in discussion about their strategy. The man with the white beard contemplates whether the hero can truly acquire the Thunder Shard. Meanwhile, the commander, sipping his drink with unwavering confidence, asserts that Subaru will undoubtedly succeed. He emphasizes that this stranger has already demonstrated his strength, leaving no room for doubt. Suddenly, a terrified knight bursts into the scene, shouting that it doesn't matter whether they obtain the shard or not, they will die regardless. The knight trembles, sweat streaming down his face as he screams that the commander fails to grasp the enormity of the horror they face. In response, the commander attempts to steady the group, reminding them that even in the face of overwhelming odds, surrendering and waiting for death is not an option. He insists that they must trust the young hero who is risking his life for their sake, asking nothing in return. However, the knight gazes at him, fear evident in his eyes, and mutters that such hopeful words are easy for him to say. Before anyone can respond, a cup suddenly slips from the table and shatters on the ground. In that instant, a violent earthquake shakes the tent, transforming the atmosphere in an instant. A soldier bursts in, shouting that the Titans have finally arrived. At those words, Peleus and the other knights fall into stunned silence. The scene shifts back to Subaru, who wanders through a desolate rocky cave, quietly pondering what the trial truly demands of him. The viewers take in the eerie emptiness of the cave, noting the complete absence of monsters or any visible threats. This only deepens their confusion. The hero's golden eye glows with sharp insight as he grasps something crucial. Thunder, he realizes, moves too swiftly to be seen. With this revelation, the situation begins to clarify. He concludes that this trial cannot be conquered through the 5 senses, which explains why nothing is visible. As he closes his eyes to concentrate, he feels a powerful yet dormant energy of thunder resonating deep within the cave, as if it is beckoning him, urging him forward against his will. Suddenly, he bends down, picks up a rock, and hurls it ahead with all his strength. He knows that invisible lightning crackles in the air around him, and its intensity will only grow the further he ventures. The rock begins to crack and splinter as electric charges react violently against it. Subaru realizes he has no choice but to venture deeper into the cave. This likely means the trial is a test of his endurance, where failure could lead to his demise. With this grim understanding, he steels himself and sprints further into the darkness, pushing his body through the unseen storm. As he moves forward, a notification pops up, offering 100 credits and sarcastically questioning what he could possibly be afraid of. More messages flood in. One offers 1,000 credits, while another ominously warns that the thunder skill he just acquired might vanish. Despite the mounting pressure, our protagonist pauses to express his gratitude to his supporters before pushing onward. The scene then shifts to the familiar wooden cabin nestled in the forest. Shu lounges on the couch, engrossed in a live stream, when Reina bursts into the room, startling him so much that he nearly leaps from his seat. Instinctively, he scrambles to hide his device, raising her suspicions. With a raised eyebrow, she asks if he's watching something inappropriate. Shu awkwardly denies it, claiming he's just tired, but Reina can see right through his feeble excuse. She sits beside him, playfully making strange remarks that only serve to fluster him further. As she munches on a piece of bread, Reina casually reveals that she stopped watching the stream after he asked her to, but now she finds herself bored. His expression darkens at her admission, and she questions if he has a problem with her being there. Suddenly, Shu erupts, shouting that she is twisting his words. In reality, he is merely attempting to shout over Subaru's voice during the live stream. Once he finally manages to mute the audio, he stops yelling. However, the girl rises from her seat and decides to leave. He tries to stop her, wanting to avoid raising any suspicion, but she simply ignores him. After she leaves the room, he lets out a sigh and opens the live stream once more, questioning whether the streamer is truly the real Subaru. Everything about him seems spot on, except for his relentless eagerness to earn credits. As he becomes engrossed in the stream, Reina gently taps his shoulder and shoots him a piercing glare, demanding to know if he really thought he could hide this from her. Back inside Millennium Mountain, our hero trudges along the path of thunder. Sweat drips down his face as he stands amidst an electric storm. With each step, the energy around him intensifies, and he finally registers a progress of 2.3%. As he raises his arm, he senses a familiar energy, one he has encountered countless times in his past life. Though the hero has a long journey ahead, the progress bar serves as a guide to the finish line. Battling through wounds and overwhelming pressure, he chooses to disregard it entirely, unable to decipher its readings. Deep down, he understands he must reach the finish line, but his sights are set even higher. The scene shifts to Hawkeye's studio, where he watches the stream on multiple screens. He reflects on his conversation with the department head, who had suggested a collaboration with Subaru. The analyst ponders how long it has been since John last managed a project himself. During their discussion, his boss had reminded him that making someone famous isn't entirely within their control. It all depends on the streamer and the type of players who are trending in the scene. This new Subaru clone felt less like a casual guy chatting with his fans and more like a seasoned player's log. Rather than asking Hawkeye to assist the new streamer, his boss suggested that collaborating with him could even launch him into stardom. At that moment, he resembled a comet, and the analyst realized he could harness that momentum to ascend. Seated in his chair, Hawkeyes reflected on how he had begun streaming out of a lack of confidence and climbing the tower. Yet, more than anything, he yearned to become a star. With the hero now shining brightly like a comet, that dream suddenly felt much more attainable. Finally returning to reality, the guy realizes he has been distracted in the middle of his work. His focus shifts back to the live stream, and he is stunned to see our boy walking straight into the thunderstorm. Despite his body literally burning from the lightning, he presses on. Each step demands more effort, and he feels as if his entire body has grown heavier. He realizes that as he delves deeper, the thunder will surge more intensely through his body. The power of the thunder is now strong enough to pulse through every vein, beginning with the Ren and Do meridians. As he finally reaches 20% progress, a system window materializes, notifying him that the thunder has begun to take root within him, enhancing his mana. The Ren and Do channels serve as the body's central pathways, while the micro-meridians act as the delicate vessels that connect the entire system. As he strides through the storm, energy surges to every part of him. By opening the micro-meridians, his internal energy now reaches every corner of his body. In essence, the hero is taking a shortcut. Typically, body purification is a gradual process that relies on one's own mana. Relying on external lightning may hasten the process, but it also inflicts unimaginable pain. In Wika's dimly lit room, she stares at her phone screen in shock, unable to tear her gaze away from the live stream. She mutters in disbelief that he is attempting to open his micromeridians using an external force, though he seems to be moving. She knows the agony he must be enduring is beyond comprehension. Most people would lose consciousness, fainting repeatedly under such intense pressure. While no real injuries can occur during these trials, the pain is undeniably real. Biting her lip in anxiety and confusion, she wonders what compels him to endure such extreme torment. The scene shifts back to the hero, where the system indicates that progress in activating the micromeridians has surpassed 50%. His lightning-wrapped leg moves forward slowly and heavily, each step weighed down by pain that gnaws at his consciousness. Hallucinations begin to creep in, and he finds himself blaming his own actions, muttering that everything that has happened is his fault, that he is the one responsible for everyone's deaths. This spirals him back to that fateful day when he stood before his comrades, confidently declaring that there was no test they couldn't overcome. The faces of all his comrades flash before him, standing behind him with confident smiles. He recalls his arrogant words, urging them not to worry and insisting everything would be fine in the end. But soon, that memory collides with the painful reality he now faces. Subaru bitterly blames himself, convinced that if he hadn't spoken so recklessly, things might have turned out differently. Suddenly, he recalls what Itsuki had told him before the betrayal, and a wave of guilt washes over him. He starts running, convinced it's all his fault, but his body can only endure so much, and he collapses to the ground. The scene shifts, and now he finds himself walking through a sunlit green field beneath a clear blue sky. He gazes around in astonishment, wondering where he could possibly be. A gentle breeze tousles his hair as he spots a group of people sitting peacefully beneath a large tree on the horizon. His eyes widen in recognition as he identifies them one by one. Filled with eagerness and hope, Subaru dashes toward them, clinging to the hope that the nightmare and the deaths were merely a bad dream. With a bright smile and tears welling in his eyes, he reassures himself that this must be the true reality. However, when one of them calls his name, their features twist into something terrifying and grotesque. They hurl accusations at him, insisting that he has led them to their doom. One of them cries out, lamenting that he never wanted to die. The hero stumbles back in sheer horror, calling their names in a trembling voice, unable to comprehend this sudden transformation. Tino appears before him, her body torn and broken, demanding to know why he couldn't save her despite his grand promises. The scene transforms into a living nightmare. The bodies and souls of his comrades encircle him, flames raging all around. In a surge of panic, he screams as one by one, they are consumed by darkness, and he realizes he has failed to save them yet again. Suddenly, he stumbles back into the cave, gasping for breath, blood trickling from his mouth. It dawns on him that everything he just witnessed was merely a hallucination brought on by the thin pulse penetration. A system window materializes before him, announcing that the penetration progress has reached 97.87%. The thunder is taking root within his body, granting him an additional mana point. Bro curses the designer of this trial, simultaneously thanking them for reminding him of his purpose. As yellow lightning crackles around him, he catches a glimpse of Itsuki's smiling face, a haunting reflection of his sworn enemy. The scene shifts to the village, now engulfed in total chaos. An army of titans crashes into the arena, while villagers and knights scramble to fend off the relentless assault. Among them stands a colossal titan, unmistakably their true leader. The sight of him sends shivers down the knights' spines as they come to the grim realization that the hero is not here to save them this time. Amid the chaos, the commander bellows that their savior will undoubtedly return. He fiercely reprimands his soldiers for questioning the man to whom they have entrusted the village's fate, even if they do not know his name. Dale places a hand on his shoulder and firmly reminds everyone that before casting blame, they must remember their duty to protect the village. Drawing his sword, he declares that knights are not the ones to be shielded. Rather, they are the protectors. With unwavering courage, he strides toward the battle, rallying his men to fight and die as true knights. Peleus and the others charge forward with a fierce war cry. Meanwhile, our hero has finally reached a glowing sphere pulsating with thunder, and his progress stands at 99%. Though he doesn't fully understand what it is, he senses it must be the ultimate goal. Suddenly, his fatigue index spikes to 97, and blood trickles from beneath his mask. Despite the pain, he summons every ounce of strength to take one final step. Ignoring the ominous red system warnings, he propels himself toward the target with a powerful leap. Meanwhile, on the village battlefield, Dale charges headlong into a fierce confrontation with a giant boss. With astonishing speed, he slashes at the monster's leg. As the Titan is momentarily distracted, the commander shouts for him to leave the rest to him, and charges forward with all his might. Leaping high into the air, he targets the Titan's weak point and unleashes a flurry of energy-charged strikes, cleaving the monstrous creature apart. The beast lets out one final roar as its blood sprays through the air and its massive body collapses to the ground. Joy erupts among the soldiers as they cheer in victory, celebrating their hard-fought triumph over the monster. They gather around the lifeless corpse, venting their anger and vengeance with furious stomps. On the battlefield, Peleus exhales a sigh of relief, convinced that the greater danger Dale had warned them about has been averted and that they can finally let their guard down. However, the old man denies it, insisting he was referring to another Titan. Behind him, the other soldiers continued to laugh and exchange congratulations when, out of nowhere, a massive Titan foot descends from the sky, crushing them instantly. The old man stares at the Titan in shock, declaring that this was the very one he had warned them about. Meanwhile, inside the Thunder Trial, the progress indicator ticks up to 99.99%. The hero reaches out through the golden storm, grasping the energy sphere tightly in his hand. He vows to make his enemy beg for forgiveness in hell. As the system announces 100% completion, Subaru stands enveloped in an explosive aura, directing his killing intent toward Itsuki and declaring that he will take his head as proof. Golden lightning erupts violently, flooding the area with blinding light. Our hero stands there, gasping for breath, whispering that it is finally over. But just as relief washes over him, another powerful shock hits as the system announces the completion of the penetration process. In that moment, all of his attributes and skills surge upward. Subaru groans, lamenting that he should have received a warning before this second shock, and collapses to the ground. With that, he receives another system notification, confirming that he has successfully cleared the 6th stage. Meanwhile, the department head gazes intently at the monitoring screen. Subaru's health indicators are dropping at an alarming rate, prompting the man to mutter under his breath that the boy is pushing himself far too hard. No matter how impressive his performance may be, he concludes with a heavy heart. This kid simply isn't cut out to be a streamer. At that moment, he receives a call from Hawkeye, who seems overly excited about the recent events. The manager urges him to calm down and explain things more clearly. In response, the analyst confidently declares that the hero is destined to become a major star, both as a player and as a streamer. John interjects, noting that the original Subaru was never a streamer, he was simply a player. However, Hawkeye insists that this is precisely what the viewers want, a version that stays as true to the original legend as possible. In other words, what they are witnessing right now is the birth of the new Subaru, and they have the opportunity to broadcast it all live. The manager listens in stunned silence, fully grasping the significance of this moment. Meanwhile, on the live stream, the hero struggles to remain upright as comments flood the screen, filled with disbelief that he is still alive. He grips his head, cursing under his breath, as an overwhelming fatigue weighs heavily on his entire body. Opening his status window, he pauses when he notices that his fatigue index has dropped to 81. A wave of relief washes over him. His fatigue has decreased thanks to his rising stats. Despite the chaotic final strike, he still sees it as a victory. After collecting all the credits from his assigned mission, our hero manages to accumulate around 20,000 credits, which he considers decent. However, when he opens the skills store, his expression darkens upon discovering that upgrading Wedge of Greed requires 40,000 credits. This leaves him pondering whether he'll earn enough credits after taking down the colossal Titan. Subaru gazes down at the glowing golden sphere cradled in his palm, an instinctual understanding washing over him. This is the key. An information window materializes, revealing the item as the Thunder Spear, a legendary non-tradable weapon forged from ancient lightning. It possesses the power to unleash a single, devastating strike before vanishing entirely. Subaru stares at it, disbelief etched across his face. Legendary items like this are a rare find, especially on the lower floors. He notices that it doesn't resemble a spear at all. Opening his inventory, he recalls that high-rank items often change shape based on their conditions. Meanwhile, viewers are buzzing in the comments, speculating wildly about how he knows so much. After weighing his options, our protagonist strides toward the cave exit and confidently declares that it's time to take that thing down. Outside, the commander gazes up at the sky in horror as the Titan looms overhead. The pressure is suffocating, so intense that even Dale lets out a groan. As the Titan raises its massive head, a system window materializes, displaying its name, Titan King Grog. The overwhelming fear proves too much for one of the knights, causing him to crack under the strain. Laughing maniacally, he charges toward the Titan, mocking his comrades for their ignorance of the true threat they face. Dropping to his knees, he buries his head in the dirt, pleading for mercy and calling the Titan a god. The Titan, perceiving this as an insult, readies itself to crush him. Just then, the old man seizes him from behind, shouting for him to snap out of it. He shouts for everyone to run as far as they can, but it's too late for him. The Titan's foot comes crashing down, and he and his companion are crushed before they can even react. Watching this unfold, the commander feels a wave of despair wash over him. Their escape route is now blocked by Titans, and facing the boss directly is not an option. In his desperation, the commander turns to the boss and shouts that he knows who killed his son. This grabs the king's attention, prompting him to sit down and ask for the killer's identity. With trembling hands, the commander points in a random direction and fabricates a story, claiming that the true murderer has fled to gather power, intending to kill the king as well. He prays that the Titan will trust him, but the king sees right through his words. Turning to him with a furious expression, the king offers one last chance to reveal the killer's location. Before the giant can respond, a flash of lightning erupts above the mountain behind them, capturing the attention of both the Titan and the commander. As thunder erupts from the mountain like molten lava, Peleus contemplates whether the hero has truly acquired the Thunder Shard. Meanwhile, a system notification materializes before Subaru, signaling the commencement of the 7th stage. Observing the scene from a distance, he surmises that this must be the final stage. After all, a monster larger than this could hardly emerge on the 2nd floor. As the comments flood in, urging him to run away, he reassures them, "It's fine, I just need to land a single hit." With the Thunder Spear firmly in his grasp, he feels a surge of confidence, certain that the Titan King stands no chance against him. Raising his hand, Subaru activates the Lightning Spear. A colossal column of golden light erupts into the sky as energy crackles and gathers around him. In mere seconds, his entire body is enveloped in golden light as the charge rate climbs to 10%. However, this surge also pushes his fatigue level to 84. Undeterred, the hero grips the spear as the charge continues to rise, reaching 30%. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before him, revealing that his Wedge of Greed skill has failed to counter the weapon's secondary effect. He had anticipated this outcome, knowing that his skill is still at a low level. After charging the weapon to 50%, Subaru feels his fatigue nearing 90%, yet he knows he must push through the pain to reach 100%. Meanwhile, his stream chat begins to joke that he might have a fetish for pain. As a massive surge of thunder gathers around him, the Titan King finally takes notice, realizing that Subaru is the one who killed his son. As he strides toward the hero, the commander shouts for him to stop, but his words fall on deaf ears. Soon, his attention shifts to the other Titans, who have begun their relentless march, wreaking havoc and claiming the lives of villagers in their path. Meanwhile, the Titan King gazes at the distant mountain, haunted by the thought that his son must have endured a torturous fate. Suddenly, he bolts forward like Usain Bolt, shouting that he will return all the pain inflicted by the hero. The Titan King continues its rampage, crushing everything in its path, uprooting trees and shattering rocks as it charges straight toward him. Above, the hero watches as the distance between them rapidly closes. Meanwhile, the preparation rate for the Lightning Spear climbs to 88.5%. Subaru swiftly assesses the situation, recognizing that his chances of success hover around a mere 50%. It's a gamble. Either it will hit or miss. Regardless of the outcome, he knows he must keep his eyes on the target. In that moment, a memory surfaces, the image of a former comrade who once imparted this very advice with unwavering seriousness. The man urged him to set aside all thoughts of technique and focus solely on hitting his target with pure instinct. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, he added that the hero was unlike any other spearman. He was the legendary Narukami Subaru. Back in the present, our hero grips the Thunder Spear as its activation rate climbs to 95%. He ponders his next move when a memory surfaces, something his comrade once shared. This weapon isn't meant to be thrown like a typical spear. Instead of launching it, he should detonate it to unleash its full power. From below, the Titan King charges toward him at breakneck speed. As the viewers notice this, they flood the comments with frantic messages, urging him to throw the spear. Yet, the hero remains composed, his gaze fixed on the target. At last, the preparation reaches 100%, and the system announces that the weapon is fully charged. Subaru understands he has only one chance. He must finish this with a single, flawless strike. As the Titan looms closer, its jaws poised to devour him, the hero finally unleashes the spear. It transforms into a massive beam of golden lightning, piercing straight through the giant's head with devastating power. A colossal explosion erupts, shaking the very ground as sparks and raw energy scatter in every direction. In its final moments, the Titan's eyes widen in shock as it whispers its son's name. As dust and smoke swirl through the air, our boy emerges unscathed. Viewers are left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that he actually landed the blow. System messages flash across the screen, announcing the defeat of the Titan King and confirming the successful completion of the 7th stage. This moment levels him up, boosting several of his stats. He also acquires the Thunder's Heart and receives 5,000 achievement points. Gazing at the glowing golden jewel in his hand, he wonders if this is truly the Thunder's Heart. Suddenly, a sharp pain grips his body, tightening around him as his vision blurs. In the next instant, he finds himself in a strange realm beneath a purple sky, standing on a reflective surface of water that perfectly mirrors his image. Confused, he wonders where he is. Behind him, he feels the weight of a massive and mysterious entity looming on the horizon. He attempts to move or speak, only to be gripped by horror as he realizes he is completely paralyzed and unable to make a sound. Strange system windows flicker around him, each displaying a chilling message. An unknown entity is watching him. Sweat trickles down his face as he struggles to comprehend the unfolding events and whether the entity is trying to convey a message. Suddenly, the bizarre scene dissipates and Subaru finds himself back in reality. A system message chimes in, announcing the commencement of the main scenario, accompanied by a rumble of thunder. It reveals that the Thunderheart can be utilized to search for clues in the village. Meanwhile, viewers are left pondering why he remains utterly still. When the hero finally regains his senses, he realizes that what he witnessed was not just a cut scene. Rising to his feet, he apologizes to his audience for passing out yet again, only to be met with playful mockery about how frequently this occurs. After claiming his rewards, which brings his total to 40,000 credits, he decides to end the stream, admitting he's simply too tired to continue. The scene transitions to a serene atmosphere within a luxurious restaurant where Subaru sits across from Wika. She beams at him, congratulating him on his outstanding performance. Subaru, still processing the moment, questions whether ending the stream so abruptly was truly acceptable. Wika reassures him, insisting it was perfect, and adds that he peaked at over 3,000 viewers during the stream. With a proud smile, she emphasizes just how impressive those numbers are for a rookie. The timing of his stream's conclusion was impeccable. The hero turns to her and asks if it creates suspense like in dramas. He shares a strategy, revealing that he intends to explore the rewards and prizes with viewers in the next stream, aiming for a genuine, spontaneous reaction rather than a rehearsed one. Wika is taken aback, realizing that he comprehends the game's rules far better than she had anticipated. With a sly smile, she places her hand on the table and announces that she has a gift for him. Our boy looks surprised and asks what kind of gift it is. Leaning in closer, she teases that it's something he simply cannot refuse. Then, she instructs him to search for a streamer named Hawkeyes. Although he already knows the name, he decides to search anyway. The analyst is still live, addressing an audience of 9,000 viewers. Our boy watches intently as the analyst announces that they will be reacting to content related to the new Narukami Subaru. He begins to break down the trial step by step, delving into the details. As evening descends, our boy remains glued to the analysis screen. Hawkeyes notes that the streamer endured immense pain during the trial, revealing that he faced an additional hidden challenge alongside the main exam. Wika, waiting nearby, blushes with embarrassment. As the analyst's stream wraps up, he delivers a shocking conclusion. The new Subaru is none other than Narukami Subaru himself, and no further explanation is necessary. The hero is momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his manager shares the same sentiment. Suddenly, she nervously asks why he started streaming in the first place, sensing that her motivation must be something greater than just money. To her surprise, he bluntly states that money is indeed the only reason. Embarrassed by the anticlimactic response, she quickly apologizes for her strange question and shifts the conversation back to the gift she brought. She pulls out some documents and explains that Hawkeyes is also affiliated with Azure Sky. He has been under contract with them for 6 years and is a trusted streamer, renowned for his analytical content and loyal fan base. With a smile, she reveals that all revenue from his recent stream and any future content related to the hero will be split 50-50. Initially, Subaru looks puzzled about who the split involves, but she quickly clarifies that it's with himself, as the analyst is using his material. This includes ads, donations, and archive content. The hero, taken aback, remarks that ever since signing with the agency, good things just keep happening. His words leave the girl flustered, and he adds that to him, it feels like an unexpected bonus. With a hint of excitement, the girl then asks if he would be interested in doing a collaboration stream with Hawkeyes as a small gesture. Later, as the hero returns to his room, he reflects on his meeting with the manager. He regrets wearing the mask, feeling it only added to the distance between him and others. He also wishes he hadn't come across as materialistic by admitting that he streams solely for money. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he realizes that the more connections he forges, the harder it becomes to conceal his true identity. Setting those thoughts aside, he opens the system window and upgrades his skill, Wedge of Greed, to level 4. The skill's rank increases, but the next level demands a staggering 80,000 credits. With only 120 credits to his name, Subaru realizes that earning money must be his top priority if he hopes to make further upgrades. The collaboration with Hawkeyes is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and he hopes to gather a decent amount by then. This might also give him a chance to reconnect with his comrades. The scene shifts once more to Wika's room, where her face is flushed with excitement as she envisions Subaru becoming even more attractive. She replays their conversation in her mind, repeatedly punching her pillow, convinced that an incredible secret lies behind that stylish mask. In her daydreams, she imagines the hero telling her that ever since meeting her, good things have been happening to him. That thought becomes the final trigger. She punches her pillow with such force that it tears apart. In her excitement, Wika mutters that the hero is a man full of secrets, adding that he looks even more charming in real life. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, a muscular man is working out in his private gym, with Hawkeye's stream playing in the background. His claim that the hero is the original Subaru immediately irritates the man watching, prompting him to question the identity of this analyst. Nearby, another man steps in to clarify that the analyst is a streamer known as Hawkeyes, who boasts a respectable following. The man exercising is revealed to be Kurokawa from the Blue Zone Guild, and he casually mentions that he also attempted to break into the streaming scene. His assistant suggests that instead of concentrating on the analyst, they should focus on the new Narukami Subaru, who is being mentioned repeatedly during the stream. Kurokawa initially dismisses the rookie, labeling him a fraud who allegedly mastered Thunder, believing it to be nothing more than a rumor. However, as he finally watches the stream, a cold sweat breaks out across his brow. He realizes that this new Subaru is truly impressive. A memory surfaces of something Sako from the Blue Eyes Guild once said, that proper throwing requires never taking one's eyes off the target. The assistant finds it odd that he recalls such casual remarks, but Kurokawa clarifies that he studied every detail about the Blue Eyes Guild with intense focus. Not only Subaru, but every single member of that guild was top tier, leaving him to wonder how they all perished at the same time. The scene shifts back to the television, where Hawkeyes delivers his concluding remarks. This irritates the man, prompting him to question how the analyst can speak about the legend as if they were friends. His assistant chimes in, explaining that for streamers, good content is all that matters. They have little regard for anything else. Upon hearing this, the man switches off the TV and questions the assistant about the purpose of the footage. The assistant explains that it was Guildmaster Itsuki who had ordered him to show it. He adds that thunder symbolizes the Blue Eyes Guild, the predecessor of the Blue Zone Guild. Intelligence reports indicate that the new Subaru is fixated on wealth, and the guild is strategizing to buy him out. A crate suddenly appears, and the assistant pulls back a cloth to unveil stacks of gleaming gold bars. Kurokawa stands in stunned silence, questioning whether the guild ever had this much wealth to begin with. The scene shifts back to the tower, where the 2nd floor trial is set to restart. The commander swiftly instructs the soldiers to gather all the injured in one area, prioritizing those in critical condition, and to distribute medicine as soon as they are stabilized. Upon hearing footsteps, he turns and visibly relaxes at the sight of the hero returning, finally awake. Peleus, who had been deeply worried after witnessing Subaru collapse in front of the village, feels a weight lift from his shoulders. Subaru reassures him that while he's still a bit dizzy, he's functional. He suggests they talk later at the hotel, as there are important questions on his mind. The commander readily agrees and bids him farewell. Meanwhile, viewers can't help but ship the two of them, even congratulating them on their future wedding. Later, the hero finds himself back on his bed, eager to check his rewards. He pulls out the Heart of Thunder, which grants him 30% thunder resistance, 20% thunder attack power, and an added fire resistance effect. Upon seeing the stats, he realizes just how absurdly perfect they are for a thunder user. Suddenly, a knock echoes at the door, and he knows it's his friendly warrior neighbor. The commander steps inside, bringing a basket of fruit and checking in to see if he has rested well. Their conversation quickly turns to playful teasing, as it often does. A little while later, the two sit together at the table, enjoying each other's company. Subaru confirms the existence of the Legend of Thunder, leaving the commander astonished. He never expected to witness such power firsthand. Our protagonist then unveils the Heart of Thunder, and Peleus's shocked reaction reveals his recognition of it. However, he quickly backtracks, insisting he knows nothing for certain and that he has only heard vague tales. Initially, the hero feels a wave of disappointment. However, the commander clarifies that two significant legends exist. The first tells of thunder being wielded to vanquish the Titans, much like he just did. The second recounts a fierce battle between gods and Titans over the very essence of thunder, a battle the Titans ultimately lost. This revelation sparks an epiphany in our hero. The heart of thunder must have been artificially created rather than being a natural occurrence. Though the commander is unaware of its creator, he believes it was designed to grant humans the power of thunder. This power, he realizes, was necessary for humans to stand toe-to-toe with the gods. Just as this thought settles in, a system notification appears, announcing that Subaru has completed all chapters of The Forgotten Human and successfully cleared the Thunder Trial. His Thunder skill gains 17,050 points, instantly upgrading to level 3. Without warning, our hero is transported to the 3rd floor. The commander can only stare in shock as the hero vanishes before his eyes. The 3rd floor, known as the Ordinarl, materializes, and the hero reappears directly on the teleportation pedestal. Viewers are left in awe at how swiftly he cleared the 2nd floor. As the players on the 3rd floor catch sight of him, they assume he's just another cosplayer imitating Narukami Subaru, pondering when this trend will finally fade. Meanwhile, one of his viewers sends him 1,000 credits to celebrate his arrival on floor 3, asking how he feels about it. Reading the message sends the hero into a trance-like state, lost in thought. Memories flooded back to him, recalling the moment he first met Reina. She stood there, blushing nervously after being separated from her party. With hopeful eyes, she asked if he had seen someone about as tall as him. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed forward and assured her that he had indeed seen someone fitting that description heading in that direction. Her excitement was palpable as she thanked him and took off running. As he watched her walk away, she suddenly halted in the middle of the road, unsure of which direction to take. Noticing her hesitation, the hero approached and offered to help her find her party, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. Grateful, the girl introduced herself as Kyoka Reina. With a warm smile, the hero replied, "I'm Narukami Subaru." Reflecting on everything now, he wonders if all his comrades would still be alive today if he had simply pointed the way for her and walked away. As he stands there, the same viewer donates again, urging him to share his feelings. Subaru gazes up at the sky, revealing that he feels as though he has lost something important. In response, one of the viewers quips that he must be referring to the loss of the commander. With that, the hero sets down his phone, announcing that he will be collaborating with Hawkeyes for his next stream. His viewers express their disappointment at the abrupt end of the stream, but there's nothing he can do about it. The scene then shifts to a luxurious hotel on the 3rd floor, where the hero waits. He hears the familiar voice of the department head, who apologizes for the delay and explains that Yuika is on her way, as it takes time to navigate the different floors. The department head introduces himself as John Tail from Azure Sky Entertainment. Upon seeing him, our protagonist can't help but ask if he is the nagging boss. This catches John off guard and he raises an eyebrow, curious about what he means. The hero swiftly resolves to move forward, mentioning that he has heard much about him from the manager. After settling into his seat, the department head remarks that he typically doesn't meet streamers face-to-face. However, he was intrigued because the manager has only ever praised 2 players in her career. As the hero looks on in confusion, John reveals that the first player is none other than Narukami Subaru. It left him stunned to discover that she had taken an interest in someone sharing that same name. As our boy nervously chuckles, the man's demeanor shifts to seriousness. He asks if he's interested in the Blue Eyes Guild. The hero flinches at the mention of the name, prompting the department head to reveal that he has something related to the guild he wants to share. Pulling out his phone, he shows Subaru the grand prize for the tournament, set to take place in just 5 days. The sight of the prize ignites a fierce anger within our boy, nearly pushing him to unleash his thunder ability. Meanwhile, Reina watches intently as Subaru's live stream comes to an end. With a sigh, she decides to check on Chu, curious if he has completed his task. After a short walk, she finally finds him and inquires, "Are you done?" He turns to her, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and replies, "I finished a while ago." When she asks why he is still here, he replies that he is deep in thought. Before him, a group of players stands frozen, and he contemplates whether to eliminate them or let them go. Reina insists that he must kill them, as they already know who sent them. However, Shu remains uncertain about why Itsuki would send such insignificant foes after them, which is why he continues to ponder his next move. Noticing his inner turmoil, the girl taps into her ability, summoning hundreds of knives that erupt from the ground, all aimed at the immobilized soldiers. She shouts at her to stop, but his warning comes too late. The knives rain down, obliterating every last soldier in their path. She turns to him, her expression steady, and explains that they couldn't afford to let anyone escape. Revealing their location was not an option. Realizing she is right, he apologizes and pulls out his phone to show her something. As she looks at the screen, disbelief washes over her. Anger surges within her as she sees the picture of Toshia's shoes, now being showcased as a prize for winning the tournament. The white-haired man suspects it's a trap designed to draw them out, believing Itsuki may have discovered they are still alive. However, he understands they can't overlook this opportunity and asserts that they must retrieve it. Reina quickly grasps his intention and volunteers for the mission, confident in her skills at remaining unseen. Before she departs, he grabs her arm, urging her not to rush in blindly. He proposes a plan to steal the item when it's handed to the winner, as it would be the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, the department head proudly displays the item to our protagonist, explaining that it has been designated as the prize by Blue Zone. When he asks Subaru if he's interested, Subaru nods in agreement without hesitation. Beneath his mask, he seethes with barely contained anger. The department head, taken aback by how easily he was persuaded, acknowledges that none of this would have been possible without him. It seems they plan to weave a storyline into the tournament centered around his Subaru character, who will embark on a quest to gather the relics of his fallen comrades. This nearly causes our hero to lose his composure, and he begins to shake. Noticing his distress, the department head inquires if something is wrong. But the hero simply nods in agreement with the plan and stands to leave. As he walks out, the man assures him that they'll be cheering for him from behind the screen. Yet inside, Subaru is ablaze with determination, vowing to himself that he will never return that item, even if it means fighting to the death. Back in his room, our protagonist lies down, contemplating the structure of the upcoming tournament. He hopes it will feature individual matches, as that would allow him to navigate more efficiently. However, he knows he can't afford to be picky. What truly matters is securing the relic as quickly as possible. Just then, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. Wicca has come to see him. As he rises, he briefly contemplates whether to put his mask back on, ultimately deciding to keep it in place. When he opens the door, she is visibly startled to find the hero masked even in his own room, momentarily questioning if he ever takes it off. Unfazed, he casually invites her inside. The girl blushes furiously, uncertain if he genuinely expects her to step inside. To the hero, the situation feels completely normal. He even suggests they could talk in the hallway if she prefers. Flustered by her own awkwardness, Wika quickly enters the room. Once inside, she nervously takes a seat on a stool, taking in the simplicity of his surroundings. At that moment, she catches him staring. From the hero's perspective, he is attempting to analyze her mana. The depth and quality of it reveal that she is anything but an ordinary manager. Feeling a wave of self-consciousness, the girl wonders if something is amiss. Without hesitation, the hero bluntly remarks that she hasn't explained anything about the tournament yet. Gathering her composure, she pulls out a document and hands it to him, explaining that it's a battle royale. All participants will compete for a single prize, with the event ultimately culminating in a final solo showdown. The tournament will unfold on a simulated trial field, accessible only to third-floor players. The entry fee is set at 3,000 credits, and there are no restrictions based on ranking. She sends him data from past battle royales, allowing him to review examples and gain a better understanding of the format. As the hero scrolls through the tablet, he is taken aback to find that every reference image and video features Narukami Subaru. Feeling a bit awkward, he thanks her for her effort. She smiles, insisting that she is simply doing her job, though a blush creeps across her cheeks as she briefly wonders if the chief has already mentioned anything to him. Noticing her reaction, he becomes curious. She informs him that a message has arrived from Blue Zone. Just hearing the name ignites Subaru's anger, and Itsuki's face flashes through his mind. Clenching his fists, he listens as Wika explains that Blue Zone wants to meet him in person. Subaru struggles to believe that the leader of Blue Zone is already making a move. The girl's expression shifts to disappointment, as she suspects that Blue Zone is about to negotiate, likely offering better pay, benefits, and conditions. However, the hero simply tells her to ignore them, and her smile returns. Subaru reassures her that he has no intention of joining Blue Zone or any adventurer guild at all. Overcome with relief, she leaps into the air, celebrating her newfound freedom. Before departing, she advises him to rest and recover before their collaboration begins. The hero watches her celebrate in confusion, unable to grasp why a regular employee would be so emotionally invested. Yet, he instinctively senses that Wika is far from ordinary. The scene shifts to a massive stadium where John stands alongside Hawkeyes. The chief scans his screen and realizes that today's project will involve a talent comparison test between the original Narukami Subaru and the new version. The analyst turns to him, curious if he approves of the idea. The chief praises him for his straightforwardness, but warns that such honesty can lead to backlash if things don't go as planned. Hawkeyes remains unfazed, insisting that honesty and results are the only way to earn viewers' trust. He is confident, having never lost a battle. John chuckles, reminding him not to get ahead of himself, as everything hinges on Subaru. Just then, Wika arrives with the hero, waving enthusiastically. The analyst gazes at him, recognizing that this collaboration is his long-awaited opportunity to shine. Meanwhile, our hero scans the surroundings, wondering if they've truly rented out the entire arena. The analyst introduces himself and extends a handshake, which the hero accepts with a polite nod. Hawkeyes comments that meeting him feels just like meeting the original, expressing disbelief at the chance to encounter the trending streamer. As the analyst prepares our boy, the chief suddenly interrupts, suggesting they stream the process. After all, viewers might enjoy it. Once the stream goes live, viewers flock in almost immediately. Within minutes, the count soars past 12,000, then 14,000. Hawkeyes announces that he has brought the most sought-after figure onto the stream. As Subaru greets the audience, the chat erupts with excitement, buzzing with speculation about his hidden face and playfully teasing him for keeping his identity a mystery. As Hawkeyes reads through the comments, he admits that he hasn't seen the hero's face either, and curiously asks why he wears that mask. With a casual smile, the hero responds that it's nothing serious and playfully adds that he's quite handsome underneath. This cheeky remark only heightens the audience's excitement, leaving Hawkeyes impressed by how effortlessly the hero engages with them. One of the viewers asks him about his girlfriend, but the hero quickly denies it, leaving Wika visibly relieved. As their viewer count climbs to 19,000, the analyst declares that it's time to kick off the main event and initiates the trial. Hundreds of dummy targets are set to confront the hero, while Hawkeyes elaborates on his reasoning for selecting this particular trial. The first reason? It's perfect for measuring control. The second reason is that the original Subaru scored as the top contender in this trial, making it an ideal benchmark. As the trial approaches, donations begin pouring in, with supporters questioning whether the hero can truly succeed. Our boy stands confidently, declaring that if he didn't believe in his ability to finish, he wouldn't be here at all. The leaderboard prominently displays the daunting number of robots he must defeat. The original Narukami Subaru's record stands at an impressive 43. The chat buzzes with excitement, speculating how this new Subaru will measure up against such a high benchmark and whether he can break the record in a single attempt. He glances at the leaderboard, taking in the record he once set himself. Credits begin pouring in once more. Viewers challenge him to defeat 43 robots in one run for a reward of 10,000 credits, or face the consequence of revealing his face if he fails. Our boy hesitates at first, refusing to go along with the challenge. However, as more viewers contribute credits and the total begins to climb, he starts to reconsider. Meanwhile, some viewers voice their concerns, arguing that a 50-50 revenue split is unfair since Hawkeyes isn't taking any risks. Acknowledging their point, he ultimately decides to give Subaru all the credits earned from this challenge. With that, the event officially begins. He activates a stopwatch, and a 3-minute timer starts counting down. The robots surge forward, but our boy remains calm, standing his ground. He unleashes his thunder skill, and black lightning envelops his entire body. As the robots leap toward him, he rebounds off one of them, seizing it mid-air. With a fierce surge of electricity, he sends a violent impulse through its core, obliterating it with a single strike. The chat erupts in disbelief. They can hardly fathom that a high-grade robot was taken down in a single blow, especially since he hadn't even drawn his demonic blade. Even Hawkeye is taken aback. It's his first time witnessing the thunder ability in action. Subaru then unsheathes his demon blade, setting his sights on multiple robots at once. With terrifying efficiency, he hacks and slashes, seamlessly blending his thunder skill with the expertise he honed in his past life. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, several robots lie in ruins. At this rate, he could even achieve a total score of 70. However, the viewers warn that the challenges are about to intensify. As the timer ticks down to 2 minutes, he launches into another killing spree, slicing through enemies with ease, as if they were nothing more than butter. Viewers are treated to a stunning recreation of the original Narukami Subaru's iconic aerial combat scenes. It feels less like a trial and more like a captivating performance, with our hero commanding the battlefield like a master ringmaster. Still soaring through the air, he charges his demonic sword as the robots prepare for their third wave. The timer ticks away as he drives his blade into the ground, unleashing a surge of black lightning that arcs through multiple enemies at once. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, our hero has racked up an impressive 26 kills. The chat is buzzing with excitement and divided opinions. Some viewers speculate he'll only secure second place, while others dare to hope he might actually break the record. Wiko watches in pure fangirl awe, while Hawkeye's can hardly believe his eyes. He notices something unusual unfolding, but decides against interrupting Subaru in the heat of the challenge. With only 13 seconds left on the clock, the kill count climbs to 41. The hero shows no signs of exhaustion, even as the robots become increasingly lethal, clearly intent on taking him down this time. With just 5 seconds remaining, 42 robots fall, and he knows he needs only one more. Spotting a dual-sword robot, he locks onto it and delivers a single decisive strike, destroying it just before time runs out. The kill count halts at 43, and with that, the system declares the end of the trial. The records update, revealing both Subarus tied for first place. Over 38,000 viewers watched the moment unfold live, their reactions flooding the chat with a whirlwind of excitement, disappointment, and disbelief. An analyst rushes toward him, astonished that the hero has managed to tie with the original Narukami Subaru. Nervously, he turns to the chat for their thoughts, and viewers respond by showering him with even more credits. Some begin to question whether this is truly a collaboration, or if Subaru is shouldering the entire burden alone. Suddenly, a user named Reinhardt sends him a staggering 10,000 credits. The analyst freezes in shock, and the chat erupts with speculation. Could this be the legendary one/swordsman? The guy keeps sending credits and even admits to being inspired by this new Subaru. However, our hero feels a twinge of unease, wondering if the man has discovered what he did to his son. Suddenly, the one/swordsman sends another donation, asking if Subaru would collaborate with him. When Subaru glances at his manager and John, both of them signal that he should accept, no matter what. Instead, he unexpectedly rejects the offer, stating that he needs to focus on the trials for now. The decision nearly gives Hawkeye's a heart attack. Weka and John are equally shocked, while the chat is flooded with question marks and confusion. The other two are just as stunned. Our boy simply apologizes and mentions that he's a bit tired, suggesting they wrap things up quickly. Without waiting for a response, he turns to leave. As he passes the chief, he inquires why he declined the offer, noting that collaboration with rankers is a rare opportunity. The hero simply replies that if being a ranker is such a big deal, then he will become one himself. This leaves both of them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Hawkeye approaches, praising our hero for his outstanding performance. He informs him that he will receive his share once the revenue comes in. However, something weighs on his mind. Observing the hero, he asks if he's injured or anything, noting that he seemed a bit off during their earlier fight. Subaru realizes the guy is perceptive. He had tried to hide it well. Deciding to be honest, he explains that losing or complaining to the real Subaru would have brought him no advantage. All the excitement centers around the question of whether he can defeat the real Subaru. A victory would grant him a temporary boost, but it would ultimately deflate the hype. Conversely, a loss would label him a fraud. The only viable option is to tie the score, as it keeps the anticipation alive. Hearing this, the analyst poses a question. Could he have won if he truly wanted to? Our boy remains steadfast in his earlier words, asserting that everything hinges on their perspective. The scene shifts to a dimly lit office bathed in red light, where Reinhardt, the notorious one/swordsman, erupts in a fit of rage. With a display of raw physical power, he shatters a heavy table in two, his fury boiling over in response to Narukami Subaru's recent actions. Ranked 121 and serving as the guild master of the prestigious Golden Lion Guild, Reinhardt is not used to being challenged, especially by a rookie streamer. As he contemplates this unexpected defiance, his assistant enters, sensing something amiss. Reinhardt sighs and explains that the hero has rejected his offer. He had planned to use the collaboration to publicly humiliate the hero and put an end to the rumors that he was surpassing the original. The lost credits hold no significance for him. What truly ignites his fury is the blow to his pride. As he processes this, the assistant retrieves his phone from the ground. Reinhardt then inquires about the task he had assigned earlier. The assistant scratches his head, explaining that they are still searching for his son. When he tentatively suggests that it's not uncommon for someone Isaac's age to go missing for a short time, Reinhardt's temper flares. Using his psychic power, he lifts the man by the neck, choking him in midair while accusing him of mockery. The assistant struggles to breathe, unable to utter even an apology as he nearly suffocates. With a swift motion, the guildmaster hurls him aside, slamming him into a wall and inflicting severe injuries. Towering over him, he coldly questions when servants began to choose which orders to obey. Terrified, the man pleads for forgiveness, promising to resume the search immediately. The scene then shifts to Wika, who receives a call from her boss, John. His contact name in her tablet is tellingly saved as nagging boss. Clearly unenthusiastic, she offers him only minimal responses. Frustrated, she complains about her attitude, wishing she would speak to him with the same warmth she uses when talking to Subaru. Ignoring everything else, she inquires if he called her regarding Reinhardt's collaboration proposal. Her boss confirms this, emphasizing that the hero cannot afford to turn down such an opportunity. He then asks Wika, as Subaru's manager, to persuade him to reconsider. However, she declines, explaining that the hero prioritizes climbing the tower over any collaborations, and for a player, that mindset is entirely valid. Her boss's anger flares, and an argument ensues, but she swiftly ends the call. Though she won't admit it, she recognizes that Reinhardt's offer is a significant opportunity. Determined, she decides to give it one last shot. When she knocks on Subaru's door, she is taken aback when he opens it almost instantly. Once again, she finds herself pondering why he always wears a mask. Our boy shares that it makes him feel more comfortable for now, and asks if she's also curious about his face. Her nervousness is palpable as she begins to explain that it brings him closer to the real him. Hearing this, the hero inquires why everyone is so obsessed with Narakumi Subaru. Without missing a beat, she launches into a list of reasons, explaining that despite his poor stats and humble origins, he rose to become the strongest. His very existence has given them hope. She remembers the early days in the tower, where monsters lurked around every corner, and survival was a daily struggle. With no food, no money, and no sense of stability, the only path forward was to climb. The credits earned from each ascent offered a glimmer of hope, allowing people to eventually settle down and transform the tower into a world they could truly call their own. In the past, the strongest players inspired others with the belief that the tower could be conquered. At the pinnacle of this hope stood Narukami Subaru, the first to demonstrate that victory was indeed possible. When the hero inquires if she shares the same sentiment, the girl merely smirks, teasing him with a playful remark that it's a secret, just like his mask. He invites her inside to talk, but the girl, feeling too flustered, simply says goodbye and leaves. In her mind, she believes it wouldn't be right to ask him about the collaboration after what she had just shared. As she walks away, he watches her go, reflecting on her words about hope. Later, he turns on his stream once more, and his viewers begin donating almost immediately. The hero suspects that his recent collaboration is the reason behind this new challenge and steels himself for the third trial. In this trial, he must choose between two factions, and the outcome will hinge on his decision. While most participants opt for the first choice, our hero surprises everyone by selecting the second, though his motives remain a mystery. This choice leads him to the Conrad Kingdom mercenary rest area. As soon as he steps inside, a troublemaker deliberately bumps into him. Unfortunately for the instigator, the hero barely flinches and continues on his way. This only fuels the guy's frustration, prompting him to call out, eager to provoke a fight. He suddenly grabs him by the collar, confidently declaring that he is a B-rank player. The crowd, sensing the tension, begins to cheer for him to strike the newbie. Meanwhile, our protagonist decides to use him as a test subject for his thunder ability. Before the guy can react, he delivers a swift knee to the face, sending him flying backward. The others are left speechless, questioning whether an E-rank player just took down a B-rank opponent. Angered by the unexpected turn of events, they decide to team up against our hero. However, as anticipated, they are swiftly defeated one by one. Standing alone amidst the chaos, an older man approaches, clearly impressed by his skills. He extends his hand in greeting and introduces himself as Raymond, an A-rank examiner. The guy asks him if he has completed any jobs, but the hero replies that he is an E-rank, which limits him to only a few tasks. This raises suspicion among his companions, who begin to wonder if he orchestrated this scene to quickly clear all the jobs. It turns out that to advance on this floor, players must take on jobs and accumulate a total of 10,000 achievement points. For E-rank mercenaries, a single job offers a maximum of just 50 achievement points. That's far too slow for our protagonist, who can't afford to waste a single moment. Noticing his urgency, the examiner inquires if he is an otherworlder, essentially a player in this realm. However, despite the hint of understanding, the examiner remains firm, insisting that he must adhere to the rules without offering any special treatment. When our hero insists, the examiner questions why he should assign him special tasks, knowing he will eventually leave. Understanding the need to propose something extraordinary, the hero offers to attempt a feat he never accomplished in his past life. He turns to the examiner and boldly promises to conquer the Cave of Thunder for their nation, if only he is granted what he desires. The examiner is taken aback, as that task is typically reserved for A-rank adventurers. Subaru is well aware of the situation and explains that the cave is an A-rank dungeon situated between the two kingdoms. For decades, both nations have clashed over this dungeon, as it provides a crucial passage through the mountains and holds immense strategic value. Once again, the hero proposes to clear the dungeon, but only if he is granted A-ranked privileges for the task. As the examiner contemplates his decision, Subaru activates his chat voice and boldly declares that he will kill the man if he refuses. This declaration sends a wave of concern through the crowd, prompting them to urge him to flee. However, the examiner, perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly agrees to write a recommendation letter for the hero, unknowingly sealing his own fate. He informs Subaru that the raid party will depart in 5 days before walking away to prepare the letter. Meanwhile, massive challenges flood in from viewers, daring him to tackle the dungeon solo. Yet, Subaru remains fixated on the tournament at floor 3, pondering whether the Blue Zone Guild intentionally scheduled it with this raid in mind. Soon, the examiner returns, voicing his skepticism about anyone being able to conquer it. He shares a haunting memory of his own. When he was younger, he ventured into that very cave and lost half of his party. Despite everything, our boy remains confident, as he has no intention of joining a party. This revelation shocks the examiner, who knows that the dungeon is typically cleared by a team of 20. Although the Kingdom of Conrad lacks the manpower to support him in the raid, the examiner assumed the hero must have a party of his own. Our boy simply dismisses this notion, stating that he doesn't have a party, at least not for now. The scene shifts to a mountain where Reina watches his stream, her expression turning sour as he finally decides to end it. She had intended to kill time until she reached floor 3, and his abrupt departure frustrates her. But then, a laugh escapes her as she realizes he truly embodies the spirit of Subaru, doing what he wants without a care for others' opinions. As she puts her phone away, thoughts of the tournament flood her mind. She realizes that this popular streamer will also be participating, and excitement bubbles within her at the prospect of speaking to him in person. Yet, a small part of her hopes he doesn't win. Meanwhile, we shift back to the 3rd floor, where our protagonist strolls through the streets alongside Wika. She also notes how he behaved almost identically to the original Subaru during today's stream. If he had just taken on the usual jobs, his stream wouldn't have felt so unique. The hero responds, crediting her advice for his success. As their conversation continues, she inquires about his plans moving forward. He reveals that he intends to hunt until the tournament date, aiming to level up a bit before the big event. In his mind, he sees this as a chance to truly test the limits of his Thunder ability and the Heart of Thunder. If he wants to claim that coveted prize, he must be fully prepared. The scene shifts, revealing a Blue Zone player named Genzaki Naoto storming through the streets, seething with anger. He's furious about having to meet the hero in person, feeling more like a servant than a player. Upon entering the bar, he spots John seated at a table. As they take their seats, the chief inquires if he has something to discuss regarding one of their streamers. The Blue Zone guy, visibly annoyed, demands to know about Subaru. John calmly replies that Subaru is tied up with other business. This only fuels the guy's anger, as he questions whether the hero deems this matter unimportant. The chief reminds him that they have already communicated the streamer's feelings, so there was no need for him to come in person. However, Genzaki remains determined to meet him face to face. When the chief declines once again, Genzaki grits his teeth and demands to know if the chief is trying to prevent him from meeting the streamer. In a fit of frustration, he slams his hand on the table and shouts that they are merely trying to protect their golden goose. He believes the new Subaru would thrive better in a major guild like theirs rather than as a streamer. John maintains a calm smile and remarks that streamers today can earn as much as top players. Genzaki questions him, wondering if he truly intends to make an enemy of their guild. The chief calmly replies that their company prioritizes the wishes of their streamer above all else. As the man begins to threaten him, John decides to take a stand. He channels a massive surge of mana, commanding him to leave. The Blue Zone player nearly freezes in fear, rising to his feet and incredulously asking if John is really speaking to him in that tone. Instead of responding, the chief simply gestures toward the door. The man continues to threaten him as he walks away, prompting the chief to jokingly remark that he's quite scary. 3 days later, we find ourselves in a Floor 3 dungeon known as the Sky Serpent's Nest. There, Subaru stands before a massive, menacing serpent, its blood-stained fangs glistening and its glowing crimson eyes fixed on him. Without hesitation, our hero draws his demonic sword, channels thunder into its blade, and unleashes a powerful slash across the serpent's face. The beast hisses in pain, but before it can mount a proper counterattack, he strikes again, inflicting even greater damage. Gazing at the serpent, he remarks that this is sufficient for a test run. In the next instant, he leaps forward to finish the battle. As the serpent opens its mouth, the hero channels thunder once more, unleashing a torrent of blinding lightning that engulfs the dungeon. When the brilliance finally fades, a system notification echoes through the air. The Sky Serpent boss has been defeated. Subaru levels up, gaining a point each in strength, stamina, and concentration. The scene shifts to him, perched atop the serpent's lifeless body, gazing at a glowing crimson fang cradled in his hands. He contemplates its potential value, recalling that it could fetch 10,000 credits, just as it did 2 decades ago. After setting the fang aside, he opens his status window and discovers he has reached level 35. His stats reveal strength, stamina, and mana at 36, speed at 33, and concentration at 30. He is stunned to discover that he has gained 9 levels in just 3 days. Remembering that his comrade is waiting, he decides to wrap things up. The scene shifts to Wika, who excitedly waves at the hero. Noticing her bright expression, he asks if something good happened today. She beams even more, asking him if he has seen it. Our hero stares back in confusion, trying to figure out what she is referring to. He finally realizes she's referring to the collab video and apologizes, explaining that he's been too busy grinding to watch it. The girl reassures him that it's fine, noting that it perfectly reflects how the real Subaru would act. Then, she reaches into her purse and hands him the revenue statement from his collab streams. Our boy is stunned to see that he's made nearly 50,000 credits. Weka reveals that there's another reason she came to see him today. Intrigued, he leans in as she explains that she knows someone named Kiyoharu, a man consumed by his obsession with gambling. Through him, she discovered a unique form of gambling where bets are placed on players, predicting who will emerge victorious. Players with higher chances of winning offer lower payout rates, resulting in smaller returns but far more reliable outcomes due to their exceptional skill. The hero is taken aback to learn that his current payout rate is 6.1 times. In stark contrast, another player has odds of just 1.2 times, making him the clear favorite. Intrigued, he inquires about this player. Wika reveals that his name is Omar Schneider, a Blue Zone player who has been trapped on the 3rd floor for a decade, utterly consumed by his quest to conquer the Cave of Thunder. Due to this intense obsession, he gained fame without ever being a streamer or a ranked player. She suspects that Omar is already plotting a way to meet him. For the guy, Subaru's public declaration of solo clearing the Cave of Thunder feels like a cruel mockery of his decade-long struggle, as if his hard work is being ridiculed and trampled upon. At that moment, our boy suddenly shifts the topic, noticing that she is uncomfortably close to him, putting them in an awkward position. Embarrassed, she quickly turns away and retreats to her seat. Nevertheless, she presses on, explaining that with the Cave of Thunder challenge looming between the upcoming tournament and the next trial, there's a genuine possibility that Subaru might have to face Omar. As the conversation wraps up, the scene transitions to the 3rd floor of Tenerao. A carriage glides through the dimly lit streets at night. Inside, several men are engaged in a heated discussion about our protagonist. They attempt to reassure their captain that the hero is completely unaware of the true nature of the Cave of Thunder and that his words should be dismissed. Captain Omar, however, remains silent, his focus fixated on a gold coin that he flips repeatedly in his hand. He gestures dismissively, indicating that such talk doesn't bother him. After all, Subaru is known for his bragging. In his mind, the streamer won't remain relevant for long, but his ability to wield thunder makes him a force that can't be ignored. As his subordinates start openly criticizing the so-called hero, he swiftly intervenes, making it clear that this is neither the time nor the place for envy or jealousy. One bold subordinate hesitantly asks what they should do instead, pondering whether they should show respect. Omar tightens his grip on the coin and calmly replies that, if necessary, he is fully prepared to show Subaru respect without hesitation. The subordinates stand in stunned silence, realizing that their captain's pride has been utterly shattered, making him a formidable threat. They remember how casually Subaru spoke during the stream and wonder how he intends to face the consequences of his words in front of a monster like Omar. The scene shifts once more, revealing the hero in his room, meticulously studying every detail about Omar. He discovers that the guy only began to stand out 5 years ago, coinciding with his own entry into Blue Zone. What truly surprises him is the revelation that Omar quickly took center stage during the Cave of Thunder challenge. Having already ventured deep into the cave, he now stands just one step away from clearing it. At last, our protagonist understands why Itsuku appeared so confident while hosting the tournament. If there's an internal favorite to win, it all makes sense now. However, he's not about to let him claim victory that easily. Meanwhile, in the bustling central marketplace on the 3rd floor, a shopkeeper is locked in a heated argument with a hunter over the quality of his hide. The shopkeeper offers 1,500 credits for it, and after a moment of hesitation, the hunter reluctantly agrees, knowing he needs the money. Once the guy departs, the shopkeeper can't help but admire his luck, realizing that red troll hides gradually self-repair over time and are incredibly valuable. Just then, our boy sets the sky serpent's fang on the table and inquires about its worth. As the shopkeeper examines it, he internally acknowledges that it is a flawless S+ material, nearly undamaged and worth a fortune. However, he plans to lowball the hero, starting by listing non-existent faults with the item, claiming that its demand has skyrocketed. In the end, he offers a mere 8,000 credits for it. After 20 years, the hero realizes that it's not a bad deal. Just as he's about to sell, Omar arrives on the scene, remarking that the item is easily worth 15,000 credits. Our boy finally turns around, and for the first time, they come face to face. The scene shifts to a cozy 3rd-floor cafe, where the two sit across from each other. Subaru is eager to get straight to the point, while curious onlookers ponder why someone like Omar would choose such a small cafe. The hero is acutely aware that he and his companion are not the type to casually unwind in a date-like atmosphere, and he doubts the guy's genuine fondness for parfaits. Eventually, Omar mentions his claim about clearing the Cave of Thunder on his own. The hero sees no issue with this, and wonders what the problem could be. The guy then reveals that his initial impression of the hero was that of an arrogant drifter. To him, the idea of someone who has just reached the 3rd floor suddenly claiming they will clear the Cave of Thunder seems absurd. When Subaru asks if that opinion has changed, Omar admits he is only halfway convinced. As a result, he decides to give him only half of his respect. He acknowledges that the hero possesses overflowing talent, yet he still struggles to believe that people are comparing him to the true Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, our protagonist keeps a watchful eye on the man across from him. Initially, he thought he was just an oddball, but now he senses a deep seriousness in his gaze. He boldly asks if the man brought him to this cafe merely to seek praise or approval. Omar swiftly clarifies that he has a proposal and insists that he retract his public claim of solo clearing the Cave of Thunder. With a furious expression, he denounces it as arrogance born of ignorance and demands that the hero publicly apologize on stream. Our boy calmly responds, pointing out that this hardly sounds like a proposal. Omar counters, insisting he isn't forcing him to apologize immediately. Instead, he plans to defeat him in the upcoming tournament, after which the hero will lower his head in acknowledgement of his immaturity. With a sigh at his own childishness, the hero agrees, declaring that if he wins, the captain must reveal everything he knows about the Spirit Cave. The captain chuckles at this, clearly confident he won't lose to someone like him. As he walks away, our hero reflects that his opponent hasn't wasted the last 10 years for nothing. The scene then shifts to the Azure Sky Entertainment Building. Wika's colleague watches the stream, glancing at his notifications. He knows that over 10,000 people are expected to attend the tournament, all drawn by the allure of the Relic Prize. He muses that if the tournament had occurred when he was on the 3rd floor, he would have jumped at the chance to participate. As he reviews the contenders for his bets, he remarks that while the hero presents a high risk, his opponent seems like the clear favorite. However, as a professional, he chooses to rely on his instincts rather than mere probability. Just as he is about to place his bet on Omar, he receives a call from Wika and answers it. The sudden interruption nearly gives him a heart attack, prompting him to toss the phone aside, questioning whether she's spying on him. Confused by his reaction, she asks if he's been gambling. Panic sets in as he braces for a scolding, but to his shock, that's not what she has in mind. The girl reveals her intention to place a bet on Narukami Subaru, leaving him even more stunned. He exclaims, incredulous, asking if she doesn't realize how valuable credits are. With a calm demeanor, she questions whether he's implying that Subaru will lose. He quickly clarifies that he isn't underestimating him. Rather, he always analyzes fighting styles, strengths, and payout rates before making any bets. He insists that Omar doesn't belong on the third floor and is far stronger than he seems. Some even claim he has achieved more than the original Subaru ever did up there. After he finishes his rant, she asks if he's willing to wager against her, putting his entire month's paycheck on the line. Without hesitation, he agrees. Suddenly, Wika feels a heavy aura emanating from a cloaked figure passing by. She quickly turns around and abruptly ends the call, leaving her colleague bewildered by the sudden disconnection. The scene shifts back to the bustling market, where Omar strolls alongside his subordinate. When asked about Subaru, he responds confidently, stating that the boy is no amateur and knows how to handle himself. His subordinate then inquires if there's a chance of losing, a question that ignites his fury. Regaining his composure, he asserts that there is absolutely no way he could lose. Meanwhile, an observer watches him intently from a nearby rooftop. It turns out that the mysterious figure is none other than Reina. A smile spreads across her face as she acknowledges his strength, relieved that she won't have to worry about any surprises in the tournament. The scene shifts to the day of the tournament, where people bustle outside the Coliseum, excitement palpable in the air. Inside, our protagonist strides purposefully toward the main arena. As the gate swings open, he is met with a roaring crowd, their thunderous cheers echoing through the arena. Everyone is buzzing with excitement at the sight of Narukami Subaru in person, hardly able to believe that the streamer they've all been talking about has truly arrived. Suddenly, another gate swings open and Omar strides in, wielding his massive weapon. Upon noticing the hero, he turns away, but the crowd erupts into even louder cheers. Fireworks explode in the sky, signaling the official start of the tournament. At that moment, a woman stepped into the center of the arena, expressing her gratitude to the audience for their patience. She introduced herself as Mihua from Blue Zone and announced that she would be the host of the tournament. With a confident smile, she explained that the competition would be divided into qualifiers and the main event. At last, the prize for the sole champion of the main event is unveiled, a pair of shoes once worn by Toshiya himself. As the shoes hover in the air, the crowd erupts into a thunderous cheer. Meanwhile, our protagonist gazes at the shoes, silently promising his fallen friend that he will return them to her. In the audience, Wika and Reina sit side by side, sharing in the excitement. The manager glances at her phone, anxiously awaiting the start of the stream, when she spots the masked girl from earlier. Just as our boy steps onto the field, he finally begins his live stream. The crowd erupts in cheers, and the moment the stream goes live, over 3,000 viewers flood in all at once. He quickly apologizes for his earlier disappearance, but the chat reassures him that many are watching both the stadium and the stream simultaneously, eager to soak in every moment. Subaru is taken aback by the overwhelming excitement of the chat, struggling to keep up with the rapid-fire messages. Suddenly, a viewer drops a staggering 30,000 credits mission. With a confident grin, Subaru acts as if victory is already in his grasp, thanking the generous supporter for the credits. Just then, the host steps forward to announce the start of the tournament. Fireworks explode in a dazzling display across the sky as she slowly opens a glowing green portal, signaling the beginning of the event. The entire scene begins to shift as the battlefield undergoes a dramatic transformation. The audience is gripped by a mix of awe and fear, recognizing this as a next-level ability typical of the Blue Zone. Even Subaru realizes that magic of this magnitude doesn't manifest overnight. It demands an extraordinary amount of practice. The arena is completely reshaped, and a notification materializes before the hero, announcing that he has officially entered the preliminaries. The camera pulls back, unveiling a stadium encased within a vast green sphere, transforming the surroundings into a dense forest. In this preliminary round, death means elimination, and every participant is an enemy, except for oneself. The round will conclude only when the number of survivors dwindles to exactly 1,000. Subaru's eyes widen in shock as he realizes there are over 10,000 participants. Since this is a solo match, our protagonist figures he won't be targeted early on, allowing him to conserve his strength for the final round. Just then, a spectator posts a mission offering 100 credits for each kill. Moments later, other missions flood in, with one viewer even offering a staggering 10,000 credits for eliminating Omar. Suddenly, our protagonist feels a presence behind him. An assassin-type adventurer looms just inches away, but Subaru dodges with flawless precision. The attacker realizes that striking him early is a risky move, yet he chooses to gamble on his luck. Unfortunately for him, the hero is already poised with his demonic sword, credits swirling around him like confetti. As time ticks by, the number of survivors dwindles to around 8,500. Elsewhere, Omar strides ahead like a solitary war hero, indifferent to the weak players around him. His sole focus is on our boy. Suddenly, an ambush springs upon him, but he narrowly dodges at the last moment. As he looks ahead, he spots an archer concealed in the bushes, mistakenly confident that his shot was close enough to hit. More players emerge from hiding, eager to gang up on the captain and make a name for themselves on the third floor. One of them, sensing the impending disaster, tries to back away, realizing how effortlessly the captain dodged their attack. However, the others remain confident, believing their numbers will secure victory. Omar, unfazed, calmly points out that while the plan itself isn't terrible, their choice of opponent is a grave mistake. When a reckless attacker steps forward, the captain swiftly ends him. The remaining assailants freeze, unable to comprehend what they've just witnessed. Seizing the moment, he begins aura farming, spinning his spear with finesse before shadow stepping through one of them. Every screen in the hall zeroes in on Omar as he executes a one-sided massacre with his refined spear techniques. The attackers attempt to rally one another, reminding themselves that this is just an exam, but Omar doesn't even give them a chance to move. Meanwhile, Reina observes from the stands, recognizing that this guy is clearly on a different level than all the other participants. As he ascends to the higher floors, he is bound to secure a spot among the top ranks. However, her focus shifts when she spots Wika nearby, looking as stunning as ever. Her irritation grows as she listens to Wika's voice, filled with curses aimed at the other participants. But when she hears Subaru's name mentioned, her curiosity peaks. Glancing at her mask, the manager assumes she is merely another fan and offers a casual smile. She begins chatting enthusiastically, declaring that she has been a fan for 20 years and introduces herself as Wika. As they converse, the total number of survivors dwindles to 13. The hero navigates through the forest once again, pondering his current kill count. The chat notifies him that he has reached an impressive 98 kills. He surveys the area, noting the drastic decline in numbers. Even though the preliminaries are nearing their end, his greedy instincts take over. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He decides to announce his location, hoping to draw in more players and boost his kill count. The chat erupts in disbelief at his recklessness, especially as everyone else is desperately trying to remain hidden. Subaru, undeterred, draws attention to himself with confidence. He activates his demonic sword, channeling his thunder skill. The resulting impact reverberates throughout the entire arena. Meanwhile, Omar is the first to sense the surge of energy, instantly recognizing it as the unmistakable presence of the hero. It doesn't take long for the two of them to find each other, and soon they stand face to face. Both fighters feel a sense of satisfaction. Neither wants to prolong the inevitable. Looking at the opponent before him, our protagonist remarks that he might just earn those 10,000 credits sooner than he anticipated. As they prepare to duel, the survivor count begins to plummet. With only 1,200 players remaining, our hero realizes that the preliminaries are nearing their end. Suddenly, without warning, Omar launches a fierce attack aimed directly at his face. Our hero barely dodges at the last moment. The captain reassures him that there's still plenty of time left in the round. Meanwhile, our hero can't shake off the need to analyze Omar's previous strike. Losing track of his weapon could mean instant elimination. The guy swings his spear through the air, unleashing a massive shockwave. Just before it reaches Subaru, he activates his demon blade and braces for impact. Although he manages to block the incoming attack, he's taken aback to see Omar closing in for a follow-up strike. Quick on his feet, Subaru dodges just in time, but the onslaught of attacks continues relentlessly. After deftly dodging multiple strikes, he decides it's time to counterattack, forcing his opponent to retreat. As they stand at a distance, the guy questions why he isn't using his thunder ability. Subaru simply sighs, remarking that it would be a waste since the round is nearing its end. This infuriates Omar, who perceives it as a blatant disrespect. He rushes back with his spear, but the hero blocks it effortlessly, remarking that he too isn't using all of his strength. Just as Subaru had guessed, the number of survivors dwindles to 1,000, marking the end of the round. Both of them are sent back to the waiting room for a 30-minute break. As our protagonist observes his trembling hands, he realizes that the last strike had been far heavier than he anticipated. If the fight had dragged on any longer, he might have found himself in serious trouble. As he stands there, the number of viewers in his stream surpasses 10,000. The hero recalls something Yuika once told him. Reaching this milestone means a streamer can survive in the industry. Yet, despite crossing this threshold, he remains anxious about the Cave of Thunder, knowing that even someone as powerful as Omar struggled to clear it. The scene shifts to a wooden cabin, where Shu ponders his presence in this remote location. He has been closely following the tournament and realizes that Omar is currently in the lead. Yet, he can't quite grasp why Omar would choose to remain on the third floor. The lower a player is in the tower, the greater the disparity in levels becomes. At this moment, the only advantage Subaru holds over Omar is his Thunder ability. Despite his efforts, it seems unlikely that he can win the final round. Meanwhile, our protagonist begins racking up credits from his viewers for each kill he makes. Once he hits 80,000 credits, he seizes the opportunity to level up his greed skill. With this upgrade, it finally ascends to B rank, sparking his curiosity about the possibility of unlocking something secret. Inside the arena, the host gazes at the shoes, her mind racing as she learns that someone is attempting to steal them. Just as she tries to identify the culprit, a knock echoes at the door, and Kurokawa steps inside. It quickly becomes clear that the guildmaster is in a foul mood, having sent Kurokawa all the way down to the third floor. The girl asks him if it's about the hero. He nods, admitting she's right, but adds that there's something else he needs to address. Meanwhile, Reina stares at the manager in shock, questioning what someone with such immense mana is doing here. Slowly, she removes her mask and offers a false name. Wika simply smiles, explaining that she asked for her name because her aura is unusual, and she can tell that Reina is using a disguise to conceal her identity. The girl is taken aback, pondering whether the manager is an assassin sent by Itsuki. Wika, unfazed by the disguise, casually inquires if she has any plans to disrupt the tournament. Reina smirks, playfully challenging her. What would happen if I said yes? In an instant, the manager unleashes a staggering amount of mana, declaring that she will do everything in her power to stop her. The scene shifts back to our protagonist as a system window suddenly materializes before him, announcing that the break has ended. As soon as the message appears, the entire environment begins to transform once more. The other players erupt in confusion, realizing they have been standing in close proximity without even noticing. Before they can fully grasp the situation, a colossal arena takes shape before them, setting the stage for the final match. A large system message announces that the finals will follow a territory capture format. As the match begins, each player is assigned their own territory. Only 2 players can occupy a territory at once. They must defend their own territory while attempting to seize others. If a player defeats an opponent within a territory, that territory falls under their control. As the time limit approaches its end, the player who controls the most territory will emerge victorious. The host concludes by announcing that the owner of Teleria will be determined in just 2 hours. Once the final round begins, each player is assigned their designated square or territory. Among them stands our protagonist, calmly surveying the unfolding situation. He observes that no one is making a move, aware that eliminating a player too soon will only grant them an extra tile. In a scenario like this, the best strategy is to wait until the player count dwindles. But just after he finishes his thought, our protagonist dashes through the tiles, taking out multiple players in one swift motion. With each kill netting him 300 credits, he has no intention of waiting for others to fall. Meanwhile, Omar is engaged in a similar pursuit on his side. He methodically eliminates his neighboring players, all while searching for the hero. One trembling participant begs for mercy, but Omar strikes without a moment's hesitation. The ground behind him becomes a grim tapestry of bodies and blood, and he stands silently amidst the aftermath. At one point, he spots another player collapsing in the distance. Soon, the paths of Omar and Subaru come into view, standing far apart and locking eyes. The hero studies him for a moment, but then abruptly shifts direction, heading toward another battle instead of confronting him. When the captain realizes this, anger surges within him, and he shouts at our boy to come back. The hero turns away, informing his chat that he can't engage in battle just yet. He still needs to farm more credits from other players. His chat quickly picks up on this, teasing him about trying to aura farm. Moments later, he stands over another conquered territory, blood dripping from his sword. As he surveys the scene, he reflects on the situation and realizes that the fighters on the third floor are not as formidable as he had anticipated. This places Omar far ahead of everyone else in the tournament. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, alerting him that a player named Dong Chao has entered his territory. Dong Chao is the only other notable competitor in the tournament besides Omar. As he approaches, the viewers recognize him as a member of the Blue Zone Guild. With a grin, he remarks that he might get scolded for defeating Omar here. Meanwhile, the hero remains composed, sword held forward, poised to defend himself. In the next moment, Dong Chao charges in, apologizing to the captain for stealing his kill. However, luck is not on his side today. The hero effortlessly ducks and shatters Dong Chao's spear in half. As he collapses to the floor in confusion, our protagonist presses his sword against his neck and delivers the final blow. Just as he contemplates the identity of his fallen foe, another notification appears, alerting him that Omar has entered his territory. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges to strike at the hero. As Subaru deflects the captain's attack with his blade, the captain bellows at him to unleash his thunder, warning that he will die with the next strike if he doesn't. Realizing there's no point in holding back, Subaru creates some distance and sheathes his sword, prompting the captain to wonder if he's retreating. But in an instant, Subaru raises his arm, channeling his thunder ability. Having upgraded his Wedge of Greed skill, he easily resists the negative effects. With everything in place, the hero conjures a thunder spear from thin air. Omar stands frozen in disbelief. It's the first time he's witnessed someone materialize elemental attributes into a weapon. Pointing his spear forward, our protagonist challenges him, asking if he still believes he can escape. He turns the pressure back on, inquiring if Omar plans to run now. Omar's pride won't let him back down, so he immediately refuses. This leads him into a flashback where his subordinate questions his obsession with the Cave of Thunder. After all, someone like him could easily reach the 6th floor if he simply ignored it. Omar responds thoughtfully, explaining that those who become fixated on a single goal often lose sight of why they began in the first place. He can't predict whether he will conquer the cave, but he is certain it will change his life. That realization is precisely why he can't let it go. It turns out, he has begun to share the same obsession with defeating our hero. As the two of them navigate the battlefield, Subaru reflects that he won't hold back. He must honor the 10 years of hard work he has put in. With that resolve, they clash in a monumental battle of gold and purple. Their weapons collide, resulting in a massive explosion that reverberates throughout the entire arena. We return to the crowd, where the two girls exchange silent, suspicious glances. Finally, Wika reveals that she is Subaru's manager, and she can't allow anyone to disrupt the tournament, as it would also impact his stream. This revelation sends a thrill of excitement through Reina, nearly turning her into a fangirl. The tension between them shifts into admiration, as Wika shares the challenges she faced in securing her position, battling against her boss and colleagues who opposed her every move. The dark-haired girl is in awe, revealing that she has been following Subaru's stream ever since his battle with the Wolf Warrior. As they chat, their conversation is interrupted by a massive explosion on the screen. Weka quickly pulls out her phone and opens the stream, her eyes widening in shock at the sight before her. Meanwhile, in the test area, we finally see our boy standing before Omar as the dust begins to settle. The hero delivered a decisive blow, leaving a massive hole in his opponent's body. As the man collapses, Subaru gazes at him with a mix of respect and the hope that they will meet again soon. With this victory, he is officially declared the champion of the tournament. The arena erupts in cheers, accompanied by the dazzling sounds of fireworks. Meanwhile, the manager nervously chuckles, glancing at the girl beside her, who clearly does not share in the celebration of his triumph. Internally, Reina feels a pang of disappointment at the thought of having to steal the prize from someone who resembles Subaru so closely. Above, the host announces the hero as the winner once more, signaling for the shoes to be presented. As the long-awaited prize is finally lowered, Reina slowly rises from her chair and makes her exit. Meanwhile, our hero finally touches the shoes of his comrade after 2 long decades, triggering a flood of memories from the past. In his memory, he recalls Toshia, tears of frustration streaming down her face as she tries to uncover the identity of the shoe thief. After a frantic search, she finally hears someone question why she's so upset once more. Looking down, she discovers him nonchalantly wearing her shoes. This nearly drives her to the brink of madness as she charges at the guy WWE style, delivering a swift kick that sends him flying. Meanwhile, our boy watches the chaos unfold with a smile on his face. Back in the arena, his chat notices him standing still and wonders if he's contemplating selling the shoes. He quickly replies, making it clear that he has no intention of parting with them. The host hears this and mentions that he could earn over 1 million credits if he sells the shoes. Suddenly, the crowd erupts, shouting for him to sell them for a staggering amount of credits. This infuriates Subaru, who unleashes his thunder ability, declaring that he would never sell the shoes, even for 10 million credits. Unfortunately, the host was standing too close, and she gets caught in the lightning strike. Realizing the situation, she quickly decides to end the interview. Afterward, he takes the shoes and walks out. Meanwhile, Kurokawa stands outside the arena, watching the live stream and realizes that the hero has actually won. Another member of the Blue Zone, Hanamaki Hiyori, turns to him and asks if he believes he can become like the original Subaru. She mentions that people have started comparing him to the original. Confused, he questions her, wondering what she means. He believes it should be the other way around, comparing the original Subaru to him, not the other way. As he speaks, the girl turns away, her annoyance evident. When he calls her out on it, she swiftly shifts her tone, asking what he thinks will happen next. Kurokawa begins to walk away, dismissing her concern with a casual remark that it doesn't matter, since they still have a job to do. As he strides forward, several hooded figures emerge from the shadows, silently trailing behind him. Meanwhile, our protagonist stands there, shoes in hand, lost in thought about his old comrade. He expresses his gratitude to his chat for their support before opening the item description. The shoes require a level of 30 or higher and promise enhanced movement speed and jumping ability. Just then, Subaru receives a message on his phone from Wika, informing him about a mysterious girl who had been watching his match. As Reina blended into the crowd, she wrestled with the temptation to steal the shoes. Ultimately, she made a bold decision. She would cut off the hero's ankles to avoid detection. A short while later, the hero strolled into a bar to meet his manager. She greeted him with a smile, congratulating him on his recent victory, and mentioning that she had already placed an order for him. Skipping the small talk, Subaru cut straight to the point and asked her about the messages. This makes her a bit anxious, as she reveals that she encountered someone unusual in the crowd. When he asks for details, she explains that it was a female player, concealing her face with the same mask he wore. At first, the girl seemed suspicious, but they soon discovered a shared admiration for Narukami Subaru, which sparked a conversation between them. However, when he ultimately won, the girl became upset for reasons unknown. This left the manager puzzled. If she were truly a Subaru fan, why would she be upset about him winning the tournament? She attempted to chase after the girl, but the young woman was remarkably skilled at concealing her presence. As she listened to the unfolding drama, our protagonist couldn't help but wonder about this enigmatic girl who could elude someone as perceptive as Wika. As the manager continues her conversation, she mentions that when she inquired about the actual Subaru, the girl responded with a peculiar reaction, almost as if she were lost in nostalgia. This revelation strikes our boy deeply, prompting him to leap from his chair in search of the girl. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of her sitting on a cliff, gazing out over the entire city. She clearly sees the hooded members of Blue Zone sent to capture her and remarks that Itsuki has grown too soft by dispatching such lackluster minions. What troubles her even more is the hero's triumph in the tournament. Spotting him as he dashes through the streets, she muses that he must be riding a high from his victory. Stealing his shoes is no challenge for her. She can accomplish it in just 5 seconds. Yet, as she prepares to act, memories of her conversation with Shu before accepting this mission flood her mind, deepening her sense of pain. Everything about this Subaru brings back echoes of the original. Frustrated, she leaps to his feet, screaming that she won't let him off easy if he ever decides to join Blue Zone. She even warns him that she'll cut off his head. Yet, despite his fury, she still yearns to speak with him at least once, as he bears an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Subaru. With that thought lingering, she finally decides to turn back and vanishes into the shadows. Meanwhile, our boy is left breathless, having sprinted through the entire city. He realizes that he could have used those shoes to draw out his former comrades. It becomes clear why Reina would deliberately hide her gifts. She was here to steal them. The hero had previously sensed Shu's mana from those flowers, and now, hearing about Reina, he feels a flicker of hope that all 4 of his comrades might still be alive. Glancing upward, he resolves not to jump to conclusions just yet. It's still too early for that. At that moment, she hears Wika's voice calling out to him from behind, concern etched on her face. She asks if he's all right, noting how he rushed out of the bar without a word. The hero responds that he was searching for someone he thought he recognized, only to realize it was all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, her expression shifts to one of sadness as she asks if he doesn't have any female friends. With that comment, our boy has finally had enough and decides to head home. Meanwhile, in the Blue Zone, the girl expresses her fatigue and asks the other guy if the thief managed to escape. He simply shakes her head, denying it, which only serves to irritate her further. She questions how he can be so sure of himself. In response, he silently reveals a message from their boss instructing them to call off the mission. Her frustration deepens. They had waited all this time for nothing. Kurakawa explains that the thief never actually came here. If they had, they wouldn't have let anyone else leave with the prize. He reveals that their boss informed them the targets they're pursuing wouldn't care, even if they knew it was all a trap. The girl suddenly realizes who he's referring to and asks, "Wasn't that just a rumor?" The guy gazes up at the full moon, confessing to her that he had hoped the rumor was just that, a rumor. But with their boss taking such drastic measures, it seems all too real. We finally uncover the chilling truth. The rumor speaks of Subaru's own guild betraying him, leading to his demise. Meanwhile, our protagonist stares into the night sky, contemplating his next move. As he scrolls through the details of the rumor on his phone, a troubling thought crosses his mind. Could this be why his comrades have failed to show up? 20 years have passed since the day he died, and by now, Itsuki has likely reached a level that makes it impossible for him to catch up. To rival the greatest player in the world, he needs something extraordinary. As Subaru reflects on their tournament match, he recalls how he conjured that thunder spear. It's intriguing, especially considering he couldn't achieve such a feat in his past life. This revelation hits him hard. There's so much he still doesn't understand about his power. It's an extraordinary ability granted to humans, enabling them to stand against gods and giants. He begins to grasp that he hasn't been harnessing this power to its fullest potential. With newfound determination, he sets his sights on the Cave of Thunder, hoping that by conquering it, he might uncover the secrets of thunder itself. The scene shifts to a cozy cafe, where Wika sits at a table, indulging in a slice of cake while talking on the phone. Her expression is one of disinterest, as she leans closer, asking the caller to repeat themselves because she can't quite catch what they're saying. It's revealed that she's on a video call with Kiyoharu, who is desperately pleading for her forgiveness regarding the bet they made earlier. Despite his heartfelt attempts, Wika, the manager, remains resolute, refusing to accept his apologies. He tries everything, from sweet-talking to even acting like a dog, but nothing seems to work. Finally, the girl suggests something of her own and asks him for a favor. Meanwhile, we find Omar sitting alone at a bar. Moments later, Subaru walks in and takes a seat next to him, ordering the same drink. He glances at the cheap beer in Omar's hands and can't help but tease him for trying to save money, despite his guild's illustrious reputation. The man appears too despondent to care as he shares his story. He reveals that he used to be broke, having spent all his money treating his guild members. Now, he's grown accustomed to this cheap beer and struggles to move on. When Subaru presses him about his spending habits, he explains that he felt compelled to support his comrades, who had joined him in his selfish ambition to challenge the Cave of Thunder. Back then, they were too poor to rely on the support of a guild. For players like them, hunting was their only way to earn credits. One day, while out hunting, they encountered a sky serpent. Their party was far too inexperienced to handle such a formidable monster, and tragically, 4 of them lost their lives. Those guys weren't just his teammates, they were his best friends. The memory of that tragic day makes Omar grit his teeth in anguish. Hearing this, Subaru asks if his comrades hate him for what happened. Omar replies that it's worse than hate. All he can hear are their screams, asking him why he chose to sacrifice them for his foolish dream. The weight of those memories traumatizes him, and he pleads with Subaru to stop. Omar asks if he feels any pity for him, but the hero simply replies that anyone else in his position might have already given up. The captain counters, explaining that he can't afford to give up. Doing so would mean those who died did so for nothing. This is why he has been so fixated on the Cave of Thunder. However, thanks to the hero, he now feels a glimmer of hope. Subaru, feeling a bit bewildered, asks the captain for clarification, but the captain brushes him off and begins to describe the cave instead. Meanwhile, in his cabin, Shu trembles with anxiety, fearing that Itsuki has uncovered their scheme to steal the shoes. As his worry morphs into fury, he activates his freezing ability, ready to track down the rank 1 player. Suddenly, his phone rings, and a message from Reina pops up, apologizing to him. In her next texts, she casually mentions that she couldn't steal the shoes. He merely loses his mind upon reading this, letting out a scream of frustration. Meanwhile, Subaru finally resumes his live stream. With around 6,000 viewers tuned in, he announces that today he will conquer the Cave of Thunder. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind, asking if he is the streamer Subaru. When the hero confirms his identity, the guy nervously inquires if his party can join him on his quest, as they are attempting to clear the Cave of Thunder. Before Subaru can respond, he receives a text from Wika, warning him that this party is merely trying to ride on his clout. The team greets him, excitedly revealing their own plans to challenge the Cave of Thunder. They express their surprise at meeting someone as famous as Subaru. Completely oblivious to their admiration, Subaru looks puzzled until they clarify that they're headed for the same stage as him, with no intention of getting in his way. An awkward silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Subaru lets out a sigh of annoyance, ultimately deciding to engage with these guys to complete this stage. After all, it would reflect poorly on him if he declined their request and abandoned the mission. Unfortunately, this is the nature of the system. Still, he leaves them with a chilling remark, expressing his wish to kill everyone simply because he feels like it. This statement sends a chill down the spine of the other guy. Subaru wants to make one thing perfectly clear to these clowns. He's not here to chat. They're simply travel companions. In the next scene, we find ourselves at the gathering point in the Conrad Kingdom. A commotion is already brewing as several mercenaries have assembled, all eager to take on the challenge of the Cave of Thunder. Demon, the intimidating and muscular figure, is actually an S-tier mercenary who looks down on the group for having E-rankers. When he discovers that our protagonist is an otherworlder, he dismisses the kid as someone on a suicide mission. Infuriated by Demon's taunts, Subaru entertains the thought of beating him half to death, envisioning him as vulture bait. His companions are taken aback, surprised that an E-ranker would even know what vulture bait is. One thing is clear, our boy can sense the dreadful bloodlust radiating from the demon and his group. This isn't the kind of bloodlust aimed at monsters, it's directed at humans. Meanwhile, at the Osman Kingdom gathering point, we shift to Omar, who is visibly shaken by the unfolding situation. It seems that one of the Blue Zone mercenaries, Poleman, has intruded on their mission, demanding that Omar's team sacrifice half their men to create some space. Omar questions whether these orders come from their guildmaster, Itsuki Kyojo. Pullman quickly reminds him to show respect for their leader's name, pointing out that this situation is a direct result of Omar's failure in his last mission, which cost the guild valuable assets. The tension between them escalates as they exchange sharp insults, with Omar taunting Pullman for losing to a rookie after spending a decade on floor level 3. Omar remains silent in response, but one of his subordinates is itching to take action against Pullman for disrespecting their leader. Confident in his victory, Pullman struts away, convinced that with his involvement, they might finally conquer the Cave of Thunder. Meanwhile, Omar holds his men back, urging them to keep their anger in check for now. They're up against a rookie raid team, so it won't matter much. However, there's one aspect that catches his attention. Returning to our boys, the chatter reveals that Subaru is visibly agitated just being around these people. Demon, leading the charge, senses that something about this place feels unsettling. The doors swing open at a precise moment, signaling that some humans have made it through. He gestures for his friends to look ahead at the imposing stage known as the Cave of Thunder. Jagged spikes jut out from the rocky walls, and thunder rumbles ominously overhead. Demon adds that the lightning never ceases to strike the entrance, which is why accessing the gate is only possible during a few fleeting moments. The purple-haired man from earlier strikes up a conversation with the imposing figure, inquiring how many times he has dared to challenge the perilous cave. Demon reveals that this is his third encounter, making him one of the rarest survivors to emerge unscathed. Despite the inherent dangers, Demon continues to face the gate time and again, though it's not exactly a choice he relishes. The only reason he's here is to extract traces of thunder, something that, if he can acquire it, will allow him to finally leave behind his perilous life as a mercenary. In other words, the S-rank mercenary won't be accompanying them for long. Damon has no intention of delving too deeply into the cave. He knows just how intimidating it can be. To him, E-rankers are merely cannon fodder, destined to be swept away. We stand before the massive entrance of the cave, where the thunder rumbles with frenetic energy. But in just an hour, it will calm as the entrance opens. To illustrate the gravity of their predicament, Bro hurls a squirrel toward the entrance, and wouldn't you know it, Mr. Squirrel is instantly zapped by Zeus himself. "I want to see F's in the comments for our fallen squirrel," he says, a hint of irony in his voice. Demon warns them that their fate could mirror that of the squirrel, but surprisingly, our boy chooses to take matters into his own hands. The S-ranker raises an eyebrow, questioning whether the E-ranker has a death wish. Yet, Subaru remains unfazed, recognizing that this situation feels all too familiar, much like the trials of Millennium Mountain. They all believe he's on a reckless suicide mission, pleading with him to turn back. Yet, our hero stands just inches from the door, his hand outstretched as he activates the Heart of Thunder ability, allowing him to resist the searing effects of electrocution. The Thunder Gate crackles with black-yellow lightning, assessing his qualifications for entry. The powers of the Heart of Thunder and the Thunder Gate clash and intertwine, creating a dramatic spectacle. Eventually, the Thunder Gate vanishes completely, unveiling the priceless remnants of thunder the demon had longed to possess. A small jewel, cradled in a golden spiral, tumbles down. Demon lets out a scream, shocked and incredulous that an E-ranker could uncover such a treasure. All this time, the gate had been patiently awaiting someone who met its requirements. As our boy inspected the object, a gigantic axe suddenly came hurtling toward him from behind. Subaru quickly recognized the deadly intent behind the attack. It was aimed straight for his head. He barely managed to dodge, but not without suffering a deep gash on his shoulder. To make matters worse, the system confirmed that he had just been attacked by his own teammates, meaning he would face no penalty for defending himself. The imposing figure stands firm, determined to protect his treasure from an E-ranker. He sneers at Subaru, labeling him lucky. Subaru, unfazed, questions why he should comply with the man's demands. Meanwhile, Demon's team reinforces their stance, dismissing the rookies as outsiders with no right to take from the locals. It's clear to everyone that, despite their unfamiliarity with this world, the instinct to survive is universal. Subaru realizes that the pain he experiences during the trial feels indistinguishable from actual death, a torment that could leave anyone with permanent PTSD upon returning to the real world. Meanwhile, the demon savors his weapon like a barbarian, proclaiming himself the harbinger of death, boasting that he is all too familiar with slaughtering outsiders. The rookies tremble as the atmosphere grows tense. The rumors about the Conrad mercenaries secretly eliminating previous rookie teams have proven true. Subaru's team calls out to him, pleading for reason and urging him to negotiate. But before he can respond, blood splatters across his face. Our boy has already made his first move, vaporizing one man as if he had never existed. He swiftly deals with a second man, impaling him as well, with the intention of turning these fools into his vulture bait. The look on Demon's face is priceless. He can't comprehend how an E-ranker could possibly outclass them. Seizing the moment, our protagonist charges forward for another strike, but this time he misses his target, Demon. Subaru continues to taunt the man, mocking his futile attempt to protect his pride when death is just around the corner. The beefy guy charges at him with deadly intent, but it's already too late. In an instant, his arm is severed, flying off into the distance, leaving the massive man collapsing to his knees in shock. The demon realizes that his opponent is a user of the demon blade, someone who has relied solely on weapons to gain strength. To put this arrogant fool in his place, our hero confidently asserts that he is nothing like the trash they are. He suggests they should have saved their money to buy something comparable, but it hardly matters now, as Subaru swiftly tears the demon apart, bringing an end to the Conrad mercenary team. With 3 skilled mercenaries lying lifeless at their feet, the remaining rookies are left bewildered, questioning who this man truly is. Subaru smirks at their confusion, tauntingly asking if they're eager to test their luck against him as well. However, the rookies know their place now, and they even begin to address him as their lord. Suddenly, the entrance gate flashes red. It's time to finally step inside. Subaru guides the team deeper into the cave, where the walls are marked with streaks of lightning. One girl hesitantly asks if following this reckless E-ranker is truly the right decision. With a flick of her purple hair, she urges everyone to stay calm and avoid getting on Subaru's bad side. He doesn't strike her as the reckless type, unless provoked. After all, in the world of streaming, popularity is key, and even regular folks have their worth. Purple Hair is certain that none of his posts will ever be exposed. However, the path they took is suddenly blocked. The front is gone, trapping them from both directions. Omar's warning echoes in Subaru's mind, cautioning him to be wary of the Thunderwolves upon entry. With the metric ton of these beasts surrounding them, fighting would be futile. It would only drain their stamina. While the other rookies are preoccupied with their battles, our boy charges ahead into a pack of Thunderwolves, armed with a strategy of his own. His aim is to take down the leader of the group, typically the largest creature in the area. However, in this case, it's quite the opposite. The smallest Thunderwolf commands the pack. Subaru begins his assault by swiftly cutting down one wolf before activating Cloud Stride, unleashing his incredible airwalking abilities for 3 exhilarating seconds as he leaps over the pack. In that fleeting moment, he reminisces about his dear friend Toshia, who once wore these very shoes and danced gracefully through the air. Before Subaru could reach the boss, the leader opted for an aggressive approach, swiftly darting behind him and landing a powerful blow. Fortunately, Subaru emerged unscathed from the impact. The Thunderwolf pressed forward for a second attack, while Subaru readied his demon blade, charging it with crackling thunder. He declares that his thunder is far swifter than that of the wolf leader, striking down the creature with a single graceful blow. With their leader decapitated, the remaining Thunderwolves are left vulnerable. Subaru levels up, but the seemingly endless horde of Thunderwolves still poses a significant threat to the rookies. Omar calls back, confirming that defeating the boss equates to achieving total victory. Our protagonist commands every single wolf to sit as if they were obedient pets. With the leader defeated, he has seamlessly taken on that role himself. The system acknowledges the successful subjugation of the Thunderwolves, granting him the ability to command them freely within the Cave of Thunder. The rookies are utterly bewildered by his actions, but our boy remains unfazed, calmly instructing his wolves to delve deeper into the cave alongside him. Once they reach a suitable location for the next event, he commands his wolves to begin howling. This only adds to the chaos for the rookies, who are still struggling to grasp the reasoning behind his strategy. The howling of the Thunderwolves echoed through the cave, drawing the attention of all the other thunder-dwelling monsters. Clearly, this was a cause for concern. The rookies pleaded with Subaru to stop before he was overwhelmed by the myriad of creatures lurking in the cave. Unfazed, he unsheathed his blade, declaring that this was simply how he conducted business in these parts. He reassures them that they need not worry about him. He can handle everything on his own with the Thunderwolves. For the rookies, who are still uncertain about their roles, he reminds them of their purpose from the beginning. They must focus on surviving independently. And so the war within the cave officially commences. The audience, captivated by the thrilling fight, hardly pays attention to how the streamer is handling the stage. A girl in the crowd voices his concern, noting that it seems a bit ruthless. After all, the monsters are literally tearing these players apart. Normally, Subaru would face significant backlash for allowing his members to perish. But this time, it's a different story. It turns out there was an early post made by someone planning to invade Subaru's cave during the Thunder Hunt. They never intended to support him. Their only goal was to hitch a free ride. That's why facing danger here doesn't hold much weight for them. They were never strong enough to begin with. However, there's a legitimate concern that the viewers watching the stream might form a different opinion, potentially leading to backlash. Still, there's a reason Subaru allowed these individuals to join him on this perilous mission. He wanted to make an example of anyone who dared to leech off him. As he tore through the monsters, the rookies were also getting shredded. By the end of the intense battle, the system congratulated him with a level up. Panting but satisfied, he turned to find corpses scattered at his feet, wondering if there would be any more complaints about his solo run. The chatters are astonished by how far this guy has gone in his slaughter, but some viewers are put off by his psychopathic behavior and decide to leave the stream. Subaru, however, remains unfazed. His only concern is sending a clear message to any freeloaders who might meet the same grim fate. Meanwhile, the overseers watching from the big screen can barely contain their laughter. Every word and action of his resonates with the audience's reactions. The chief offers genuine praise, admitting that Subaru is undeniably an exceptional player and streamer. However, he then interrupts Wika at an inopportune moment, exclaiming that the matter at hand involves none other than Narukami Subaru himself. The chief is eager to know if she has briefed him about the recruitment post that was recently made. Wika confirms that she has already briefed him on the idea, giving the impression that she has been supporting him from the very beginning. Frustrated by her boss's incessant nagging, she abruptly hangs up, feeling she has no other option. Meanwhile, the chief requests a copy of the information, eager to go on the offensive and showcase to the world that Subaru has a formidable agency backing him. Meanwhile, let's shift our focus to Omar's side of the conflict. The Thunderwolves are making life incredibly difficult for their opponents. The best part? Omar isn't lifting a finger to assist those arrogant fools, leaving Pullman to fend for himself. The dude quickly realizes he's been set up. Omar decides to bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment before hurling his blade directly at Pullman. The guy ducks, but the dagger finds its mark, striking the leader of the wolves right in the head. Naturally, since the creature is so small, Pullman can't help but think that Omar has just pulled off the dumbest kill imaginable. The calm captain instructs the rest of the Thunderwolves to take their seats. Pullman, still oblivious, feels as though he's being looked down upon. Suddenly, he notices the wolves around him reacting oddly. Confused, he demands answers. Omar seizes the moment, delivering a verbal blow that leaves Pullman reeling, declaring that he doesn't even understand what the Cave of Thunder truly represents. The same applies to the higher-ups in the Blue Zone. He advises them to return for their own safety, warning that further humiliation is at stake, all while maintaining an air of authority. Meanwhile, Subaru appears to be facing off against the current boss. This creature looks like it stepped right out of Dune, and I hope you're ready for what's coming next. The worm doesn't last long at all. Our hero charges straight for its mouth, vaporizing the beast with a single blast of his thunderous rampage. Omar's advice has guided him this far with ease, but it's really his 3 years of hard work that made this possible. Yet, this moment is just the beginning. The true Cave of Thunder begins here. As the first gate of thunder swings open for our boy, he steps into the first thunder trial. However, his initial impression of the cave is far from grand. He finds the experience rather underwhelming compared to his expectations. According to the intel Omar personally provided, the real challenges start right at this very gate. Subaru was confronted with a massive illustration of a dragon, reminiscent of an ancient artwork that leaves the chatters puzzled. Omar emphasizes that it took him an astonishing 5 years to get past this level. The chatters begin to notice something unsettling. The dragon in the picture seems to be moving. This raises the question, how long will it take Subaru to conquer this first gate? The system evaluates his qualifications for the thunderclap ability. While this power is indeed linked to the natural phenomenon of the crackling sound that accompanies a lightning strike, it is still tied to thunder itself. All these powers share a common thread, suggesting that the true reward of the Cave of Thunder may or may not relate to Subaru's own abilities. For now, he remains clueless, as the same element doesn't always guarantee the same outcome. His gaze is fixed on the magnificent dragon emerging from the picture, transforming into a stunning blue beast in its thunderous glory. This is Ragnall, the judge of Thunderclap. Omar had warned him back then that even defeating Greg the Wolf Warrior wouldn't yield the same results against Ragnall, who is truly a force of nature. Even our boy knows he stands no chance against this monster at this stage. He only challenged Greg out of sheer desperation. The trial of Ragnall is unique for each challenger, and one of its most brutal tests involves enduring millions of lightning strikes in rapid succession. At times, it can sever your senses and plunge you into an abyssal void. Other times, it conjures a monster to fight in your stead. Now, the moment has come to determine our boy's fate. Ragnall turns to confront the challenger for the Trial of Thunder. With a casual demeanor, our boy confirms that he is indeed the challenger. The dragon, intrigued by this human, boasts about how he has already passed numerous qualification tests. The dragon commands him to retrieve the item from his pocket as the trace of thunder that Subaru acquired at the entrance begins to stir. He reaches for it, remembering that even Omar had said nothing about its significance. Ragnall observes that the human has opened the thunderclap gate and ventured inside, but our protagonist can't help but wonder if anyone else has managed to obtain the same object and enter as well. Apparently no one succeeded, not even the man wielding the spear. He only managed to pick up a stone formed from the dungeon's condensed energy. This aligns perfectly with Subaru's own assessment. After all, he's the only one capable of wielding thunder, so it all makes sense. Ragnall interrupts the casual conversation, sensing it's time to present the boy with his trial. His monumental task? To swallow the damn jewel. That's right, just that. Subaru was uncertain if he should even go through with it, considering the jewel's immense value in this world. Even the chatter around him suggests that his dreams of selling it are dashed. With no real choice left, Subaru finds himself weighing his options. Even if he passes the trial, it doesn't guarantee a better reward. Like the traces of thunder, the entire situation feels turned upside down, as if he's stepping into an Indian tech support scam where the deal seems absurd. Yet, if he backs out now, it would be a humiliating ritual, casting a shadow over his reputation and reflecting poorly on the entire Blue Eyes Guild. Setting aside his greed, Subaru ultimately decides to follow through, swallowing the jewel just as instructed. Almost instantly, he faces the consequences as the gate's trial begins to assess his body, leaving him in agony with the object now inside him. Meanwhile, Week watches from her room, furious that this ridiculous blue noodle dragon has forced their talent to swallow the stone. Even someone like Subaru, who was obsessed with money, found himself faced with a difficult decision. Concerned for his well-being, she picks up the phone and calls Kiyoharu for an update, only to discover that he's already on the move. Gathering her courage, Week begins her response with a heartfelt apology. Her voice heavy with emotion, she seems utterly crushed. Kiyoharu firmly reminds her to uphold her end of the promise, stating that he won't be giving it to her later, and that there's no turning back from this. Week confirms her words, and with that, the call disconnects, leaving her in an even more anxious state. Before him stands the towering structure of Floor 5, the Burin God Forging Stage, a place he never imagined he would return to. Meanwhile, Subaru lies unconscious as the Trial of Thunder surges within him, unleashing powerful jolts that strike Bro with the same intensity as an electric fly swatter obliterating a mosquito. Right after the first zap, the trace of the thunder object seamlessly settled into his body, coursing through his veins. While his mana increased, so did his fatigue with each jolt, leaving him to feel a surging pulse of electricity racing through him. The experience is vastly different from last time. It feels as if something is genuinely disrupting the flow of his magic here, something he can't quite identify. Subaru's movements are restricted, and with each zap he endures, the object seems to take control of his body. Only the Heart of Thunder possesses the power to resist the influence of Thunder's will. Both characters are reacting in stark contrast to one another, prompting our boy to remember that his Thunderheart is meant to be an equipable item. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted as another zap pierces his shoulder. He quickly notes the distinct nature of his Thunderheart compared to the trace of thunder. Without hesitation, he pulls out the second stone, recalling Ragnall's advice to swallow the first one. Perhaps this was the plan all along, that the beast wanted him to consume the Thunder's Heartstone as well, which offered undeniable advantages. Realizing he couldn't endure more of this electrifying chaos, he swallows the golden stone. Instantly, the Thunder's heart activates, fortifying him against the harsh remnants of Thunder's power. Now, Subaru's body crackles with a dual nature of lightning, one a pristine blue, the other a chaotic black. Ragnar looms over him, impressed that the player has finally deciphered the trial. The mighty dragon observes closely as Subaru embraces his newly transformed state, looking like a silver surfer. If only he could ditch that bald head. He also possesses the powerful new Thunderheart, yet he has no idea how to wield it. Ragnar mocks him for failing to tap into the abilities of his own treasure all this time, but he keeps the secrets of this special form to himself as our hero reverts to his normal state. Exhausted and frustrated, Subaru's body aches from the ordeal, angry that he nearly got himself killed just by devouring the stones. The dragon confidently reveals that the previous wielder of thunder perished in the same attempt, yet he remains hopeful for the boy this time. With that, Ragnar transforms from blue to golden thunder, merging with the boy's body and instantly elevating his thunder skill from level 3 to 5. His new skill rank, an impressive S-rank ability, far surpassing what he possessed before. Meanwhile, Omar and his crew stand outside the gate, stunned and bewildered, questioning where the dragon painting is supposed to be. The familiar image is conspicuously absent, and even his subordinates sense an unsettling emptiness surrounding the area. Omar confirms that the dragon's painting has vanished, and the shocking revelation is that he never even took the test. This means someone else completed it before they arrived. His subordinate quickly realizes that it could have been Subaru, but even for him, making that dragon disappear seems impossible. Meanwhile, Pullman, ever the opportunist, dismisses the concern, insisting they should hurry before Subaru claims all the rewards for himself. That's when he encounters immediate disappointment. Omar turns around, declaring that he didn't come just to reap the loot. For once, he smiles, genuinely thrilled to share his excitement about the change at last, as someone has managed to reach past the Cave of Thunder. The same pacifist Omar approaches Pullman in high spirits, playfully warning him not to spoil his excitement just yet. The subordinate, whom I'll refer to as Adult Aang, explains that he has already faced the And. Based on his experience in that duel, he's confident that even two Subarists working together wouldn't be able to surpass the level ahead. Despite their expectations, Captain Omar urges them to remain cautious, as they might be on the verge of witnessing a historic achievement, the first successful completion of the Cave of Thunder trial. Pullman is perplexed that even the captain has lost hope of clearing this stage, raising the question of why they are pushing forward at all. Omar stands before the next gate, declaring that everything beyond this point signifies the end, which means Subaru has already conquered this level. With those expectations in mind, the captain opens the final gate and the system welcomes the raid team into the second gate of Thunder. The throne room lies in disarray, a chaotic welcome for anyone daring enough to claim the throne. The captain and his team move forward, determination etched on their faces. But amidst the turmoil, one question lingers. Where is Subaru, the very man who triumphed over Wrangel's trial? His absence is the most perplexing part of all. Pullman is feeling down about yet another strange change. It's already getting on his nerves that Omar can't stop talking about this Subaru kid. He wonders if the kid just sat on the throne and leveled up, but the captain quickly dismisses that notion, explaining that no one can simply do that. The system detects a group of players intruding upon the domain of the throne, summoning a formidable obstacle before them, a powerful bolt of lightning. This imposing figure is the Knight of Thunder, adorned in stunning armor reminiscent of the Ygritte stage from solo leveling. Pullman and the others are left bewildered, questioning why a human has been chosen as the boss monster for this trial. Omar reluctantly delivers the grim news. They cannot progress any further until they defeat the knight. This formidable foe is the very same monster that has thwarted the captain in all his previous attempts. He stands as the ultimate barrier within the Cave of Thunder, an obstacle that no one has ever overcome. Peleus, the Knight of Thunder, rises as the final guardian of this tempestuous realm. During his conversation with Subaru, he revealed that Peleus had never shared his name with anyone before him. This is the same Peleus linked to both Trials of Thunder. However, Subaru found it puzzling that no one seemed to know about the existence of the Knight of Thunder within the Cave of Thunder's setting. Only Omar knew the truth, having faced him directly in battle. Even then, he had no idea who his opponent was until the knight introduced himself by name. In short, he revealed to Subaru that both the Knight of Thunder and Subaru's thunder skill are connected in some way. That conversation proved to be rather futile. Despite the captain's hopes for Subaru to join the fight, the reality is grim. Peleus strides confidently toward the captain, ready for yet another attempt. However, Omar can't shake the feeling that the Knight of Thunder was expecting someone else entirely, raising the unsettling question of whether he has ever truly met Subaru. Unfortunately, Peleus denies the encounter, prompting Omar to reluctantly draw his weapon. Before he can devise a strategy, the imbecilic Pullman calls forth his men, ordering them to block the knight's escape and ambush him in a chaotic flurry. Little do they know, the captain is firmly against this reckless decision, pleading with his comrades not to charge headlong at Peleus. It's already too late as the vicious Knight of Thunder delivers a single slash, cleaving through human bodies like paper. The captain is horrified, but before he can finish his sentence, warning that these strategies won't work against such a powerful knight, it's already game over. In a reckless display, Pullman charges forward, oblivious to the fate that just befell his men. His sword clashes against Peleus, who merely blocks the attack, causing Bro's weapon to shatter with a single blow. It's game over for this fool, as Peleus charges his weapon, aiming directly for his neck to deliver the fatal strike. Meanwhile, let's delve into what Subaru is really up to, as he has mysteriously vanished from the scene. The man stirs awake in a jagged cave, disoriented and unsure of how long he's been unconscious. The chatter around him reveals that it's only been 30 minutes, yet they can't resist teasing him for his frequent comas. It's almost as if he possesses a peculiar talent for it. One particularly cheeky donator even offers him credits just to mock him for passing out so often. Subaru recalls that his collaboration with Hawkeye brought him some significant advantages. He agrees to the chatter's demands, promising to work with Subaru, which excites them, as he's still a rookie in their eyes. It's important to remember that his name is Hosoi Subaru in this body, which is why they remain unaware of his true identity. Our boy feels an overwhelming fatigue, but he refuses to give up and pushes on to the next stage. Meanwhile, let's check in on Pullman. He's getting one-shotted left and right, and just as he's about to be finished off, Omar swoops in with a defensive maneuver, saving his life at the last moment. The captain's strike sends Peleus reeling, starkly illustrating the vast skill gap between them. It's no wonder they entrusted the mission to Omar instead of Pullman, whose constant complaints have made him a liability. In truth, they see Pullman as nothing more than a pawn. The guild has little regard for him. They merely intend to use him to provoke the captain's pride and draw out his true power. Peleus and Omar lunge at each other with monstrous intensity, but what truly terrifies Pullman is the chilling realization that even this fearsome version of the captain was ultimately defeated by Subaru. Honestly, Omar is having a rough time. In the midst of the battle, Peleus effortlessly severs his left arm, demonstrating just how outmatched Omar really is in this fight. He can't stall forever. Only 2 more minutes, hardly even 1, with all the backup he's got. The Knight of Thunder doesn't even glance at his flank, casually swinging his sword and sending human parts flying into the air. This opens the way for the bloodthirsty Omar, who charges forward at full speed, his missing arm leaving a trail of blood. Now that's metal. He pours everything he has into this one attack, desperate to make an impact on Peleus. The strike connects, but only with the knight's shield, sending Omar's weapon soaring several feet into the air. Now, he stands completely defenseless against the Knight of Thunder. Peleus prepares to deliver his final blow, commending the captain for honing his skills since their last encounter. However, just as he is about to strike down Omar, he senses an even greater threat. Instinctively, he blocks the crackling bolts of yellow lightning. The force of the explosive blast sends the knight reeling backward, and at last, he turns to face the man he has been waiting for. It's Narukami Subaru in the flesh, radiating power with every step as Thunder reveres his very presence. He commands the captain and the others to hold back, knowing their interference would only hinder him in battle. With determination, he grasps his thunderous demonic sword, and the duel between the two thunder wielders begins. Peleus is the first to strike, charging right up to Subaru's face with a powerful blow. The Knight of Thunder recognizes him, calling him the benefactor. Their weapons clash before pulling apart, creating space between them. Subaru pauses to clarify that he's already heard the entire story, while the rest of Omar's subordinates are left bewildered, completely in the dark about what's happening. The masked knight reaches for his helmet, removing the headpiece as he wonders if he will ever remember this face. The helmet clatters to the ground as Peleus greets Subaru with pride. We might have been expecting some striking figure, but instead, we're met with a man who looks like a walking corpse. The undead Peleus expresses that he has waited a long time to reunite with Subaru here, against all odds. It's been an eternity, and even though our boy is an otherworlder, it feels like centuries have passed during his wait. This is because the Thunder trial is actually a virtual test, one that anyone can attempt as many times as they wish. But the pressing question remains, how does the Knight of Thunder know Subaru specifically? Peleus steps in to clarify, revealing that he discovered the existence of otherworlders and soon deduced something that Subaru himself couldn't, that he truly doesn't belong to this world. Our boy inquires about the fate of the villagers, wondering why Peleus looks like he stepped out of a zombie apocalypse manhwa. The grim truth following Subaru's disappearance is that the invasion of the giants continued unchecked. The entire village was annihilated, leaving the Knight of Thunder as the sole survivor. Determined to impress his benefactor, Peleus vowed to become just as strong. This quest for power, the same kind that Subaru wielded, led him to the Cave of Thunder. There, he discovered the source of his troubles, but he soon realized that acquiring such immense power would come at a steep price, one that someone as unqualified as Peleus was not prepared to pay. He never anticipated the cost would be so severe. The knight lost his eyes, leaving him permanently blind, but the situation grew even more dire as he was cursed to remain trapped in this cave forever. Thus, Peleus finds himself confined here, burdened with unfathomable strength, endlessly waiting for the day his benefactor might return. As the night arrives, he makes one final request to his benefactor, pleading for a release from his suffering, a death he has longed for. The truth is, this fight isn't shaping up to be easy, no matter how Subaru views it. His fatigue is mounting, and if the battle drags on, he knows he will lose. He taps into the full extent of his abilities from the very beginning, activating the Thunder Heart. This choice places immense strain on his body, but he agrees to Peleus' request for a permanent release. The two thunderous forces stand face to face, ready to engage in their final confrontation. We shift to Reyna, who is already in a state of fear, acutely aware that she has angered someone important. The realization that she failed to retrieve what she was sent for only deepens her dread, as she has directly defied orders. Suddenly, she notices the landscape blanketed in ice, a chilling confirmation that Shu is furiously displeased. With trepidation, Reyna leans in to examine the icy structure before her. She opens the door, only to be greeted by a sharp ice spike plummeting from the ceiling. Panic surges through her as she dodges, wondering if Bro is genuinely trying to kill her. From the shadows, Shu's imposing figure steps forward, radiating a menacing intent. Rena realizes she's in deep trouble and quickly blurts out an apology, even slipping up by offering her life in atonement. Shu is desperate to understand why she allowed him to possess the priceless object. Eventually, Reyna relents and confesses that she gave it to Subaru because, even though she couldn't bear to look at his face, his presence reminded her so much of their former leader. It was this instinctive connection that led her to trust him with the object. Shu doesn't appear entirely satisfied, but he forgives her nonetheless, assigning her a daunting task in the process. Reyna is taken aback that he's letting this slide so easily. As a form of punishment, Shu instructs her to swiftly restore the house to its original state, which frustrates her since he was the one who made the mess in the first place. But let's pause their banter and shift our focus to the main event of the day. Omar's group is struggling to maintain their ground on the third floor. The two fighters clash their weapons with incredible speed, each channeling their own thunderous energy. The captain notes that Peleus' greatest disadvantage lies in his blindness, a fact that allows our hero to land a successful kick to the knight's chest, sending him staggering backward. Subaru struggles as fatigue overwhelms him, reaching a staggering 81. The only way he manages to create openings is by concealing his presence from the knight. Peleus dismisses the damage as insignificant, but to his astonishment, Omar's sword suddenly hurtles through the air, plunging deep into his arm. As Peleus stands startled, our hero turns to confront Omar, who has disrespected him in their one-on-one clash. But for Subaru, the outcome is non-negotiable. He must win at any cost. The Knight of Thunder removes his shield, revealing an extra arm, unharmed by the flames. With this newfound advantage, he reaches for Omar's sword, intending to turn it against our boy. However, he quickly realizes that Subaru has already vanished. In that moment, he seized the opportunity to use Cloud Stride, leaping into the air for 3 seconds and catching his opponent off guard with a sudden aerial descent. With a clean strike, he made direct contact with Peleus, ripping his body in half. The Thunder Knight, grateful to his benefactor once again, offered his apologies for the trouble he had caused in the end. We catch a glimpse of Peleus's original face just before a bolt of lightning strikes down, obliterating what remains of him. By the end of that thunderous showdown, Subaru stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the throne. However, in his moment of distraction, a sword hurtles toward his face, but he narrowly dodges it. This close call is thanks to Pullman, who, despite having his life saved by Subaru's intervention, remains convinced that they must eliminate the lingering threat. He firmly believes this is their best opportunity to defeat Subaru while he's still worn out from his earlier battle. However, he is met with a deafening silence from his team. The raid party refuses to assist him, which only fuels Pullman's frustration as he shouts at them, urging them to recognize that Subaru is right in front of them. All they need to do is eliminate him and settle the score. Pullman is taken aback to see that no one is accepting his invitation. However, he has observed something crucial about Subaru. He has stopped using thunder, indicating that he is on the verge of burning out. This presents Pullman with his best chance to defeat the player. He urges Omar to stop wasting time and get serious. It's the perfect opportunity for him to exact revenge on the very man who once bested him. Maintaining a neutral tone, Omar explains that he can't participate in the fight with his arm already compromised. Pullman tries to bring him into the conversation about the reward, even attempting to intimidate the captain into remembering the guild's orders. Once again, Omar asserts that the reward rightfully belongs to Subaru, who triumphed over the Knight of Thunder in battle. The final revelation is that Omar joined the Blue Zone Guild solely to conquer the Cave of Thunder. He has no interest in what the guild truly desires from him. His words leave Pullman utterly speechless. It's clear that no one is coming to help this guy. In a display of cowardice, the man turns to Subaru with a proposal of his own. He suggests that Subaru join the Blue Zone Guild, assuring him that he will secure all the rewards from the Cave of Thunder. To sweeten the deal, he even promises a semi-ranker position, presenting an official guild offer that appears enticing to the unsuspecting Subaru. Pullman aimed to claim all the rewards and the position for himself, but with his limited abilities, this offer was his best chance. He approached Subaru with a false sense of camaraderie, despite having just plotted against him moments earlier. Subaru shook his head in confusion, wondering why this fool would ever think he could get away with it. Pullman's incessant rambling is abruptly silenced as Subaru swiftly removes his head from his shoulders. With that, he spares everyone from the burden of his annoyance. As Pullman's lifeless body crumples to the ground, Subaru turns to Omar, a smirk playing on his lips, and asks if he, too, would like to receive the same treatment. The captain shows little interest in the past. His focus is solely on what lies ahead. Subaru is taken aback to learn that they will be teaming up from this point forward. Meanwhile, the rest of the party is subdued, and Omar gives a final order for his men to leave. This command stirs a wave of emotion, and tears begin to flow as they fear their legendary captain is facing his end. Next, Omar unexpectedly grabs a sword and pierces his own thigh, providing Subaru with a shocking assurance that he won't pose any threat. With one arm lost and one leg barely functioning, Omar is rendered harmless to Subaru. Impressed by the man's audacity, as well as the chatter around them, Subaru ultimately decides to let him join. He approaches the throne, each step filled with purpose. Omar watches in eager anticipation as Subaru claims his rightful place on the chair, the conqueror of the Cave of Thunder. Yet, strangely, Subaru's vision begins to blur, his senses dulling as the system recognizes his position on the dormant Thunder throne. Our boy's consciousness drifts into a different memory lane. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in the same chair, but everything feels remarkably different. As he processes his shock, Subaru realizes that the throne room is intact, and Omar's party is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the door swings open, revealing a long-haired man clad in golden armor. This imposing king exudes an aura of a demigod, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, as he voices his frustration over his inability to harness the true power of thunder. It's the very reason he shuns the throne, convinced that one day he will be worthy of its weighty responsibility. With those words, he turns away, feeling he has said enough to his father, who once occupied the same position. The man departs, leaving our boy to confront the weight of the moment and return to the present. The ground beneath him rumbles and fractures, collapsing under his weight. The chatters can't help but joke that he's fatter than Gorlock the Destroyer, as his mere presence seems to level the ground. But jokes aside, Subaru emerges with a startling realization. Even the chatters couldn't see what he had witnessed in that memory cutscene. He spots a mysterious blue orb and reaches out to grasp it, claiming the hollow heart of thunder upon completing the stage. The system rewards him with triple the level-ups, enhancing his stats and granting an AP from the Central Guild. As Subaru inspects the small orb resembling a tiny Rasengan from Naruto, he realizes its rank and category are essentially unknown. Not particularly impressed by the effort he put in to earn this meager reward, he begins to ponder whether it might be as valuable as the Thunder's heart. Just then, Omar rushes in, bewildered, and demands to know what just happened. Our boy reveals that he discovered an orb buried in the dust. The captain stares at it, utterly perplexed. Bro's expression is one of sheer astonishment. It's clear he can't believe what he's found. Omar can't help but smile, realizing that not even Subaru has any idea what this orb is. This means Subaru will have to tune into Bro's stream to uncover the true significance of this mysterious object. Our boy assures him that he's just getting started on his hunt. With the third floor now complete, Omar can finally leave the stage. Subaru, ever the jokester, quips that if Omar is going to watch, he might as well send some donations. Instead of taking a long vacation, our boy is already rushing to complete the missions ahead. He earns nearly 30,000 credits for completing 2 quests simultaneously, and thanks his chat for sticking with him throughout the entire journey. The viewers plead for him to keep the stream going, but Subaru ultimately betrays their hopes and disconnects. Shu and Reina, who are also watching, express their annoyance that it ended far too soon. Once the stream is over, Shu turns to Reina, eager to hear her in-depth review of Subaru in person. She hints that the child bears a resemblance to their fallen leader, but it's clear that this person cannot be the original Subaru. However, Reina isn't entirely convinced thanks to that infuriating mask. Still, nothing seems to add up. She explains that it's far too peculiar for the two Subarus to be linked, considering the original despised attention and would never have live-streamed publicly. Next, we delve into the formation of the tower system. No one can restart the trials unless it's a reincarnation story. Did she just break the fourth wall with that comment? Regardless, for Narukami Subaru to exist, he must overcome both impossible conditions, something that seems absurd for both Shu and Reina to accept. Now, let's move on to Floor 5, the Burin God Forging stage, where Kiyoharu has been sent. In this world, the Burin stands as the pinnacle of martial prowess, second only to the Martial Alliance. It's also the place where Kiyoharu grew up. However, the treatment he receives now is so severe that it makes him wonder if he's being mistaken for a criminal. The guards brusquely tell him to keep quiet, reminding him that they never asked for his input. Kiyoharu can tell that Wika views this as a desperate mission. She rarely asks for favors otherwise. Standing before the gate, he faces his uncle, who questions whether he is truly capable. The gate swings open as Kiyoharu steps through to meet the Lord of the Fifth Stage, the leader of God Forging and one of the tower's most formidable high-rankers, Unten Kyoku, who holds the second rank in the martial world. With a polite demeanor, Kiyoharu greets the Lord, but his uncle urges him to forego the formalities and address him as he always has. Kiyoharu follows obediently, and they soon find themselves in good spirits. Lord Kyoku even praises Narukami Subaru for his rising fame in the Azure Sky Entertainment Company. Naturally, Kiyoharu is taken aback. He's astonished that his uncle is aware of such details about him. Uncle Kyoku pretends that the information is inconsequential, but Kiyoharu is desperate to know the truth. The Lord skillfully shifts the topic, avoiding a direct answer, fully aware that Kiyoharu has come for a specific purpose. It soon becomes clear that he is here with Wika's official statement, which delivers a harsh rejection. This revelation strikes a nerve with Lord Kyoku, igniting his fury as he questions Kiyoharu, demanding to know if he truly understands the weight of this woman's refusal. Naturally, the guy is completely unaware, leaving the uncle baffled that he arrived without knowing any details. All Wika instructed was to relay her message of refusal. That was it. Lord Kyoku is disappointed to see that Kiyoharu has become little more than Wika's lapdog messenger. Before Kiyoharu can utter a word, he is overwhelmed by an immense spiritual pressure that leaves him speechless. The Lord of God Forging relishes the opportunity to deliver a return message, his imposing aura suffocating the young man to the point where Kiyoharu begins to bleed simply from being in his presence. Kyoku wants her to understand that her recklessness will ultimately lead to her downfall. He makes it clear that he's more than willing to threaten not only the company she works for, but also every connection she holds dear. I can't help but chuckle at how this old man has turned the situation into a mafia-style ultimatum. I'll take her out and everyone she knows if she doesn't listen to me. Meanwhile, the rain pours down relentlessly. Wika stumbles upon another forum thread discussing the clout-chasing antics surrounding Narukami Subaru. The streamer seems to betray his teammates time and again, all for the sake of rewards. Wika is taken aback by the chief's audacity and wonders how he managed to pull off such a colossal feat. It turns out he had stayed up all night meticulously investigating the situation. The initial reception from the public was harsh, as they raised legitimate concerns that the rookie party might be attempting to ride on Subaru's coattails rather than genuinely contributing. This prompted one individual to take advantage of the situation, highlighting that the rookies were indeed trolls who posed a threat to completing the floor. He reassures Wika that there's no need to place further blame on Subaru for this debacle, especially given his reckless plan. Wika, being the ultimate fangirl, is more than okay with that. The chief advises her to maintain her current approach, as a manager should always be the #1 fan of those they support. He acknowledges that Wika has seemed more vibrant ever since she took over Subaru's responsibilities. The same girl who once appeared gloomy without him is now fully engaged in her work. While streamers are important, the businessman genuinely cares about his subordinates' well-being. With a gentle pat on her head, he wishes her the best as she continues to lead. Flustered and annoyed, Wika pushes him away and storms off into the pouring rain, desperate to escape. In her haste, she forgets to grab an umbrella, wondering why he even bothered to bring one if he cared so much. Meanwhile, we shift to Subaru, who is examining the thunder orb he retrieved from the cave. Everything feels off, and he's left questioning whether he should even consider swallowing this strange object. What troubles him is the forced cutscene that no one else witnessed. Our protagonist wonders if he should seek out this mysterious figure to uncover the answers he desperately needs. Just then, Wika knocks on the door, and he welcomes her in. She quickly takes a seat next to him, still wearing his mask, trembling at the mere thought of being so close to her idol. Sitting beside him on the bed feels a bit too intimate for comfort. This girl is already lost in daydreams about how epic and handsome he looks beneath his uniform, and it's driving her wild. Embracing her excitement, Wika eagerly explains that once he completes Trial 4, he'll be officially ranked. But first, she needs to give him a proper overview of the ranking system. However, our boy is already well versed in that, having researched the mechanics of ranking during his time at the guild. Upon reaching Floor 5, the system assigns a rank to each player, determining their specific position. While the exact calculation formula remains a mystery, certain criteria for assessment are known. Performance in the trial holds the highest weight, followed closely by the direct impact a player has on their original world, and finally, the reputation they maintain among other players. At last, direct combat against other players has begun, and several factors will ultimately determine each player's standing. The manager is eager to see what position Bro will achieve, especially since his reputation and viewership are soaring. It's worth noting that Narukami Subaru is the only person in their company to have risen to such remarkable heights in such a short span of time. Aside from that, she urges him to reconsider the entire collaboration event he promised. Our boy is initially confused until Wika reveals that the man has a nickname, the Destroyer King. Our boy feels a bit uneasy about that title, as he didn't find the person to be particularly impressive. However, Wika clearly holds him in high regard, confirming that this individual has collaborated with over 20 streamers. And the shocking part? They've all vanished without a trace. Sure, the collaborations themselves held great value, and there were no signs of trouble in them. The real issue seems to stem from a curse or jinx. Wika reveals that anyone who collaborates with that man ends up facing a cursed fate. At this point, our protagonist begins to wonder if the man himself is the source of the problem. However, Wika reassures him that the company trusts they will be completely safe. With that in mind, our boy confidently decides to pursue the collaboration. On the 3rd floor of the Central Guild, Subaru greets his chat and announces that he's going to settle matters once and for all. The receptionist instructs him to present his mercenary license, along with proof of quest completion, as soon as he hands over the letters. The man is visibly sweating, glancing up and down in disbelief at how this guy managed to conquer the Cave of Thunder while still being a mere E rank. Despite his astonishment, he stamps the confirmation for clearing the Cave of Thunder, awarding Subaru a staggering 300,000 points for completing the Conrad Kingdom trial. With every condition met, our boy completes the trial and ascends to the 4th floor. His body is instantly transported into a new world, one where dreams have ceased to exist. At first glance, this place appears to be filled with sunshine and rainbows. However, it is the same hell that traps most players, the Elysium of the 4th floor. This world resembles a fairy tale, enchanting in its beauty, yet it lures players in with its beguiling conditions. A leisurely stroll is enough for today's live stream, so our boy wraps it up quickly and seeks out a lavish estate for some much-needed rest. Just then, Wika catches up to him and asks, "Why are you hesitating to move on?" Subaru admits that this place is truly beyond his reach. Despite being a mid-tier streamer, the manager suggests he get some proper rest, assuring him that she will create a solid streaming schedule and brief him on it later. After all, Wika has her own matters to attend to before she seeks out Kiyoharu after all this time. Kiyoharu, however, is annoyed that she feels the need to apologize to him. He reminds her of the stream in the forest behind God Forging, a memory that brings back the innocence of their childhood. They would play together until dusk, only for the bodyguard to swoop in and whisk Wika away just in time for her curfew. Kiyoharu reflects on how, despite the years that have passed, they never really grew up at all. Then he drops the bombshell. Lord Kyoku, who turns out to be as weak as they come, has known everything about her, top to bottom. With the level of risk he faces, Kiyoharu gives her a dead serious look and says, "Quit this job, bro." The scene shifts to floor level 8 at the Blue Zone Guild house, where a certain man is trying to keep up with the incessant updates from Narukami Subaru, who is running circles around them. One rejection after another has plagued the guild, and the sub-leader, Ikari Genji, is furious. He picks up the phone to call the guild leader, ready to provide an update on Narukami Subaru's recruitment situation. With their initial plan having failed, they will now be implementing more serious measures for the second phase. Back to Subaru. He's just crossed over 6,000 viewers, and that number quickly rockets to 7,000. Our boy is determined to climb this level as swiftly as possible, leveraging his impressive physical stats. After paying a fee of 3,000, he officially begins the trial, transporting him into the Forest of War. The concept is straightforward. 8 players are divided into 2 teams for a mini-war. The map features 3 lanes, top, mid, and bottom, with a jungle area in between. Players must defend their territory against enemy attacks. Is it just me, or does this feel a bit like League of Legends? Players can grow stronger by defeating powerful enemies and their minions. The ultimate objective is to completely destroy the enemy base, allowing one to reach the challenger rank by the end of the trial. Currently, Subaru finds himself in the Bronze 3 rank region, with his stats adjusted to 50% for his rank. This trial takes a minimum of 6 months to complete, requiring players to progress from Bronze to Silver, then Platinum, Diamond, and finally Challenger. This daunting climb is one reason why many consider this floor nearly impossible to conquer throughout their lives. The more enemies they defeat, the more points they earn, and destroying enemy bases is the key to success in the game. Other players materialize right next to our boy. These were all platinum-level players, visibly shocked to find themselves paired with a low-level bronze. The only one who recognized Subaru's significance was Rowan. She knew he was the streamer who had recently gained popularity. Big fella Nile threw a temper tantrum, insisting that streamers shouldn't get a free pass for ruining the game and that they were guaranteed a loss with this shitty bronze. Subaru, not one to back down, interjected, telling Nile to just leave if he had a problem. Tension hung in the air, and it seemed a fight was about to break out, but Rowan stepped in to de-escalate the situation. She understood that they were all nerfed too, but there was nothing to be done about it now. With a deep breath, Subaru was assigned to handle the jungle while the others took care of the lanes. He's a bronze, and she simplifies the strategy aspect of the game, emphasizing how the jungle player wields influence over the lanes. It's the safest option, at least in the eyes of the platinum players, who can't afford to let him gain a favorable lane position. Nile isn't thrilled about the idea of a trash bronze managing the timing of the game. Still, minions are set to spawn in just 30 seconds, so they all take their positions, ready for combat. Nile is fuming, muttering to himself about the cocky streamer who wears a ridiculous mask and acts like he owns the place. In the midst of his rant, he spots the platinum-level opponent, an archer, which gives him a significant advantage in this battle. Yet, the archer smiles as if he's completely unfazed by the situation. All of this unfolds because, unbeknownst to him, another player lurks just behind. The big fella realizes he's in deep trouble. They've baited him perfectly, and he's just moments away from losing his head. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning zaps him out of position, leaving even the archer bewildered by what just happened. But before he can process it, another shot rings out, making Nile wonder if the team might actually have a competent player after all. As our boy emerges from the side, the big fella is left astounded. Meanwhile, the archer, Thunder, now on the back foot, attempts to retreat to the turret. Unfortunately for him, he steps on a thunderous landmine, which zaps him so hard that he's immediately taken out of the game. With that, Subaru secures his first official double kill, marking a triumphant moment in his bronze debut. As the viewers watch in confusion, they can't help but wonder what this massive figure is up to. Nile is utterly baffled, while our protagonist emphasizes the urgency of clearing the minions so they can finally take down the turret. The atmosphere shifts in their favor as the mission villain announces a quest offering 20,000 credits for anyone who can successfully clear the 4th stage within a month. The time frame feels impossibly short, and as the chat erupts with debates about how long it might take Subaru to complete the mission, more fans join in on the bet. Meanwhile, discussions about pursuing blue zones after Subaru begin to circulate, as a third person shares the same mission. Then, a fourth person uploads the same mission, attracting up to 5 different participants. One individual boldly offers 50,000 credits if he can complete the 4th stage within 15 days, far more than anyone else. In the end, the enemy base is successfully destroyed, securing their victory. Despite the significant rank difference, Subaru only manages to climb a single level. However, in the eyes of the viewers, earning 150 points feels like a cheat code, considering the usual maximum is just 30. At this point, our boy has attracted 12,000 viewers, with more and more chatters posting missions. One of them is even willing to wager another 50,000 credits if Subaru can avoid losing a single match from here on out. Excited by the challenge, Subaru is ready to face these opponents head-on. As the excitement builds for his next performance, we meet a girl named Mizumage, who goes by the nickname Dead All. With a style reminiscent of Miso Mani from Death Note, she finds herself in quite a predicament. Currently averaging only 50 viewers, she has earned the unfortunate title of a dead streamer. In a desperate bid to engage her audience, she promises to stream non-stop until she reaches the coveted diamond rank. However, her viewers seem more interested in trolling her, deeming her fit for platinum at best. What's intriguing is that Dead All genuinely believes she could have achieved the challenger rank if she hadn't devoted so much time to streaming. Yet, this is her only path to making money, so she maintains her cheerful persona, even though deep down she's frustrated and fed up. Fortunately for her, she ends up paired with Subaru and the rest of her team. Our boy is currently stuck at silver rank, but she's thrilled to recognize him as the famous streamer. However, her excitement quickly turns to disappointment when she realizes she's just a noob trapped in silver. In a twist of fate, the same guy who placed a bet of 50,000 for Subaru to win every fight now bets 30,000 to sabotage this match. Long story short, the girl is being paid to ensure Subaru loses, and surprisingly, she has no qualms about earning this dirty money. As the match begins, an intriguing pattern emerges. Dead All is repeatedly defeated. Subaru's chat starts to notice that something isn't quite right. The boy plays it cool, fully aware of how close he is to her. From a distance, he observes her handling the fight, noting how she pretends to make mistakes. But she's not clever enough to fool him. He sees through her antics. Despite her defeat, she wears a smile, and Subaru understands her game, raising the question of who she really is. One chatter reveals crucial information. A guy gave her a mission to lose on purpose. Subaru, eager to disrupt their plans, grips his sword tightly, promising his viewers that he won't let her take the credit as they intended for his next opponent. As he moves forward, he encounters a guy who is all too familiar with who the streamer is. The big guy wonders if this kid has a mission behind this one-on-one confrontation. Our boy, of course, denies it, though he secretly wishes for such a mission to guarantee an easy win. The big guy scoffs at the idea, convinced that Subaru would fail regardless. After all, a diamond can't possibly lose to a silver. Their stats are simply too skewed. But Subaru remains unfazed, firmly believing that stats don't dictate everything in a trial. His unshakable composure only serves to irritate the diamond player, who thinks it's high time to humble the arrogant streamer and teach him what it's like to eat dirt for once. The big guy's abilities are intriguing as he conjures golem arms, preparing to make Subaru his breakfast as part of his warm-up. The body transformation ability piques Subaru's interest once more. It's rare for this 4 level, but it presents the perfect opportunity for him to test one of his new skills. Lightning surges through his thunder heart as he wonders if anyone can truly challenge him with this newfound weapon. Raising his hand toward the sky, we see the Lord of Thunder bestowing his power upon the young man. His opponent, completely oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, can only watch in shock as thunder rains down from the heavens, emerging from the smoke. The trial for the Lord of Thunder officially begins. While the buildup has been intense, the viewers find themselves somewhat underwhelmed, as not much seems to happen. Unfazed, Subaru's diamond-level opponent charges forward, ready to take the offensive. Believing that none of Subaru's antics would succeed in the forest of war, he hurls a dozen boulders toward the silver-haired warrior. However, Subaru's Thunderheart counters the effects of the Lord of Thunder, while his Wedge of Greed neutralizes the power of the Demon Blade. With 4 of his abilities activating simultaneously, he reduces the penalty from the Lord of Thunder by an impressive 30. Thanks to his newfound speed, Subaru dashes past the boulders as if he were lightning itself. This man is determined to become the next Minato Namikaze. As he lunges forward, blade poised right in his opponent's face, the golem attempts to block the attack as quickly as possible. But Subaru's precise strike carries such force that it sends the creature reeling backward. Still, it wasn't enough to inflict any lasting damage. The Diamond player launched an offensive, while Goromak doubled his durability, surpassing even the Diamond level. In that moment, Subaru called upon the might of the Lord of Thunder, who responded to his plea with an even more powerful strike. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object as Subaru unleashes his stunning Thunder Flash attack. This time, he successfully shatters Gormak's defenses, leaving the Diamond player momentarily stunned. No Silver player should be able to pull off such moves, yet Subaru proves that stats aren't everything in this trial. The sheer force of his impact sends Gormak reeling, a testament to Subaru's skill and determination. Even the spectators are growing weary, convinced that Bro is deliberately toying with the system as he rewrites the rules in every fight. Meanwhile, this same kill has put an end to Gormak's impressive kill streak, leaving Dettel baffled at how a Diamond-level player could fall so quickly. Subaru steps in to finish the job, single-handedly wiping out the rest of the opposing team and thwarting any chance of further sabotage. Her own chatters have turned against her, openly expressing their desire to return to Subaru's stream. Frustrated, she lashes out at them for forcing her into these absurd challenges. For so long, she had hidden her true feelings, but now that her emotions have surfaced, her audience has seen enough. Dido vents her frustrations at the keyboard warriors who slander her day and night. Just when she thinks she can't take it anymore, a personal message from Subaru pops up, encouraging her to believe that she can achieve anything, even if it means enduring a little trolling. However, her dreams come crashing down when she witnesses the enemy team raising their flag in surrender, signaling the end of the match. Feeling satisfied with his run, our boy ends the stream, announcing that he'll be shifting to a daily schedule for his missions and will stream again tomorrow. With the live stream wrapped up, he strolls through the peaceful night, free of stress, when a familiar voice calls out to him. It's his lovely manager, who has been waiting all day just to hand him the schedule he promised. Weka is serious about her job and has one more matter to discuss with him. Curious, our boy asks what's on her mind. She begins by praising his streams for reaching an impressive 13,000 viewers. However, a hint of unease creeps into her voice as she confesses that the more she watches his streams, the more concerned she becomes. The conversation seems to be at a standstill. Subaru teases her, suggesting she might be drunk, but Weka skillfully sidesteps her jab and shares her insight. She picks up on a sense of desperation in Subaru, as if he's either being pursued or is in pursuit of something elusive. Meanwhile, the manager quietly contemplates the hidden burdens he carries, wondering what secrets weigh heavily on him. Naturally, our boy declines to answer such a personal question, just as she anticipated. In a moment of randomness, she accidentally mentions something about Subaru's situation. Realizing the gravity of her words, Weka drops her envelope and covers her face in shock. The girl retches as her friends walk away, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Subaru extends a hand to help, but she recoils, mortified at the thought of him getting close to her mess. Instead, she sheepishly requests that she pick up the file lying nearby. The next day, the scene shifts to one of Blue Zone's assigned members, who is on a call with the Vice Guild Master. They've assigned this white-haired man, Zhou Yui, to forcibly bring Subaru back, ranked around 50,000 according to the system. He's like a budget Gojo Satoru. Just when he was on the verge of reaching Floor 8, he suddenly finds himself stuck with a frustrating Floor 4 mission. As he arrives at the location where Subaru is supposed to be, irritation already simmers within him. The first thing Yuhai notices is a stunning woman sitting at the table. It's Weka, lost in her thoughts, and suddenly, he finds himself more invested in his new mission. Meanwhile, Weka is struggling with a headache as she watches the boys stream, their bazookas cleverly out of sight. Naturally, they catch the eye of a wannabe cool guy who takes a seat directly across from her, raising her suspicions about this stranger. Playing it smooth, Yuhi flashes a smile and asks for her name. Frustrated by her lack of straightforwardness, she stands up to leave, determined not to reveal her identity. But her moment of effort quickly turns to surprise when the man suddenly teleports right in front of her. Wika hadn't sensed her movement at all, let alone her sudden appearance. Yuhi attempts to win her over with her charm, expressing her genuine delight at meeting such a beautiful woman and assuring her that he has no shady intentions. Ironically, the girl's feelings are completely unsettled by his advances, until she reads the card he just handed her. Hailing from the Blue Zone Guild, Wika is taken aback, which only fuels this arrogant guy's delusion that he has her under his control. He genuinely believes that flashing his card will be enough to win her over. What truly bothers her, though, is why a ranker from the Blue Zone is even here at this level. Still suspicious, he not only refuses to answer her question, but suggests they should get closer instead. Annoyed, the manager turns away, crushing her ego once more. In a moment of desperation, he grabs her arm. Weka, now furious, roars at him, demanding he not touch her so casually. That's when Yuhi decides to press further, asking why she was so interested in that stream earlier. Instantly, the girl realizes she's been caught. Yuhi notices her intense focus on the screen, revealing her connection to the streamer. With a sharper tone, Yuhi declares Narukami Subaru outdated, dismissing this new faker as nothing more than a mere copycat. Wika scrutinizes him once more, questioning whether he can truly speak so boldly. He confidently assures her that not everyone reveres her so-called great hero. Wika advises him to remember his place, reminding him that Narukami Subaru's original guild is the true reason the Blue Zone exists at all. However, this matters little to Yuhi, who dismisses them both as relics of a bygone era. He believes that today's rankers far surpass those who once belonged to the Blue Eyes Guild, and he's proud enough to roleplay as one of them. Just as Wika is about to retort again, he decides to share a little fun fact, some insider information that only the higher-ups at Blue Zone are privy to. Leaning in closer, Yui whispers that there's a rumor of one of the original Blue Eyes members teaming up with demons and still causing a stir in the present. Wika's eyes widen in shock at this revelation. Let's shift our focus back to our boy, who wraps up the stream and replays it briefly to check his viewer count. He's doing well, boasting around 15,000 viewers. While he's absorbed in his numbers, Budget Gojo makes an appearance, calling him over for a chat. Subaru takes a moment to scrutinize the guy, who seems to be trying a bit too hard to strike a pose while affectionately referring to him as Junior. Yuhi reveals that he's a sub-ranker from the Blue Zone. Maintaining his trash talk, he repeatedly berates Junior, even offering him a chance to join their guild. Subaru, growing increasingly annoyed, reflects on how he has declined their offers far too many times. Yuhi, unfazed, assures him that he understands his previous rejections. As a senior, he's more than willing to offer some advice. They only want to see his face for now, but after that, they'll ensure he receives the best benefits with a word from the Vice Guildmaster. Agitated, Subaru demands to know who this Vice Guildmaster is, only to learn that it's Ikari Genji, a high ranker from Floor 9. Yes, the very same Ikari Genji who once served as a lapdog to Kyojo's schemes. That same bastard has not only broken past Floor 9, but has also risen to the position of Vice Guildmaster. Budget Gojo attempts to assert himself by removing his mask, but Subaru swiftly parries his hand, rejecting him outright. Yuhi's nice guy facade crumbles as he turns around, only to find a sword drawn ominously close to his neck. The streamer glances back, questioning if this is the level of professionalism he should expect from a guild recruiter. With a taunting smirk, Yu retorts that he never actually secured the recruitment, adding that if Junior refuses to join the guild, his only alternative is to eliminate him. The guy swings his weapon, but our hero, the Yellow Flash, swiftly dashes away, fully aware that the notorious Blue Zone Guild is more concerned about its public image than anything else. As the tension builds for the impending battle, Subaru poses a thought-provoking question. How will a conflict of this magnitude affect the guild's reputation? It's a valid inquiry, but Temu Gojo is already one step ahead. He activates a Walmart domain expansion that envelops a significant portion of the city. In this zone, several attributes are severely affected. Resistance to balance, external stimuli, and reaction speed all plummet. The primary purpose of this field skill, known as Cyrus, is to dull sound and vision. Given that this opponent is 3 floors stronger than Subaru, and considering Subaru's fatigue from today's battles, he must end this fight quickly. Thinking strategically, he channels all his energy into his Charging Thunder ability, teleporting at blinding speeds to catch Walmart Gojo off guard. The ranker believes this is a foolish move by his junior. As soon as our protagonist makes contact, the man's body transforms into a fluid, cursing Subaru with several debilitating status effects. Fear grips him, pain intensifies, and his senses dull. Honestly, this is the worst possible scenario for him right now. There seems to be no way out. Imposter Gojo boasts that his domain is the ultimate trap, one with no escape. Meanwhile, Subaru is coming to terms with the grim reality of his situation. He finds himself battling a Gojo who wields Itachi's Jinjutsu, a nightmarish combination. With so many targets to contend with, fighting back seems impossible, making this one of Subaru's most challenging battles yet. Meanwhile, Wika anxiously awaits our boy's return, her mind racing with worry. She recalls the humiliation from the other night and feels compelled to apologize. Yet, the unsettling encounter with that creep lingers in her thoughts, casting a shadow over her mood. The Blue Zone Guild is taking things very seriously now. Kyojo, a former friend of Subaru during his prime, represents a significant opportunity. Joining the guild could lead to real progress, making it a tempting proposition. After hearing about her father's actions, Wika feels uncertain about her own fate. She even contemplates whether she should allow her proud talent to chase his dreams in Blue Zone instead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes through the air, startling Subaru's manager, who instinctively senses that trouble is looming. Cyrus is a domain ability that makes survival nearly impossible for anyone trapped within it. At least that's what this fool believes. All physical stats are drastically reduced, while pain sensitivity is cranked up to the maximum. This means the thunder power won't be of any help to Subaru. The arrogance radiating from this guy is palpable, but our hero is quickly succumbing to overwhelming fatigue. He realizes he's being cornered as the guild meticulously analyzes all his abilities. Using thunder leaves him utterly drained, forcing Subaru to make increasingly desperate choices and restrain his strongest powers. Instead, he opts to activate Cloud Stride, deftly maneuvering past the illusory Yuhis. This impresses the man, who marvels at Subaru's ability to survive so long within the domain. Even so, this guy is convinced that Subaru's downfall is inevitable. He couldn't be more mistaken, as our hero tears through the illusion copies with ease, all without even tapping into his thunder powers. The sight leaves this guy stunned. Subaru fixes him with a demonic glare, and in that moment, the realization hits him hard. He's made a grave mistake. Thanks to his keen observation of micro-expressions, Subaru successfully locates the main body. He decides to take a risk and unleashes one of his thunder abilities, launching a thunder spear directly at him. However, the attack proves ineffective as Yuhi effortlessly deflects it, highlighting just how outmatched Subaru truly is. Fortunately, Subaru is well accustomed to fighting under pressure thanks to his thunder abilities. He activates the Mark of Thunder, establishing a connection with Yuhi's body and carefully tracking his every movement from this point forward. With the mark in place, there's no escape for Yuhi. He has nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, Temu Gojo may appear frustrated, but he remains confident in his victory, believing that his opponent has fallen victim to the hallucination spell. To reset the battlefield, Yuhai recalls all his illusion copies, declaring that the real battle is about to begin. Activating the coffer hallucination, he merges them into a single formidable entity. The dulling of Subaru's senses is merely the beginning of his downfall. The true concern lies in the hallucination aspect. A colossal behemoth looms before our boy, a manifestation of his deepest fears conjured by a haunting curse. Subaru is meant to confront the image of an invincible foe in his mind. As the shadows dissipate, a chilling voice echoes in his ears, declaring that he embodies the sorrow, hatred, and fear that reside within Subaru. He is everything our boy dreads. It's meant to stun our boy momentarily. The guildmaster insists their game was entertaining for a while, but then suddenly seizes Subaru's body while he's still in shock. Unfortunately for the illusion, seeing Kyojo's despicable face only serves as a painful reminder of everything Subaru has lost. He realizes he would never join Blue Zone, even if his life depended on it. Betraying his own teammates is simply not an option. Driven by the weight of his losses, Subaru pushes himself beyond his limits, determined to endure the Lord of Thunder's onslaught for just 10 seconds. As the countdown begins, arcs of lightning crackle from Kyojo's fist. This gamble can't last forever, and with the clock ticking down, it's already at 7 seconds. The countdown for our boy reaches its dramatic conclusion. The Lord of Thunder halts its impending output, leaving his enemy utterly bewildered by the sudden stop. Yuhi's illusion perceives this as the perfect moment, convinced that his opponent has surrendered. Just as he prepares to deliver the final blow, an unexpected figure bursts into the domain, disrupting everything. A figure steps forward, demanding that he release Subaru. It's Wika, her blood boiling at the sight before her. The ranker of the Blue Zone suddenly recalls that he has encountered this woman before. It's astonishing that she can perceive and breach his domain, something most people cannot do. Even more intriguing is the fact that the same effects that bound Subaru seem powerless against her. Yui simply lacks the mana to suppress her. The abrupt interruption of the Curse of Hallucination spell leaves Yuhai in a precarious situation. Curiosity piqued, he asks the girl how she managed to find them and why. Wika then reveals that she is the manager of the streamer. Though she never intended to deceive him, she admits she also never disclosed this information before. Budget Gojo genuinely believes he still holds the upper hand. After all, his Cyrus domain has both of them cornered. However, Wika shatters his delusions of grandeur by pointing to the gaping hole she created during her entrance. This poses a significant problem for Yuhi, who has been given direct orders from the Vice Guildmaster to keep this matter from reaching the public. Realizing he's the one at a disadvantage, the Blue Zone ranker turns to Wika, asking what she wants from him, willing to negotiate. However, the manager dismisses him entirely, focusing instead on assisting Subaru. She tells the ranker to get lost and warns the guild to steer clear of their asset. As she walks away, Yuhi is left grappling with a crushing dilemma. He knows that if he lets this kid go, he'll be able to stream again, and if that happens, Subaru will reveal everything to his viewers. All the blame falls squarely on the failures of the Blue Zone ranker, leading to his expulsion from the guild. Fearing for his own future, he desperately draws his blade, determined not to let anyone tarnish his reputation. In a cowardly twist, he resorts to a surprise attack, flanking both opponents. Wika is caught off guard, but quickly draws her weapon, delivering a decisive and clean cut straight across the man's abdomen. It seems that even in death, Bro got the Gojo treatment, splitting him open like a Kit Kat. Who knew Wika had such a fierce side? As the domain dissipates, we find our duo sitting on a bench, the clown's body laid open before them. Subaru discovers from his clumsy manager that she was once a formidable ranker, having reached as high as floor 8, making her untouchable even to those on floor 7. She expresses her regret, explaining that this was the only way she could have prevented his downfall, apologizing for having viewed him as a monster. Subaru, however, reassures her that he isn't disappointed. In fact, he's genuinely impressed by her remarkable drawing technique. It was so swift that for a moment, Subaru wondered if she had summoned thunder. As she gazed at the idiot's lifeless body, she couldn't help but question how she knew him. The manager, sharing in his frustration, recounted how this fool had approached her before, nearly earning himself a knockout punch then as well. But more pressing was the fact that Blue Zone was deliberately hunting Subaru down. Whether they intended to recruit him or not, she suspected that if they offered him an irresistible deal, she would become a significant obstacle for our boy. But now that she knows everything, Wika refuses to let them go. Even Subaru believes it's impossible for him to join Blue Zone given their psychotic hiring process. After a moment of silence, the obvious question arises. How do they fix this? They just killed a ranker, so perhaps they should report to the agency first. However, the streamer proposes a completely different idea. In the next scene, we find ourselves in another live stream with our boy, who drops a bombshell announcement. He has been attacked by assassins out of nowhere. Subaru admits he has no idea who orchestrated the attack, but he confidently reveals where they're from. For now, he plans to keep the details under wraps. His intention in sharing this information is clear. He wants the Vice Guild Master on floor 8 to hear this news loud and clear. The man downed his whiskey, contemplating the impossible. There was no way Subaru could have defeated a ranker from their guild that was beyond his level. Just then, a figure appeared, one of the guildmaster's assistants, bearing a request for a meeting. Later that evening, Wika inquired whether the guild had caught wind of Subaru's latest livestream. With a hint of confidence, Subaru replied that at least one of their members must have tuned in. A massive guild, representing an entire world, has a reputation to uphold. If news of an assassin targeting a streamer were to leak, that reputation would take a serious hit. The manager believes that exposing the assassin would have been the better course of action. However, Subaru counters this idea, explaining that such a move would officially brand the Azure Sky Company as the guild's enemy. He wants to ensure that doesn't happen, bringing a smile to his manager's face as he shows his consideration for their needs. The bubbly Wika praises him and offers the young man a day off from streaming, but he politely declines, expressing that he feels well enough to stream again, all thanks to her support during their struggle. However, there's still the lingering issue of Lord of Auto-Canceling activating before his fatigue even reaches its limit, leaving Subaru to wonder if his new body is still adjusting. Wika playfully teases him for looking like a mess. It's hard to miss, considering he just sprinted here right after the trial, looking battered and worn. But then, Wika drops a bombshell. Blue Zone suspects there might be a survivor from Blue Eyes. This revelation leaves Subaru stunned, and he urgently asks where he can find this survivor. His desperation mounts and his heart races, but unfortunately, Wika knows only the basics. All she hears from Yu-hee is that this survivor has sold their soul to the demons. Speaking of demons, let's take a moment to discuss them. They are the most enigmatic beings dwelling in the tower's underworld, united by a common goal to ascend and grow stronger. Players have the option to cooperate with these maniacs if their interests align, but these demons embody the greatest evil within the tower, hunting players purely for their own amusement. As Subaru pores over several articles in his room, he wonders if it's truly possible for a Blue Eyes survivor to be involved with such a demonic alliance. This information is spreading like wildfire, indicating that someone is deliberately leaking it. After all, the Blue Zone stands to gain from further tarnishing the Blue Eyes Guild's legacy. But that's not the main focus. What truly matters is for our boy to track down this mysterious survivor. Now, let's shift to Reina, who was also reading the same news about the survivor. The last traces were discovered on the 6th floor, and the rumor is spreading rapidly across the internet. Both of them have eliminated numerous players from Kyojo's guild, who are intent on searching for this survivor. Without a doubt, this is a trap set by the guildmaster. Shu can sense the underlying intentions, but he wants to verify his theory with his own eyes. So, he and his companion are heading straight into the fray, determined to ensure that whoever lays the bait will regret it. Meanwhile, in the Vice Guildmaster's office, the man is feeling overwhelmed by the mountain of work piling up around him. The chief of Wika's company calls him, quickly apologizing for his inability to ascend to the 8th floor due to his own shortcomings. A virtual meeting is the best option they can manage. The Vice Guildmaster is pleased to meet him, aware that this chief is the driving force behind the success of Azure Sky Company. John Tale, who worked for the Heresy Guild 15 years ago, was once merely a department head at an entertainment company, an architect with untapped potential. The Vice Guild Master senses something amiss and remains on high alert. The chief acknowledges the Vice Guild Master's importance, noting that his contributions are only surpassed by those of the leader. This phrasing dampens the Vice Guild Master's spirit slightly. John, sensing the tension, decides to cut to the chase, reassuring him that they haven't filed a formal report on the situation. At least, not yet. The Blue Zone streamer launched an attack on their own streamers, and while the Vice Guild Master feigned indifference, John Tale firmly declared that he would make more deliberate choices if the guild sent another assassin. The Vice Guild Master acknowledged the situation and assured John that he would handle it peacefully, giving his word. The meeting concludes with the chief expressing relief that it wasn't held in person, admitting he would have been overwhelmed with anxiety. His assistant is quite impressed that he managed to speak so confidently, especially in front of Genji. John, however, is determined not to let these individuals escape the consequences of their actions. Both of them suspect that Subaru must have taken a day off from streaming today. John is deep in thought, consumed with worry for our boy, when his assistant suddenly reveals that Subaru has already launched another stream. This news shocks both of them. They had expected him to take a day off, but Subaru is determined to clear the flower today, convinced he can't afford to waste any more time. As they look on, the scene shifts to floor 6, where the wasteland awaits. The desert is unforgiving, and the players sent from floor 3 to this desolate expanse suspect there's a clue waiting to be uncovered. While some players place their full trust in their guild, one man stands apart, his frustration palpable. He can't shake the feeling that dealing with a so-called demonic blue-eyed survivor is nothing more than a fabricated tale. Every member of the guild was on par with Kyojo's level, making a deal with demons seem utterly nonsensical. The girl silences him as they gaze at the man in the distance. The Vice Guild Master has personally descended to the 6th floor for this mission, looking more formidable than ever. Clearly, this mission is of utmost importance. 3 days zoomed by, and at last, our boy reached the Challenger rank in the Forest of War, boosting his stats by a few points. 2 key factors contributed to his rapid ascent. First, his low-rank status matched against higher-ranked players, and second, many of his usual opponents began to concede defeat, leading to quicker match endings. Thanks to these efforts, Subaru successfully completes the various bundles of missions assigned by his viewers, earning hundreds of thousands of credits in the process. This achievement marks his journey to floor level 5, the world of Burin that we all recognize. It's practically the equivalent of a Murum dimension, Buren battles fiercely for the top spot in the global tournament, having been one of the first to establish a foothold on the 5th floor. As a result, this level has largely become the realm of martial artists. Meanwhile, Subaru has just entered this world, waiting as the system calculates his ranking. The process takes a moment, the numbers grinding out slowly before revealing his position. With a rank of 122,082, our boy has achieved something quite impressive for a streamer. This level of ranking is typically reserved for those on floor 7 and above. Soon, he meets Kiyoharu, who is set to be his temporary manager for this stage. Subaru is a bit confused about the arrangement, but Kiyoharu clarifies that Wiko won't be able to join them for the time being. For now, he leads the guy inside for a delightful meal. The table is laden with mouth-watering dishes that make me salivate just looking at them. Kiyoharu digs in without a hint of shame, and Subaru can't help but be impressed by his appetite. Curiously, he asks if Kiyoharu is a friend of Weka. The new manager swallows his bite and frames their relationship, revealing that they are childhood friends who have done everything together. After all, they were just tiny kids once. Arriving in Buren, Subaru realizes he might finally uncover some information about Weka. He stands up to leave for another meeting, instructing Kiyoharu to send his regards to Weka. As he makes his way to a completely different location on the 5th floor, Manjo Peak, we find our boy all alone. A stunning black cat meows past him. This is Tama, and he seems to recognize the little guy. Just as Subaru begins to pet the cat, the owner suddenly roars at the young man, furious at the interruption of his peace. Subaru quickly responds, saying he doesn't want to enter the man's house without permission. After all, he might never be able to leave. The mysterious voice recognizes that Subaru is different, granting him permission to enter safely. As he steps forward, he is immediately captivated by an unprecedented view. It feels as though he has unlocked a whole new world beneath the clearest skies. This is the Lucent Mirror Plains. Finally, the voice breaks the silence, addressing the young man who has unexpectedly arrived. Subaru keeps his explanation vague, mentioning only that he heard a rumor about a virtuoso formation artist, which prompted his visit. The mysterious figure is revealed to be none other than Shinon, one of the strongest rankers in the entire world, looking as if he stepped straight out of a free-run adventure. Back when our boy was panting in exhaustion during his 7th trial, Subaru found himself with nowhere to turn. He had been completely on his own until Shinon encountered him for the first time. Shocked that the young boy had managed to clear the entire dragon habitat without losing his life, Shinon couldn't help but take notice. Subaru's body was marked with thunder scars etched into his skin, a testament to his near-fatal struggle. In his weakened state, our boy boldly asked the old man to stop talking and start helping. Shinon is a bona fide troll, but he can't help but smack his head in disbelief. "This is no way to speak to someone of my mighty caliber," he exclaims. Yet, as a firm believer in meaningful encounters, Shinon is convinced that fate has brought them together. With his giant paintbrush in hand, he reveals himself as the strongest master of formation techniques. He then paints the fortune formation, declaring it a lifeline for the young man. "Now, add your own power to it," he instructs, ready to change the course of destiny. At that moment, Subaru stands before the old man, feeling the weight of their shared past. Everything in this field remains unchanged since their encounter 2 decades ago. The old man, peering through his mask, senses a flicker of familiarity and questions whether they have met before. Subaru hesitates for a brief moment, but to protect himself, he lies directly to the old man's face, insisting that this is their first meeting. Shinon is taken aback by how much the kid knows about him, especially since they haven't even met. What's more, the kid doesn't seem surprised at all to be in this domain. Subaru feigns familiarity, pretending he's heard the famous tales of the master, but Shinon sees right through him. He notes that the cat, Tama, never approaches people without a reason, which only adds to his suspicion. As Shinon contemplates, he genuinely believes they must have met before. However, his distrust runs deep. He refuses to help someone who won't even reveal their identity, pointing out how suspicious the mask looks. Subaru finds himself in a precarious situation. After all, Shinon is one of the few people on the planet who knows the true face of the legendary leader of the Blue Eyes Guild. The fact that a top ranker like this guy couldn't see past his mask practically confirms to our boy that even someone like Kyojo wouldn't be able to detect him. With newfound confidence, he decides to remove his mask to experiment once and for all. As the mask comes off, what's revealed is an innocent face. Shinun looks genuinely surprised, but can't help but hilariously bonk the guy on the head for not resembling the person he had in mind. It seems he just can't connect the dots that both Subarus are, in fact, the same person. Interestingly, even this legendary master has been secretly following the streams of Narukami Subaru, who was suspected to be related to the original. Yet, with this revelation, the old man is convinced that the two don't look alike at all. Shinun reminisces about knowing the original Subaru, who tragically passed away despite promising to meet them again someday. Hearing those words brings a laugh from our boy. Subaru must be thinking that the old man still hasn't connected the dots. He cleverly manipulates Shinun, making it seem like the elderly man has become senile, lost in his nostalgic memories while watching him ramble on. However, his antics only serve to annoy the master, who promptly bonks his head again in frustration. The only reason Subaru was even allowed entry into this domain is that Tama took a liking to him. Our boy thanks the little creature, striking a cool pose for no apparent reason in the process. Now, let's jump to the discussion about the treatment, which costs a staggering 1 million credits. There's just one problem. Subaru only has 200,000 on him, and hilariously, there's no discount available, just to ensure that no bad luck or curse is involved. Shinun makes it clear that, for now, he will only treat Subaru according to the worth of his injuries, which is quite a favor for him. As he inspects Subaru's thunder scars, the old man notes that Subaru's foundation is impressive, even prodigious, for withstanding level 5 attacks. Ultimately, the course of Subaru's treatment will depend on what he truly desires. Struggling with his stamina, Subaru admits that it's been a real pain for him. He knows he needs enough endurance to withstand at least 10,000 thunder strikes. The old master wisely reminds him that even the original Subaru met his end at the hands of thunder, hinting that he might regret his choices. However, Subaru argues otherwise, insisting that if thunder is meant to kill him, then it will also serve as his remedy for salvation. This piece of dialogue reflects a certain familiarity in Shinun's eyes. He begins his work by declaring that the treatment won't be easy. It will be divided into several sessions. The master advises the boy to keep returning, assuring him that the door will always be open. I appreciate how this old man isn't portrayed as the typical annoying cliché of a manhwa geezer, as is often the case in many stories. Now, we return to the Forest of Death, on the 6th floor, where chaos reigns. Demons swarm in every direction, and the guild members from before are struggling to hold their ground. The reality is that each section of the tower is divided among 3 realms: the human realm, the middle realm, and finally, the demon realm. In ancient times, the realms of humans and demons were governed by a single rule. Neither could invade the other's territory. The boundary, known as the middle realm, was meant to prevent such incursions. However, the barrier was weakest in the Forest of Death, allowing low to medium-ranked demons to slip into the human realm. Currently, human warriors are entrenched in a fierce battle against these demons. One warrior, feeling the weight of despair, believes this mission is a suicide run. After wandering the same path for 3 days, hope is dwindling. Suddenly, they spot a figure perched atop a dead tree, seemingly impossibly high. Both warriors exchange incredulous glances, questioning how anyone could be there. The archer girl believes the best course of action is to shoot an arrow and test its behavior. However, her friend stops her, opting for a more diplomatic approach. He calls out to the mysterious entity, inquiring about its identity. The figure responds with a malicious grin before teleporting at blinding speed, appearing right behind them. He toys with a lifeless body, expressing his fury at the humans who have intruded upon his territory. While the initial assumption might be that this is the infamous survivor of the Blue Eyes who made a pact with demons, something about this figure feels entirely different, despite the resemblance. Suddenly, the archer girl is overwhelmed by an immense pressure and begins to choke. The Lancer realizes they are hopelessly outmatched, facing an entity that resembles a destructive predator more than a human. It feels as if they have stepped into a realm of death and darkness, and their weakness renders them powerless to act. Summoning a brave front, he boldly approaches the looming threat, urging Hanamaki to flee in the opposite direction. Just then, the Vice Guildmaster arrived like a superhero, expressing gratitude to his subordinates for their hard work. He then turns to Arashiro K, personally apologizing and acknowledging him as the last surviving member of the Blue Eyes faction. This guy grins menacingly, clearly relishing the moment he's been waiting for. He refers to Ikari as nothing more than Kyojo's lapdog. With that, he unleashes a devastating beam strike, obliterating everything in its path. Honestly, what does Ikari think his dual pistols will accomplish? Let's face it, bullets can't stop a goddamn cannon blast. Yet, somehow, he manages to block the attack with his bare hands, desperately hoping he isn't here for a fight. The shocking part is that Ikari isn't even putting up much of a resistance, revealing showing himself as the biggest fraud in a multiverse full of them. He drops to his knees like a good boy and, without a hint of defiance, requests a meeting. It's just hilarious to Akari's opponent, who can't even comprehend what's happening. Akari reveals that he shares the same mutual goal as the last survivor. He came all this way, risking his reputation, seeking Arishiro's help to orchestrate the perfect downfall of the Guildmaster Kyojo. Yes, this man is a psychopath, but I suppose what goes around comes around. Meanwhile, we return to Kiyoharu, who is devouring his food as if he hasn't eaten in ages. Just then, Waka smacks his head into the table, irritated by his reckless eating when they have a much bigger issue at hand: Subaru's complete disappearance. The same man who was eager to clear a trial quickly has now been missing for 2 days. Kiyoharu tries to play it cool, but the villainous manager reminds him that Subaru doesn't even have a partner or a friend to check in with, which only adds to Kiyoharu's irritation. Kiyoharu considers it reasonable to assume that their star talent has a friend or two. However, as he enjoys his meal, his annoyance escalates when he spots yet another unexpected arrival. A stunning woman, exuding an air of royalty and flanked by 4 guards in red attire, approaches their table. Wika, ever the jokester, tells his friend to stay still, as if they're facing a T-Rex. Mayuki, on the other hand, greets her senior sister with utmost respect. Wika, however, brushes her off, pointedly noting that he doesn't recall sharing a younger sister in her training batch. Mayuki quickly shifts to business, insisting that she can explain everything if they would just leave. Wika is not playing around. This woman is issuing death threats, not just to the new girl, but to all her guards as well. It's clear you do not want to cross this vixen. Mayuki warns the senior sister that their master won't wait long. Meanwhile, the manager makes it clear she won't be returning, heightening the tension. Mayuki reminds Wika that she's in no position to dictate her future. In response, the manager delivers a sharp reminder, warning her never to meet her eyes again, as she is inferior in rank. Mayuki quickly bows in respect, offering to leave after delivering her message. With that, the encounter comes to a close. Now, it's time for another scene switch. We're returning to the cool streamer guy who seems like your typical gamer. As he watches Reinhardt's announcement about hunting down Isaac, his phone slips from his grasp and lands squarely on his face. It's a moment we can all relate to. Who hasn't experienced that embarrassing mishap at least once? Regaining his composure, he struggles to understand Reinhardt's motives. Why is he placing a bounty on Isaac's head and even delaying his stream for this? The confusion hangs in the air as he tries to piece it all together. 3 days have passed without a word from Narukami Subaru. With no entertaining content left to watch, it felt like a dry spell. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, our boy logs into his stream as if he had sensed the call for help. Subaru appears revitalized as he greets his viewers, his back gleaming with a fresh treatment. After being put on hold for 2 days, he successfully completed the body enhancement procedure, increasing his stamina by an impressive 32%. It's astonishing to him that he achieved this for just $200,000, leaving him confident that the rest of his funds will be wisely invested as well. As the live stream begins, our protagonist spends 10,000 credits to initiate the Level 5 trial. The premise of Floor 5 centers on each player's individual growth, meaning every exam will be uniquely tailored based on their performance. At this moment, Subaru finds himself gazing down at a knight stationed at the entrance of a mysterious cave. The knight charges at the outsider, but our hero deftly evades the attack, seizing the lance and unleashing a surge of thunder that sends the poor knight reeling. There's something about this moment that reminds me of Pikachu unleashing a thunderbolt. With the initial stage cleared and Subaru's qualifications met, the same lance comically attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, Subaru can't help but wonder what makes this cave so special. Fortunately for him, he doesn't need to step inside, as a stunning warrior emerges, instantly capturing his attention. This lady resembles a max-level female character from an MMO, and she boldly declares Subaru as her ally. It's the Great Valkyrie, subtly hinting that he's now entangled with Valhalla. The Valkyrie is genuinely taken aback by his ignorance. She removes her helmet, unveiling a stunning face framed by flowing blonde hair. With grace, Viola introduces herself as a Valkyrie stationed near the border of the Conrad Kingdom. To provide some context, let's delve into a flashback sequence. This Valkyrie had been assigned a mission by her superior, and Viola felt a surge of pride as she prepared to fulfill it for the man she served. That man, as it turns out, is none other than the one who perpetually occupies Subaru's thoughts, harboring grand ambitions of one day claiming his father's throne. An epic revelation unfolds. He is Thor, the Asgardian god of thunder. As we reach the 8th floor of the Blue Guild house, we arrive at the central tower, the heart of the headquarters. Here, the Vice Guild Master makes his long-awaited return, struggling to come to terms with the daunting prospect of Kyojo's Floor 9 Guardian raid. As he approaches the meeting, his assistant informs him that he's 10 minutes late. But fortunately, Kyojo has yet to arrive. Ikari brushes off the concern for the others, insisting that he must always remain patient. She politely suggests that he cover his neck to maintain a proper appearance. Glancing down, Ikari notices the bruises on his chest and quickly tightens his tie, striving for a more formal look. Inside the council room of the Blue Zone, the 7 most influential figures gather for an executive meeting. The Vice Guild Master arrives, prompting a snarky remark from Adolf, who can't resist taunting him for often skipping out on raids. Ikari defends the Vice Guild Master, insisting he was occupied with orders from the Guild Master. Undeterred, Adolf continues his mockery, labeling the Vice Guild Master as practically useless and unreliable. The comment is provocative enough to ignite Adolf's anger, but he dismisses it with a roar as he stands to confront Ikari one-on-one. "You don't mean a thing in front of the guys who actually risk their lives in the real Guardian raids," he shouts. Sensing the tension, Pierre, the muscle mommy of the group and ranked 18th, steps in with a calm suggestion. "Adolf, maybe it's best not to say anything reckless." Adolf's fury stems from the loss of his men, all due to Ikari's reckless actions. He can't help but taunt the Vice Guildmaster for wasting time on the 6th floor, questioning the purpose behind it all. The tension in the air is palpable. Adolf is on the brink of violence, ready to unleash his frustration at any moment. Pierre and her cannons hold him back, preventing any rash moves, while Wilfred works to de-escalate the situation from the other side. The imposing figure, Didi, suggests they all step outside for a fight. Meanwhile, Belka can only roll her eyes at being surrounded by such chaos. Ryusei and Nilak, too disheartened to engage, are solely focused on Kyojo's impending reaction. At last, the door swings open, and the Guildmaster steps in, commanding respect from everyone in the room. Keijo sharply reminds them that it has been 2 long decades since they triumphed over the 8th floor Hydra, a victory that propelled their guild to incredible heights. Yet, despite their success, Keijo reveals his lingering frustration. The memory of the Hydra battle continues to haunt him wherever he goes. Everyone is buzzing about the 9-headed snake in the outside world. From his elevated position as the leader, the Blue Zone Guildmaster announces that time appears to be frozen on Floor 8. Just as Pierre is about to inquire about the Floor 9 raid, Ikari steps in to report on their mission's success on Floor 6. They discover traces of humans, but it's clear that a significant amount of time has passed since then. In other words, he convinces Kyojo that their target has escaped to the human world. The Guildmaster suspects that he might also be involved with the demon realm. For his next orders, he instructs Ikari to keep tracking their target, just in case he reappears. Pierre then returns to the conversation, revealing that she visited Tenma to discuss recruitment for Floor 9. Unfortunately, she couldn't meet with them even after a month of waiting. The Rank 1 powerhouse could have been their greatest asset in battle, but it seems they've abandoned the mission. Another voice chimes in, suggesting that perhaps Tenma is afraid of failing and damaging their reputation. Wilfred connects with the theory, sharing that he too lost his arm during a raid, and it continues to haunt him. Meanwhile, back with Kyojo, the Guildmaster explains that Tenma has a tendency to target Guardians when they're alone. However, for this mission, Tenma's assistance won't be required. The Guildmaster's only concern is that the number 1 ranker might swoop in and claim the boss battle for themselves. This is their chance to prove they're at the pinnacle of the world, the true masters of the tower. Those are Kyojo's orders for his men. After the meeting, he descends into his secret labyrinth to pay a special visit to someone. He successfully kept one person captive in a capsule for 5 long years, expressing her regret for not visiting her more often. The woman inside is revealed to be Hono Iori, another former member of Blue Eyes. At last, he opens her capsule, granting her the chance to speak once more. Iori is taken aback, astonished that she is still alive. The Guildmaster presents her with an opportunity to see Kei again, the very man she believed was dead. Keijo then reveals new information confirming his survival, igniting hope that others might still be alive as well. Overwhelmed with emotion, she forgets her own struggles, consumed instead by concern for her partners. However, Kyojo dampens her spirits by introducing a new problem of his own. He struggles to find Kei's whereabouts, and then the true reason for keeping her alive all this time is revealed. Yori screams, hurling curses at him for being a despicable human as he refills her capsule, enslaving her once more. The Blue Zone Guildmaster announces his final plan to eradicate Blue Eyes for good, ushering in a new era for the tower. With the office meeting behind us, let's shift our focus back to the boys. One of them questions what a Valkyrie is doing in the human realm in the first place. Viola reveals that her mission has regrettably ended in a brutal failure. The fallen knight pleads with her not to disclose this information about the untrustworthy man. She tells Bago, the numbskull, to calm down. After all, this man hasn't attacked her and seems to be safe. What intrigues her even more is the palpable aura of thunderous power radiating from Subaru. They step inside the base for a proper conversation, where Bago finds himself humiliated and offers a sheepish apology for his earlier performance. Even the chatters are giving him a hard time as Subaru apologizes for misunderstanding the entire situation. The poor guy is getting roasted by the audience, while she questions the purpose of the Valkyrie once again. She counters his inquiry, asking how a mere human managed to wield the power of thunder. What intrigues Subaru is that she perceives both types of thunder as one and the same. To play along, he gives her a simple answer, claiming he received it as a reward from a giant. Viola is left baffled by her response. However, before she can elaborate, she apologizes for not sharing more, citing a promise made to another god. Subaru grasps the situation and, with a hint of curiosity, inquires about the mission's failure. He invites the Valkyrie to share her thoughts, prompting a moment of silence. Finally, he reveals that their ultimate goal is to protect the Throne of Thunder. The scene shifts back to the flashback sequence. Thor appointed them to guard the throne until the day of his ascension, safeguarding the Heart of Thunder. The mention of the Heart of Thunder leaves Subaru stunned, sparking a theory that the throne must be connected to it. Reaching into his inventory, he pulls out the emptied Heart of Thunder, the very one he had once dismissed as a pointless reward for all his troubles. Viola explains that they are guarding the throne because a special orb is hidden within it. Curious, our protagonist asks who they are protecting it from. Unsurprisingly, the giants have formed an alliance with the demons. Muspelheim, the enemy realm of Asgard, is ruled by Surtur, the king of giants, who has joined forces with the demons. As Subaru recalls that the fifth floor always presents a unique challenge for each player, he realizes this exam is far beyond his capabilities, especially with Valkyries, Muspelheim, and demons now in the mix. Viola reveals that their enemies are fully aware of the Heart of Thunder's location, meaning an attack is inevitable. Subaru, seeking tactical clarity, inquires about the size of their forces. To his shock, the Valkyrie responds that they have only 3, an alarmingly small number. To make matters worse, a system limitation prevents them from unleashing their full strength in their ordinary forms. Whenever the gods, demons, or giants attempt to disrupt the natural order of humanity, the system enforces strict limitations on their actions, serving as a safeguard for mankind. This is why only 3 Valkyries are allowed to descend at most, raising the question of what ultimately happened to the throne in the first place. Anger and hatred flicker in Viola's expression as she reveals that the throne has already been stolen. Subaru believes retrieving it should be a straightforward task, but Viola insists it's far from possible. Instead, she requests something entirely different from the young man. But let's set their flirtation aside for now and see what the Golden Lion Guild is up to. Reinhardt stares into the abyss, lost in thought, while the others exchange concerned glances, questioning his well-being. Suddenly, he breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by worry for his son. He wonders aloud if they have found the person responsible for the boy's tragic fate. Unfortunately, there are still no leads. The culprit left behind not a single trace after the devastating act. One thing is certain, they can identify a lightning-type user after analyzing Isaac's condition. This revelation narrows down their suspects. However, before the unfortunate assistant can elaborate on his notes, Reinhardt delivers a devastating backhand. The poor guy crashes into a wall merely for sharing information. The guildmaster is visibly offended at the thought of a grudge-related incident occurring on the second floor. Suddenly, everything begins to click for Reinhardt. He recalls his son's mention of a streamer named Narukami Subaru, who wielded lightning and had a knack for getting under his skin. The boy had expressed a desire to teach Subaru a lesson, and now all the pieces fall into place. Both players had reached the same level, which means Subaru is the prime suspect in his son's death. Now, we have another man thirsting for vengeance. But rather than dwell on his grim presence, let's return to the beautiful Valkyrie, who has one simple request. He needs our hero to wield his power of thunder to save her comrades. Without a moment's hesitation, Subaru agrees, leaving her astonished by his willingness. It's clear that his powers are somehow linked to them, and in his quest to understand his abilities better, he's willing to assist them to uncover the truth. However, Big O can't resist stepping in once more, seemingly determined to interrupt every conversation. He repeatedly questions Subaru's intentions, insisting that risking one's life without any reward makes no sense. To make it seem fair, the streamer gestures toward a stunning weapon in the corner as his reward. It's the magnificent holy sword of the Valkyrie, an ideal prize for completing the mission. Big O, ever the unsatisfied complainer, attempts to voice his discontent, but Viola remains unfazed by his whining. She believes her comrade should come first, and this proposal aligns perfectly with her priorities. She is prepared to hand over her golden sword to the human, provided he promises to help save her comrades. This marks the beginning of Stage 2 on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Wika receives an update from Chief John, who informs her that he has resolved the situation with the Blue Zone Guild. He also asks for an update on her end, but she abruptly ends the call with a decisive flare. Meanwhile, Wika reveals that the collaboration project involving Subaru has been approved, startling Kiyoharu and leaving him to wonder if there's been some sort of falling out between them. The striking manager notes that Subaru himself agreed to the deal, even though she had cautioned him about the potential jinx involved. Kiyoharu suggests they might be dealing with a psychopath and expresses curiosity about what she's up to. It turns out she received a message from Reinhardt regarding a meeting with Subaru. Kiyoharu never imagined he would see her working so diligently. Seizing the moment, he asks Wika if she's concerned about the Godforging group looming over her. Her role as a manager is about to become significantly more challenging with their involvement, and she might even have to consider quitting. Wika is clearly troubled, yet she refuses to leave her job anytime soon, leaving him stunned. She confesses that she feels the most fulfilled in her current position, which is why she will fight fiercely to stay. She's already aware that they'll try to pull her away, especially since they know where to find her. Despite the personal risk, she allows Kiyoharu to remain free to do as he pleases. Hearing her speak those words with such confidence stuns him. He has no intention of running away either, convinced he would end up as dungeon monster bait if he did. With no way in or out, he's content to follow Wika to the very end. In a way, this decision eases her loneliness and brings a smile to her face as she realizes that this compassionate side of him has never changed. We return to the main party as they explore the dense forests. Subaru has informed his chatbot that he won't be able to read comments for a while, leaving some of the chatters feeling a bit disappointed. He gazes at his pendant, a necklace from Asgard, lost in thought. Suddenly, Bigo appears and apologizes for his earlier annoyance. He still finds Subaru suspicious, questioning how someone with so much power could exist without being from Asgard. Subaru flips the table, leaning in with a polite yet pointed question about the power he possesses. This only serves to frustrate the man further. Valkyrie chimes in, playfully warning him not to take the bait. As the focus shifts back to Bigo, Subaru finds himself entertained by the unfolding drama. Yet he knows he must uncover the truth in this second life. There are simply too many obstacles standing in his way. Gods, giants, and demons. Such is the world he inhabits. At the heart of it all lies his secret power, the very thing everyone is desperately seeking. Viola offers an apology for the secrecy and provides a small hint, suggesting that he will soon uncover the truth about his abilities. Subaru interprets this as confirmation and inquires if the throne is located in the capital. His gaze drifts to the breathtaking view of the Conrad Kingdom, a sight both magnificent and daunting. Plumera is their target. As Viola strolls through the bustling marketplace, she finds it rather odd that she has to trade her armor for the attire of a commoner. Subaru insists on the importance of concealing her identity, which only serves to fluster her further. Meanwhile, Bigo seems completely unfazed by the whole situation. Our boy inquires about the precise location. Viola, brimming with confidence, gestures in a general direction. It seems this woman's best guess is all they have to go on. The girl struggles to pinpoint the exact spot as the streets are packed to the brim. Bigo warns that they must remain vigilant against threats from demons while rescuing the Valkyries, raising a larger concern. Just how many demons are they up against? You might think the number is around 10, but it actually soars to several hundred, with some posing threats comparable to that of the Valkyries themselves. I can sense everyone is wondering the same thing as our hero. How does that make sense? Only 3 Valkyries were permitted to pass. The restrictions should have applied to both sides. So why does it seem like the demons have an entire army at their command? Before Subaru could unravel that mystery, a lavish carriage pulled up nearby. Out stepped a wealthy lady who immediately recognized Viola. The Valkyrie joyfully calls out Belbame's name as they reunite, her excitement palpable. Now a new group of 4 stands together, with Belbame taking the lead. Subaru can't help but notice the perfection surrounding him, prompting him to ask if she is the owner of the estate. The second Valkyrie confirms that she indeed owns it, leaving Subaru in awe of her impressive status. The woman reveals that she has been here for nearly 500 years, allowing her to amass quite a bit of wealth over the centuries. This raises a pressing question. Why was Viola's situation so different? The blonde Valkyrie explains that she served a knight for Count Vincent. The estate is steeped in a unique legend about a single guardian knight who never ages. That knight is none other than Viola herself, who has changed her identity numerous times throughout the years, departing from the estate each time a generation came to a close. Both Valkyries have been at the estate for some time now. Subaru feels reassured, believing the place is safe under their watch, while Belbame eagerly prepares fresh meals for them. However, the atmosphere takes a sudden turn as Subaru reflects on the irony of their situation. One Valkyrie revels in a life of luxury, while the other has spent her days fleeing from demons. Belbame comes to an abrupt halt, her words leaving even Viola stunned. The crimson-haired Valkyrie is visibly agitated, her curiosity piqued by this man's audacity. Caught off guard, Belbame replies that she, too, is in danger, regardless of the circumstances. She explains that she couldn't take a single step because Viola was already being hunted. Subaru seeks an explanation and discovers that both Viola and Elaine have had their true identities exposed. The demons had anticipated the presence of 3 of them from the very beginning, but Belbame had skillfully managed to conceal herself just in time. Had she made even a single reckless move, her identity would have been revealed. Even now, they are relentlessly pursuing her, searching for the last Valkyrie they could never locate. The tension between the two is palpable. Little Viola steps in, attempting to ease the atmosphere, and formally introduces the man destined to save them both. She reveals that this very man defeated Bigo with a single blow, a fact that elicits a hint of disgust from Belbame. Viola continues, explaining that the man before her wields the power of thunder. Subaru steps forward, introducing himself with confidence. Just a glance at him reveals to Belbame the immense power she possesses, especially for someone trapped in a mortal form. Even Subaru acknowledges that not everyone can reach his level of strength, a hint of arrogance that only fuels her irritation. Sensing the tension, Belbame takes a moment to calm herself and offers to prepare a room for them, ensuring they can rest after the meal. They dive straight into the meal, the high-quality dishes making Bego regret his earlier snacking. Meanwhile, Subaru updates his stream title and adds a flurry of tags, attempting to create a sense of camaraderie with his audience. Viola raises an eyebrow at his odd behavior, but Subaru explains that the entire situation has left him feeling a bit uncertain. The city is teeming with demons in disguise, all undoubtedly on the lookout for Valkyries. Given the circumstances, suspicion is only natural. Yet, Viola can't shake her unease. She reassures herself that Belbame would never choose to harm them. Her trust in her dear comrade runs deep. Meanwhile, our protagonist is reminded of that same trust, especially when she recalls the moment a scoundrel cheated his way to victory over him, reveling in his deceit. The concept of trust has become a heavy burden for him. Subaru curses it, harboring a deep disdain, and advises her not to place her faith in others without question. In their world, a measure of doubt is essential. As she reflects on his words, Viola lies in her bed, lost in thought, recalling the cherished memories she shared with Belbame. She casts a weary glance at her stunning sword, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Meanwhile, our boy receives another donation from a chatter curious about her destination. Subaru admits that he can't truly trust this place, so he's taking her time to explore. One viewer chimes in, scolding the chatter for being a money-grabbing maniac who neither speaks nor accepts missions. The streamer makes it clear that he'll accept missions as long as they don't interfere with the trial. As always, Safe Asset steps in with a new proposal, a hefty 100,000 credits to eliminate every demon. However, this mission is far too intense. Undeterred, the same guy suggests a second mission worth 50,000 credits, with the sole requirement of kissing Viola. Naturally, this mission presents its own set of complications. The Valkyrie would never forgive him if that happened. As our protagonist descends the stairs, he's startled to find Bego at such an unusual hour. Both of them immediately eye each other with suspicion. Bigu breaks the silence first, revealing that he's on his way to see Belbame. During their earlier conversation, the guy arrived at the same conclusion and doubts as Subaru regarding the suspicious Valkyrie, while Elaine and Viola dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their missions. This woman seemed to live among humans without facing any consequences. It infuriated Bego that he hadn't considered this sooner. It felt like a direct insult to the Valkyrie name. Subaru advises the young man to set aside his worries until after the mission is complete. Instead, he invites him to join him for something else first. Meanwhile, Viola walks alone in the night, her brow furrowed with concern. Belbame's sharp and pointed remarks still weigh heavily on Subaru's mind, prompting her to confront the Valkyrie directly. However, to her surprise, it's not Belbame who steps around the corner, but Subaru himself, startling her for being up so late. The sight of blood staining his hands sends a wave of terror through her. Subaru approaches her, admitting that he came to see her, though he feels a bit awkward making such a bold move. She grips her sword tightly, her suspicion palpable. With a serious expression, he reveals that they had misunderstood the mission details from the very beginning. The Valkyrie in need of protection and rescue wasn't Belbame, it was Viola all along. Viola takes a moment to process the chaos he's describing. The silver lining is that she's not entirely dismissive of his words. Suddenly, Subaru grabs her hand with surprising force and pulls her along, against her will. He leads her down to the basement, a place that promises to reveal everything once she sees what lies within. Viola's curiosity overwhelms her, prompting her to push open the doors with her own hands. Her expression shifts to horror as she sees Vigo embracing a lifeless body. It's Elaine, the other Valkyrie, who was brutally murdered in this very place. Vigo sobs, and in that moment, Viola's world shatters around her. She approaches Elaine's lifeless body, struggling to accept this harsh new reality. Dropping to her knees, she hovers over her fallen comrades, screaming and weeping in denial. Subaru attempts to calm her, apologizing for needing her to be quiet. They are still in danger. She grips his arm tightly, causing him to sweat beneath his mask. He doesn't want to fight her, but for now, they must focus on finding the one responsible for Elaine's death. Thankfully, the blonde regains a bit of her composure, though she still struggles to accept this harsh reality. Without a doubt, she immediately blames Belbame for orchestrating this tragedy. The cuts across Elaine's abdomen reveal a chilling truth. Belbame is responsible for those slashes, a fact rooted in their centuries-old connection. Subaru concurs, noting that skilled swordsmen often leave behind a signature pattern in their attacks. To navigate this perilous situation, their only option is to keep Viola safe and slip out of the mansion before Belbame can catch up to them. Or at least, that's what they believed. Just behind that door lies a presence that sends Subaru's Thunderheart into a frenzy. He turns to the Valkyrie and asks if she's interested in revenge. Viola nods, confirming her determination to uncover the truth. She's even prepared to go it alone if that's what it takes for this mission. Subaru urges her not to forget something crucial, the Throne of Thunder, which all the Valkyries have been striving to protect. This startles her. Viola has long abandoned any ambitions of safeguarding the throne, especially given the overwhelming strength of the demons and their dwindling numbers. This revelation serves as a pivotal twist, prompting Subaru to point out that there are only 3 Valkyries facing countless demons. He struggles to understand the limitations imposed on them. Viola expresses her agreement, acknowledging that this situation feels unnatural. She reveals that there is indeed a plan underway to investigate it. The reason they haven't made any progress is that this particular aspect of the plan has been entrusted to Belbame herself. Now everything is starting to fall into place. Determined to assist her, Subaru resolves to first capture the nefarious Valkyrie. Vigo feels it's time for them to take action, instead of engaging in pointless discussions. However, Bro's luck takes a turn for the worse, when the ceiling suddenly cracks and collapses on him. Fortunately, Viola steps in just in time, blocking the falling debris and saving his life. It's almost comical that she's protecting her protector. Sadly, that brave act leaves Viola with a deep gash on her back. Subaru stands frozen, taken aback by the overwhelming attack force. Instead of searching for Belbame, the woman herself makes a dramatic entrance, mocking Viola for her fragile warrior's heart. The blonde, on the brink of losing control, screams in frustration at her. Belbame, unfazed, coolly taunts her, revealing that she never intended to showcase this side of herself to Viola. Elaine had her suspicions, and so Belbame had to go. Now, she plays the victim, claiming to have lost every single friend. It's ironic for her to call them friends, especially after she ruthlessly betrayed Elaine and shattered Viola, who is left weeping in confusion. Belbame is nothing more than a psychopath deflecting blame, while Viola confronts her, demanding to know why she's doing all of this. She retorts, insisting that she never intended for any of this to happen, nor does she expect any of them to understand. With that, the small talk comes to an abrupt end as Subaru launches the first attack, catching the Valkyrie off guard. She quickly raises her sword to defend against the oncoming wave of thunder. Our boy stands there, a menacing figure, resolute in his refusal to listen to the words of a liar any longer. He prepares to enter the third stage of Floor 5, determined to defeat the fallen Valkyrie.